submit a city service request quickly and easily by downloading the MyCC 311 app on your phone. Reporting street problems, tall grass, gas or water issues, or other concerns is simple on the 311 app. Just choose from a list of services, add a photo, answer a few short questions, mark your location, and hit submit. Everything you need in just a few minutes. Life is made easy with 311. Download the MyCC 311 app today.
Get ready and gear up to conquer the coast, the ultimate cycling event along the Corpus Christi Bay. Join us Saturday, September 16th at Whataburger Field. Register today and choose from 3 different routes. Take a stroll on the 10-mile course down Ocean Drive, push yourself a little further with a 21-mile ride to the Corpus Christi Naval Air Station, or challenge yourself with an enduring 66-mile journey across the Harbor Bridge. It's the ultimate adventure you don't want to miss. Let's ride at Conquer the Coast.
Adopting an animal from Corpus Christi Animal Care Services is fast, easy, and affordable. All you need is a valid ID, and you must be 18 years or older. The adoption fee is $25, which includes spay and neuter surgery, age-appropriate vaccinations, and a microchip. Come by CCACS located at 2626 Holly Road. You can meet and greet all the animals that are available for adoption. You can also go to 24petconnect.com. This website has pictures and other detailed information about our pets and will help you decide what animal you would like to bring home. All adoptions are required to be completed in person. CCACS adoption hours are Monday through Saturday from 1 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. Find your forever best friend at Corpus Christi Animal Care Services. Caring for our animals, one paw at a time.
We've all dealt with the hassles of traveling. Traffic, long lines, security, layovers. What if there was a smarter way? When you fly out of Corpus Christi International Airport, you get all the modern amenities you love with the stress-free convenience of flying local. So you can skip the hassle and get right to the good parts. Taking off and returning home. Fly smarter, not harder at flyccia.com.
When emergencies strike, stay informed with Reverse Alert. Everything from incoming severe weather, traffic alerts, police and fire activity, industry alerts, and citywide information. Reverse Alert will provide you time-sensitive information to keep you safe. Signing up is a fast and easy process. Text BeReadyCCNC to 888-777 or visit cctexas.com/alert sign up. Choose to receive notifications by phone call, text, or email. And with fully customizable options, you pick what notifications you want to receive. And you can designate what hours of the day that you don't want to be disturbed. Stay informed, stay aware, stay alert. Sign up for Reverse Alert today.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order and welcome you to City Hall and Council Chambers. Thank you for being a part of the process. This morning, our invocation will be given by Deacon Michael Mance. He is with the Diocese of Corpus Christi. Deacon?
Thank you, Your Honor. Bow your heads and pray for God's blessing. Good and gracious God, we come to you today with prayers of thanksgiving, the many blessings in our lives, especially the ability to live and worship in a free country. Father, we ask that you send down your Spirit upon this city council and all of the staff members who work with them. Father, open their hearts and create in them the virtues of courage, wisdom, and understanding to make honest and just decisions for all of the citizens of this great community, Corpus Christi, Texas. We ask this in your name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Deacon.
Thank you.
And our Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the Texas state flag will be led by Juliana Marie Bettis. She is a cheer captain at Ray High School, a senior at Ray High School. She's the president of Triumph Over Kid Cancer and an absolute beautiful and talented ballerina.
Thank you so much. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now please join me in honoring the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Juliana. Ms. Huerta, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Council members Roland Barrera.
Here.
Sylvia Campos. Here. Gil Hernandez. Mr. Hernandez will be joining us online today. Are you there, Mr. Hernandez?
Here.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Can we see him also? Perfect. Okay. Michael Hunter.
Here.
Jim Klein.
Here.
Mike Pesley. Everett Roy.
Present.
Dan Suckley.
Here.
City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Present.
City Attorney Miles Risley.
Here.
Mayor and Council, a quorum of the council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Great, thank you so much, Ms. Huerta. Okay, that takes us to Section E, our city manager's comments and update on city operations. Mr. Zanoni.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, members of the council, good morning. We have 2 items today, and we're going to begin by getting an update on our Art and Cultural Commission. Jim Moore, the chair of our Arts and Cultural Commission, is here today, and he requested to provide the city council and the community with an overview of the commission and some of the great work that they're doing. Just some background on Jim. Jim is also the director of Texas A&M Corpus Christi Performing Arts Center. We use that center for some of our police graduations. He serves as the board of the Corpus Christi Chorale and is the founding member of Festival de Mariachi at TAM-UCC. So a very busy gentleman helping us in our art programming throughout the city. So the Art and Cultural Commission is comprised of 9 commissioners appointed by the mayor and then approved by the city council. The commission recommends the use and location and donation or purchase of arts, also conservation of artworks that we have, and the promotion of arts as part of the city's public art collection. The commission also oversees the arts grant program. That's something that we fund annually in our budget. And it provides opportunities to local art organizations to recognize art volunteers and annual art forums. This year alone, the Art and Cultural Commission awarded grants to 21 nonprofit organizations in our community that support events in Corpus Christi focused around art and performing arts. Some of those grant recipients include the Art Museum of South Texas for its 2023 exhibitions, the Bay Jammin' series, very popular Bay Jammin' series at the Cole Park, and the concert series as well. They help to fund the Corpus Christi Ballet for ballet performances, and our much coveted Texas Jazz Festival is something they fund as well. And then finally, another example is the Texas Association of Black Personnel in Higher Education. This year at the Juneteenth Festival, there was some art performances there as well from that group. So Jim Moore is there. He is, okay. He's going to come up now. I think he also left this on our places. Yes. Mr. Moore, thank you for being here. We don't see you often enough, but we're glad you're here today, and we're ready for your presentation. Yes, sir.
I see you regularly at the PAC. Appreciate you showing up.
Yes, sir.
And I'm happy to see Stephanie here. Stephanie and I used to work together at the university. So we do have a slide presentation. Is that up?
Thank you. Ollie, do they have it back there? Okay, we're checking. Maybe, I don't know if you want to begin.
Sure, I'm going to just read to you. Normally, I don't like to regurgitate slides, but I will regurgitate this particular slide, which is our mission, which is very critical to the city. The Corpus Christi Arts and Cultural Commission advocates for an enriched quality of life based in a robust, creative community in Corpus Christi. It supports, promotes, and celebrates a broad variety of artistic expression toward engaging in an enlivened, inclusive, cultural environment. And we take that mission very seriously. The vision of the Corpus Christi Arts and Cultural Commission: we serve as stewards of the public art resources of the city through maintenance and development of the public art collection. Much of what is in that book is what we maintain and act as conservators of. We provide grants to nonprofit organizations through our hot funds. We appreciate the support of the city and all those budget activities. And as you mentioned, we did support a huge number of organizations this past year, so we're really happy about that. Some of the organizations that we support include K-Space Contemporary and the Dia de los Muertos Festival. We are singled out by them frequently for our support on that festival. Some of our major responsibilities include the allocation of our hot funds to organizations. This past year, we supported over 20 arts organizations, and in the community. Those grants total approximately $300,000, which is what the city allocated, and there's definitely a need for that, and then some. We're seeing an increased number of applicants for the hot funds money, and it's a critical charge of the Arts Commission, and while we appreciate everyone's support, we need more money. That's a fact. The next slide, please. The Arts and Cultural Commission's focus is community engagement and public art maintenance and conservation, which I mentioned. In fact, here you'll see one of the pieces displayed in the public art collection, which is our friend Kevin Smith at the airport pointing out this project, which is called When the Sun Meets the Sea, and that is by Shanshan Sheng. And we recently did some conservation and maintenance work on that piece, and if anybody's flown out of the airport recently, it's an amazing piece and super colorful, and our maintenance and conservation on that project really helped to enliven it. So that's just one of those things that we do on a regular basis. Next slide, please. This is an example of some of our current projects. One of the most important things that we're working on at the moment is a National Endowment for the Arts grant, which will be collecting data on how diversity, equity, inclusion, and access-focused arts and cultural activities are distributed geographically across the city. This is something that's important to know for future planning for all of us. Eventually, we'll be able to have interactive maps that the university will develop that will translate the data visually. So when you're sitting at your computer, you can log onto a website and hover over a particular area of the city and understand who's seen what, who has access to what, and it's a very, very exciting piece of it's an exciting project that we're working on with the university and the National Endowment for the Arts. Next slide, please. These are some of the things that we're sort of in development on, and that includes something like free to the public park arts program, which would be painting in the park. And we're working to develop a program with a partner that will offer virtual augmented reality detail on our public art. So if you go to, say, the Selena, or go see another piece of public art through one of the social apps, whether it's Instagram or Facebook, you'll be able to find out more about that particular work. So that's something that we're working on, and we hope that we can incorporate that further into everybody's daily use. Next slide, please. So, as Peter mentioned, we do grant money, and over the past 6 years, we granted approximately $1.1 million to over 35 different nonprofit arts and cultural organizations. You'll see in this slide that, for example, the Texas artist Dorothy Hood, the only reason that that exhibit was possible was through the hot funds that we were able to grant the AMSST. And Pops in the Park, very popular. We support that activity by the Corpus Christi Symphony Orchestra. We value those kinds of community activities, getting the symphony out of the Performing Arts Center and into the community. Next slide, please. So one of our grantees is Piano Celebration Week, which happens at the university. If none of you have been there, I suggest you go there in March when Piano Celebration Week happens. And that's run by Dr. Dino Mulich of the piano faculty at the university. And one of the takeaways from this note that Dino gave us is that he is able to offer all of these programs for free. And that's because we're able to support him, the city supports him, the university supports him, and the hot funds that we distribute support those activities. So we really, really want to advocate for low-cost and free activities. We think it's really, really important to the vitality of the city. Next slide, please. So we are comprised, the commission is comprised of experts and knowledgeable people in various fields, including the performing arts, music, design, and creative innovation. Some of our members come from the fields of architecture, somebody from the performing arts like myself. We hope that you will rely and depend on us for information. We're always available. We seek to create a vital city, and we appreciate your support in making the city more attractive and livable. And we look forward to enhancing the cultural lives of our Corpus Christi citizens. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Councilman Suckley.
Thanks, Mayor. Great presentation.
Thank you.
Jim, thank you. Quick question, probably more so for Peter. Does our public relations and social media staff, do they help advertise all the different activities and things that they support? Is there a collaboration there in terms of getting the word out?
There is some, and what I'm understanding is there's a move afoot, and I don't have the answers to this, but I think internally there's a move afoot to make that more robust.
Right, yeah, so we have a marketing manager, I don't know if that's the exact title, but a new position that we created recently to do just what you mentioned, and to augment more of what we're doing, to get word out to the community about these great things. Okay. Yes, sir.
Yeah, wonderful things. Like to all make sure everybody knows about them.
Absolutely,
So,
that's important, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Great. Thank
Good.
you.
Jim, thank you so much for being here this morning in this book while you were speaking.
Ms. Campos,
looking
I'm
at-
sorry, her light
Oh,
was on.
we have a question.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you so much, Jim. Just, Peter, how much do we allocate for the arts department? If there, I was looking through the budget, and I don't even
Right.
see it. They don't even have a tab.
Yeah, there is not, we don't have an arts department, but I believe it's about 300,000.
What is it?
Those were
Arts
the
and
hot.
cultural?
Those were the hot
In our hot
funds.
funds, yeah, and our
Yeah.
hotel occupancy tax,
So we allocate about 300 now? Because I remember you at one of the budget talks
right?
last year, it was, at least because of you advocating, it is now up to 300,000.
That's-
But you and I know that, in order to continue to promote the city and the culture, which is vital to any city. I mean, I think that's what gives the soul of the city is the art and culture. I do appreciate you coming here and giving this presentation, but hopefully we will be able to see more programs. I was only, thanks to the mayor, I was appointed just for a couple of months, I guess, before I decided to run for office, but it was very informative, enlightening. One of the things that I know that I, was promoting is more musicians out in the public, just in the Bay, as you're walking at the Bayfront. Whatever happened with that, Jim?
It's sort of, at the moment, it's just not a priority. Given our budget, it's and the number, as I mentioned, the number of organizations that are vying for that money, it's a challenge.
Okay. Well, I hope that the citizens of Corpus Christi will continue to support the Arts and Cultural Committee and continue to fund it. I understand that the person that's leading it will be leaving that spot very soon. And is she, where are you? I know.
Shelley Rios is here.
Yeah, Shelley. Thank you, Shelley.
Thank you,
I don't know
Shelley.
well, it's out now, Shelley. She is leaving us, and it's gonna, leave a big hole, and hopefully we'll be able to fill it with, somebody that will continue to promote the arts and culture. So, thank you again.
Yeah,
Thank you, Sylvia.
Councilwoman and Mayor and Jim, so in the current year budget, because of advocacy at our community input sessions, we increased the funding for the art programming, the grants from $200,000 to $300,000.
Okay.
So it's a $100,000 increase. That's the level that we're at today. And our Parks Department does have the staff person that helps coordinate arts. We do fund other art things as well, including the Art Museum of South Texas, $375,000. We know the Art Center on Cooper's Alley is a city asset that we have a lease with that firm, and we're doing some capital improvements there as well. So we do have some funding, but admittedly, we want to be more robust in the art programming.
Yeah, and it would be, I think, helpful, like we do with most other departments in other cities, is we do comparison, right? We do the fire and our police, we do comparative studies, we do it for other departments. I think it's, we need to do something for our arts and culture and make sure that we are allocating enough, a reasonable amount of money that will continue to promote our city and our culture.
Great, we'll do that. We'll do that,
Thank you.
Councilwoman. Yes, ma'am.
Councilman Hunter?
Thank you, Mayor. I just was going to help Peter out there since he started with 300,000, and I do support the arts and culture. I'm behind you on this, big time. But don't forget the 7.1 million that we put into the water gardens.
That's a good point.
Don't forget about all the help we have, especially with the mayor's efforts behind the mural festival downtown, and a lot of other minor, I don't know what you call them, artistic drawings for the the museums, and then we did all the changes for the trash cans.
Oh, yeah.
And
trying to think. Yeah, the traffic signals downtown.
Traffic signals.
Signal cabinets, yes, sir.
Yeah.
So.
Right.
You may not have a lot of art and culture people coming back, or you might, I'm not sure. But I hope you continue to push it, because we do need it, and we need to continue to support those efforts.
And good point.
Texas Women for the Arts also.
Yeah, and good point on the water gardens. It's going to be a big help.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
There's the cover on this thing here. I didn't recognize it until I looked, but this art exhibit is at the water garden. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Right. So we'll kind of there's several art pieces that we need to reactivate.
Right. And we are engaging. That's, it was mentioned in my State of the City for a reason, the Texas Women's for the Arts and what they've done. But anyway, we can go on and on about the arts, and we love it. Shelley, thank you for your service. Thank you very, very much. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank
Yes,
Jim,
sir.
thank you so much for being here. Okay, Mayor, I have in council one other item, but before I get to it, I did want to let the full city council know that the mayor and myself and Chief Wade notified the lead chief of the Texas Department of Emergency Management, Chief Nim Kidd, that the city of Corpus Christi is prepared, is prepared to assist Florida should they need assistance due to Hurricane Idalia. So the mayor and I and Chief Wade notified Chief Kidd this morning of the city's willingness to help Floridians if we need to. Okay, and then let's talk about with the time remaining here, just want to give the council an update on some of the changes in our programming because of the move now to the fall. We know that Labor Day is kind of an unofficial transition to the fall, and so some of our programming and some of our summer programming changes due to students being back in school and such. So just wanted to give you a quick update on it, as well as some of the Labor Day closures that might take place because of that holiday. So access to public pools, because of the transition now to the fall programming and some of our lifeguards being back in school, public pools are now offered at only 2 of our 6 swimming pools, 2 of them. That includes Collier Pool and the Corpus Christi Natatorium. So the other 4 close for this 2 seasons, fall and the winter. Splash pads, though, will remain open through October 31st to include this weekend. We have 4 splash pads, but 3 are in service, and those include the Lindale Park splash pad, the Salinas Park, and the newly opened and commissioned West Haven Park splash pad that was done in connection with the county. The Bill Witt splash pad is temporarily closed due to construction of the new playground unit that's right adjacent to the splash pad, and so for the safety of patrons, we've closed that splash pad. The lifeguards fall winter season begins August 9th and it'll run through May. So lifeguards at our Gulf-facing beaches is a little different. They will be there Monday through Sunday from 11:30 to 5:30 p.m. and on roving vehicles instead of the chairs. We know that school is back in session, and our recreation centers offer after-school programming through the school year, and there'll be several special camps as well that students can take advantage of. We help with the after-hour Kid Power program. That is at Corpus Christi Independent Schools and Cal Allen Independent School Districts. And that is open. Registration is available. There'll be special programs in March during spring break for the after-hour Kid Power. Something new is a basketball event at our Ben Garza gym, not too far from City Hall here. The gym will be open from now on Tuesdays from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. for pickup games and for shooting baskets if people have time and are interested. And for more information on all these programs, the public can visit ccparksandrec.com or follow them on their social media, for their programming. So just an update on some of the Labor Day change of schedules because of that holiday coming up this coming Monday. Most city Corpus Christi offices, including City Hall and the municipal courts, will be closed on Monday, which is Labor Day, September 4th. The 311 call center, our call center will be closed that day as well. However, the My CC 311 app is available, and persons can get that and submit requests that way if they choose. Now, typically, all of our libraries are closed on Labor Day, but we will be opening La Retama Library to serve as a cooling center. We expect that the temperatures will be pretty hot again this coming Monday, so it will be open. La Retama will be open from noon to 6 p.m. on Monday as a cooling center for the city, as well as if patrons want to go in to use the materials, they can do that as well. On our solid waste, our garbage and recycling schedule, that will be collected on Monday as normal. And our T.C. Elliott Transfer Collection Center, though, will be closed, and the landfill will be closed as well. But set your carts out if you normally do on Monday, because our crews will be servicing them that day. Animal care services will be closed on Labor Day. And if those that want to spend more time outdoors, our parks and recreation services, parks are open for the day. The El Cruz Tennis Center will be open from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., and the HEB Tennis Center, though, will be closed. We do have 2 great golf courses that the city owns and are managed by Foresight Golf, and both of those will be open regular hours. And the pools, let me see here, 3 of the pools will be open for Labor Day, and there is no admission fee to the pools. The Collier Pool will be open for lap swim beginning at 6 a.m. The natatorium will be open at 6 a.m., and the HEB pool will be open from 2 to 7 p.m. Greenwood, Oso, and Westguth pools are closed for the season. Our splash pads will be open, and walking trails at the Oso Bay Wetlands Preserve will be open. And then to wrap things up, our senior centers, our recreation centers, the after-hour Kid Power, and gymnasiums will be closed for Labor Day. So, Mayor, that's a quick update on the transition from summer to fall and some of our parks programming, as well as the Labor Day holiday closures.
Wonderful. Thank you, Peter.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we're right at the noon hour, and so that will put us in section G, public comment. Before we begin, Mr. Risley, would you please recite the rules of decorum?
Citizens are authorized and encouraged to present their views to the council on city-related matters. However, such should be done in a factual, precise presentation, and questions of council or staff are inappropriate. Loud, boisterous, profane, or obscene language or behavior is not allowed.
Thank you, Mr. Risley. So individuals will be called upon in the order that they signed up electronically. In-person public comment will be taken first, followed by virtual public comment. Corpus Christi residents will take precedence over non-residents. And for those commenting in person, we just remind you that a recording is being made of the meeting. Please speak into the microphone located at the podium and state your name and address before beginning your comment. There are 2 opportunities in which you can make public comment on an agenda item. The first is at this present time, and the second is when we hear the actual item. So please choose one. Citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes. Non-resident comments are limited to 1 minute. For those commenting in person, there is a timer underneath the base of the microphone, and it will tell you exactly how much time you have left. Once you hear the buzzer, if you'll please wrap up your the sentence, if you would, in light of, or in the spirit of timing, we would greatly appreciate it. And if you have a petition or anything that you would like to distribute to the council, if you'll please hand it to our city secretary, or Ms. Huerta, and she will hand it to us before you begin. So with that, we will start with Mr. John Hendricks. And if we can have Stephen Klepper, Adalberto Carrillo, Marida Forrest, and Amanda Guerra. If you'll please come up and sit in this front row to my left, and it will just make the process a little bit more efficient. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I have a PowerPoint.
Okay. I think they're working it. Okay. I'll just be 1 second. If you want to state your name and address, we can go.
Yes, 622 Texas Avenue, John Hendricks.
Okay. There it is.
Corpus Christi native, member of VFW Chapter 2397, Sons of Confederate Veterans, Camp 713, Iraq veteran, 2 times, Bronze Star recipient, 1 time. Madam Mayor, distinguished council members, please direct Mr. Zanoni to designate a real flesh and blood person to superintend the care and maintenance of Corpus Christi's memorials and cemeteries. For 3 years, I've been appealing to all and every of you to take action to correct the horrid, ugly, disgraceful conditions found around some of our city's cemeteries and memorials. I've sent you pictures. I've quoted you city ordinances. Yeah, go ahead and go back to that one with the city ordinance, please. Slide 3. There we go. I've quoted state law. Slide 4. I've referenced Holy Bible. I've even voted for some of you. All it seems to no avail. Slide 5, if you could find it. I know you all are very busy and have very long to-do list, but where does respecting our forebears? You can move one more, please, on that. The people who built this town, where does that simple decency appear on your to-do list? I can't accuse you of placing that duty at the bottom of your list. That's because it's not even on the list. Slide 6, please. With due respect, I'm asking you all to take a small time out from the billion-dollar shiny objects. We live in uncertain times. Now may be the time to tighten our belts and to take care of what we already have. Let's please focus on municipal duties, which are basic: streets, city services, and following the rules of basic human decency. If you could go back to slide 4, if you could. Texas law tells cities how to be decent with respect to our departed forebears. It entails things like maintaining fences around city cemeteries. Our city is in violation of that clear mandate, but no one even realizes that because no one is paying attention. Slide 7. I appeal to you once again, Madam Mayor, distinguished council members, please direct Mr. Zanoni to designate a real flesh and blood person, perhaps someone from Parks and Rec, perhaps Mr. Jim Moore from Arts and Culture, to superintend the care and maintenance of Corpus Christi cemeteries and monuments. And if you would go back to slide 6 then. And I yield my time.
Thank you, Mr. Hendricks. Mr. Zanoni, are we able to give some sort of focus or oversight?
Yes, right. So we do maintain 2 cemeteries. The city has only 2 that's under our jurisdiction. That includes the old Bayview and the new Bayview Cemetery. And the Parks Department does maintain both. And from Mr. Hendricks, comments in the past, we have put into our plan to see if we can put fencing at the new Bayview Cemetery in a future budget or bond program, as well as lighting in both the old Bayview and the new Bayview. So Mr. Hendricks' words are listened to. We hear him.
Okay.
The city, though, from a service perspective, only has 2 cemeteries that are in our jurisdiction.
So this one is not?
I believe the one he's showing some of the pictures is not in our jurisdiction.
So the fencing and lighting is for the 2?
That would be right. So at the old Bayview Cemetery, the historic cemetery in the
Right.
Bluff, that one does have wrought iron fencing.
Right.
It's a paint job is scheduled for it soon, and then we do need some lighting there.
Mm-hmm.
And then at the what is known as the new Bayview Cemetery, that one needs fencing and lighting. It's maintained. Both of them are maintained by the Parks Department from a mowing and landscaping and making sure the headstones are appropriately set. That is something that we do today.
Okay, Councilman Roy?
Peter, I think from the illustration, because I brought this up about the new Bayview Cemetery, I believe the photos, and if you could, I believe the photos as far as the headstones and everything laying down are from the new Bayview Cemetery. And which is, it's our responsibility.
Right, the new Bayview is one of our responsibilities.
Right,
Okay.
so, I mean, I understand about the fence, if we could get the headstones and that at least picked up. Some
Right.
of them were
I'm
out in
not
the
sure the
street.
date. Right, I'm not sure the date on those pictures, Councilman. I think we've seen them before, so
Okay.
we'll have to check with our Parks
They're reset?
Director to see if he's reset them. I myself called in some at the old Bayview just last week. The gates are open in the daytime, and we don't have persons stationed there around the clock, so vandals can be foolish and cause havoc with the headstones. When we do know that they're turned over, we go back and set them back.
So for clarity, this is the new, this one, the pictures we saw.
That's the
Some
new
of the
Bayview.
pictures
Is
of the new Bayview.
Okay,
right.
and so we have jurisdiction over that,
We do.
Okay.
Jurisdiction over 2, the new
and the old.
and the old Bayview. The new Bayview has no fencing, so it's more
That's
wide
the
open
one.
and
Okay.
susceptible to vandalism. That's why
Right.
we're putting that in as a future project,
Right,
either for a bond program or for a budget
okay.
initiative.
Mayor,
Councilman Pitts.
Peter, would it be appropriate for us that the one stone that Mr. Hendricks shows, I believe that's the location, Mr. Hendricks, correct me if I'm wrong, the hurricane, the people who died in the 1919 hurricane. There's several hundred people buried there in a mass grave, and I think it's just atrocious that it looks that way behind the memorial. So could we at least send a letter to, it was called Rose Hill Cemetery, I don't know what it's called now, but
Okay.
to send a letter to their management and say, look, is there something you can do to clean up that area and some of the other areas around their personal cemetery?
Okay.
And we also ought to send the code enforcement department out to look at those properties around the cemetery to make sure they're doing what they're supposed to be doing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank
And
you.
Peter, I think it's just a little bit of communication between the city of Corpus Christi and the cemetery itself, just to say we want to improve this because it's the right thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
thank you.
Okay.
Let's see, Stephen Klepper?
Should have a couple of slides ready. Steve Klepper, 317 Sunset. Mayor and Council. Well, first of all, I'm not a bad office I look. I just had a knee replacement a couple weeks ago. And if you know anybody that needs one, I recommend Dr. Justin Clemish, South Texas Bone and Joint. Just don't tell him I was out, 'cause I'm not really supposed to be.
Yeah. Wow.
Today I want to talk about what last week. So I've been watching the council meetings on TV since I can't go out. And last week, Ms. Campos, so I've got a slide there that Ms. Campos asked the city manager if we could give an option on the trash carts. That why should everybody have to have the 96-gallon trash carts, and maybe have one lower cost. City manager said, basically, I paraphrased, it's too complicated. Maybe next year, if you ask us, we'll look into it. We'll need to hire some consultants and all that sort of thing. What this is a partial screenshot, and you have the whole screenshot on your handout of what I posted next door a few days ago, which led to a little story on KRS TV on why not to do this. Next slide, please. That's the bottom part of your handout you have on the front page. And I enlarged it, the resolution didn't stay there. But basically, that's the city chart that was used for the budget presentation, comparing solid waste here to other cities in Texas. And I noted on there that 3 Texas cities already do this. So it's really not, it's not that out of line at all. And a lot of cities across the United States also do it. Also, I made a note there that Austin's standard fee is misstated for the second time after I told you the first time, or told the city manager. So the basic issue, next slide, please. On the back side of your handout, my basic issue is there are a lot of people that just simply don't want it, don't need it, the larger trash can. And the people that don't are mostly the smaller households like mine, 1 or 2 persons, and so you're making them pay for capacity that they simply don't need. Now, the city manager says there need to be a consultant study. Well, I know the city had SAIC, a consulting firm from San Antonio, do a rate study not too long ago, and he could probably draw on some of that information to do the analysis. My point here, the smaller household that uses a little bit of water, I already pointed out in another council presentation, the bottom, you'll see the bottom right, 75%. Their bill for stormwater and water went up 75%. These are the same people that are overpaying for their trash. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Klepper.
Again,
yes.
I'm sorry, excuse me, Peter, again. Could we have someone or look into this issue? I know I brought it up last week, and it did make the news, and really honestly, people have been emailing me and texting me that it should be an easy fix. And I know I've also spoken to David Letfield, and since he wasn't here the day of the presentation.
Right.
But we really do, he did explain it a little bit further, and I know right now this is not the time and place, but we still need to look into the matter, and I hope that we can, with the support of my fellow councilmen, that we will look seriously into reducing some of these smaller, using the smaller containers in the future. I think it's going to happen, but it'd be nice to let the public know.
Okay, right. When this is a policy discussion and topics, so when the council's ready to do that, we can look into it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Adalberto Carrillo.
No worries, Mayor. My parents still have to call me by another name.
Oh, sorry.
That's a good one, though.
Sorry.
It's a good one. I come here today, and I think we're only able to, I guess, voice 1 or 2 on the agenda items.
I mean, at public comment, you can.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you have, yeah.
The agenda items.
Can you state your name and address, sir? I'm sorry, for the record.
Oh, yes. Oh, Adalberto Carrillo III, 4055 Calarmet, District 3. Hello, Roland. Here to speak on item numbers 10, 11, 12, and 13. I want to start off by following up on a very dear friend that's here, that comes here week after week after week after week, as many of you have. And it's very obvious that you come here because you have some concerns. Do you want to be here? Probably not. Do I want to be here today? No. But with the concerns that we all have as residents of the city, and then seeing this, I'll just leave it at that. And followed to the June 27th meeting, where I outlined or made a comparison of our budget versus our population. It just doesn't make sense. And this one even less. But having said that, what I've done is I've done my own work. And this is just scratching the surface, guys. For the record, guys, 11,466,250. That's just getting started, guys. I know how you feel. I feel the same way. Having said that, I was very, very, very happy to see last night several council members. I did make some really good statements. Mr. Pusley, Roland, I guess Mr. Barrera, Mr. Klein, thank you so much for your comments. They were very, very appreciated, very much appreciated, and I'm sure many of the folks that did see the newscast were very happy to see this. But there's more work to do, guys. Personally, I'd like to see this budget go under the 2023 budget, and I think it can be done. And if I can do a little bit, you can do a little bit, you and you and you and all of us here, we can make it happen and focus on the things that really matter. Thank you so much. God bless you guys, as always.
Thank you, Mr. Carrillo. Marita Forrest.
Hi, it's Merida Forrest. Got to roll the R. No problem. 7114 Grape Arbor. Thank you for your time. Number one, I'm here to speak for the sustainability initiatives, and I'm grateful for the continuance of some of the existing programs, but I'm also disappointed to hear that maybe the tree canopy study may be removed. Learning the best place for tree cover can help mitigate heat island effects. We need more shade in the right areas. Let's enhance our green spaces and add more cooling spots. I also support the air quality monitoring. Due to industrial activities and vehicle emissions, quicker access to in-house data would be beneficial. We could bring public awareness to poor air quality days and the worst peak times and check the air quality at locations where people most congregate. Let's be proactive, identify pollution sources, and protect public health. And I'm also in favor of keeping and expanding the cooling heating enhancements. The storage containers at La Retama Library for belongings, that's a great idea. You know, this program also includes welfare checks to seniors. It helps houses, individuals, and others who are in unfortunate situations during extreme weather events. These three items are keepers. Number two, I also want to thank y'all for listening to our input about the residential water rates. I agree with the amended no rate increase to wastewater and eliminating the $5.38 street fee and instead using the large water fund balance. But I still say no. I don't want that 90-cent increase to the residential raw water. I don't want the $1.15 residential increase to stormwater or solid waste either. No, no, no. I say let's decrease our residential raw water rate below the $5.08 per 1,000 gallons, since large volume industry is at $3.94. I also want to point out some of the things that we learned from Andy with the new gen strategies, if some of y'all didn't get to hear him. He stated our water rate structure and contracts is the most complex rate setting, rate making even compared to large cities like Dallas, Tampa, and Pittsburgh. He also stated, residential and commercial class customers are subsidizing the outside city limits large volume customers, and that their low cost of $1.95 per 1,000 gallons makes no sense, and it has no justification versus the inside city limits cost of $3.94. This means us residents have been paying for industry water usage, and New Gen even stated industry is using 52% of our water. I agree with Andy to eliminate the difference in outside and inside city limit costs, and I say to raise it more than the proposed $3.94 or lower ours below the 508. And one of the wow moments that Andy presented is how the previous consultant hard-coded a 28% discount to commercial wastewater accounts for maybe about 10 plus years. Per our water department, for fiscal year 21, 22, and 23, it's a $21.5 million loss of revenue. This is disturbing for me as a former accountant for Whataburger and Airgas, which are two companies that decided to relocate their headquarters out of Corpus Christi. How could we let these errors happen? The City Council still has some making up to do for us residents regarding the unfair complex water rates.
Thank you, Ms.
Thanks for
Forrest.
getting the bottom to the water thing.
Amanda Guerra.
Hello, Amanda Guerra, Wind Hollow, District 5. Okay, so I could respect the fact if the city manager had just approached the court clerk and had just said, we don't need the service of marshals anymore, so just remove them from next year's budget. But that's not the way our meeting went. I think I mentioned it before that the clerk met with us and said the city manager's been looking at this for 2 years and the council's gonna back him up because the marshals were done away with in San Antonio, so I guess that's what's gonna happen here. So I could respect that if he just said, we're just going to do away with marshals. But for him to come before you, this council, and present numbers that were wrong, that I then presented to you the correct numbers, that's what I cannot respect, the fact that he did that. Coming up here and for him to defame our character to possible future agencies considering employing us is wrong. Stating that we are not properly trained was wrong. For the clerk to say that my job is too dangerous and high risk is not his place to say. When the city hired me, I was a detention officer and I worked in that dreary facility, as some of you like to call it, for 7 years. I then transferred to the Marshals Division in 2017. The city hired me for what I brought to the table, and what I brought to the table was a peace officer's license. You see, when I took this oath of office and became a police officer, that was my choice to make, not his. I choose to wear the uniform every day, and I take it with the risk that it involves. Regardless of what agency I represent, we, the people who wear the uniform, we make that decision, and it's ours alone to make. I choose to put my life in the front line to save others. I choose to run into chaos while others are running away from it. I choose to lay down my life for my brother or my sister if need be. That is my decision, and no one else has a right to speak for me on that decision. So this just leads me to believe that from having a clerk that looked out for his employees, because I have so many awards that I've received under his direction, beyond the call of duty, Amanda Guerra, making a difference, Amanda Guerra, employee of the month, and I have at least 6 of those, employee of the quarter, when the city still used to have employee of the quarter stuff. Here at City Hall. Yeah, he went from being a clerk that cared for his employees to a yes, sir clerk. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you, Ms. Guerra. Susie Saldana. And then if we can have, we have Alex Fluck, Jennifer Espino, Julie Galbraith, and Rachel Caballero.
Susie Saldana, 4710 Hackle. As you know, I've come before you because of the issue of the water. I want to tell you that I've been doing a lot of research on your water and what you have been doing. And you know what bothers me? Is that we come before you and tell you what our problems are with all this. We thanked our city manager for bringing to light the information he needed to. And yet, I hear all sorts of rumors that some council people are out there trying to negotiate still for the high water users. Hey, let's not raise the rate on the citizens. Let's not raise the rate on the high water users. Why do you do that? Why are you still protecting them? Why do you want to work out deals that will harm the citizens of Corpus Christi. Have they not been paid enough already with the 10, 20 years they have been creaming the money out of the citizens of Corpus Christi? Do you not have any feelings, those of you that are making deals? Do you not have any feelings for the people that put you in office, that voted for you, that got you in those chairs? Because every single person that pays utilities, you are supposed to be taking care of them. You're not. You're not taking care of them when you're working out deals and making these proposals. Let me tell you, when you take your vote on this budget, think good and hard. There's a lot of people that are watching. There's a lot of people that have now taken up the sword on water. And you might not see them in this building right here. They're out there. And they're talking about you. And they're talking about what you're doing. You either stand with the people or you stand against them. So don't come out and propose that there be no rate increase in citizens, but you also protect your high water users. You don't want any rate being increased on them. This is the time you need to stand up, put your professionalism to work, put your morals to work, and support the people. Be grateful that you have a city manager that had the guts to bring it up. Be grateful that you don't have a whole bunch of people going around this building with signs, because that's going to be the last resort. And I guarantee you that you will have them. What I also do guarantee you is that you get to make a vote that is what your conscience dictates, what your constituents want from you, not your opinion. When you took those chairs, your opinion doesn't no longer count. It is the opinion of the people that elected you that count. Remember who they are, and don't try playing God anymore. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Saldana. Alex Fluck? Am I saying that correctly?
It's fluky.
Fluky.
You're close.
Sorry. That's the
like
third
fluky.
one. Okay.
All right. Hi there, everybody. My name is Alex Fluky, and I live at 729 Sam Street, proudly in District 2. I'm here today to advocate in favor of the various sustainability initiatives that are unfortunately on the chopping block. And specifically, I'm talking about the expansion of the heating and cooling service enhancements, the tree canopy survey, and also the air monitoring funding. It's unfortunate that these small budget line items are really getting political, and possibly because of this conflict are gonna not be on the budget next year. It's sad to think that some of our city leaders do not see the importance of helping some of our most vulnerable populations by expanding access to heating and cooling facilities in harsh weather conditions. Here in Corpus Christi, we're used to helping our community. We deal with a lot of natural disasters like flooding and hurricanes, right? And people come together to help. The city really should do that as well. We can take the lead in our state and be a model of kindness by funding and running an expanded heating and cooling service. Everyone deserves to be out of the elements, and I think our community could be really proud to give these services to these people. Studies like the tree canopy survey and air monitoring are both essential components of a city that functions with their future in mind. These items will help Corpus better serve and protect their communities from extreme weather and harmful pollution. If we don't know what's going on in our city, how can we effectively help, right? How can we solve any issues or inequalities that may be occurring? Additionally, I work for a nonprofit called Texas Rising, and we've been doing a postcard drive on campus, a really cool retro design here. And what we've been doing is we've been talking about these sustainability initiatives over the past week. We're doing a climate week on campus. And just yesterday, we actually got 50 students on campus to sign these postcards. Our goal is 250, and we plan to bring them to City Council meeting next week to hand them all to you to see that these students are aware of what is going on with our budget and want to be part of it. And 50 students, right? That doesn't seem like much, but runoff elections here in Corpus have been won and lost by less than 50 votes. And these young people are active voters. We also do a lot of voter registration. These students are ready to vote, and they're ready to vote in these elections that we're telling them about and we're talking to them about. But yeah, so we really just we can do better here, and we're really planning to show you that like young people and really the people of Corpus care about the budget and they want to be part of it. So thank you for your time, and I'm looking forward to seeing you next week.
Thank you, Ms. Flukie. Jennifer Espino.
Jennifer Espino, 1805 Amazon. I want to start by saying I hope folks do not take for granted what it takes for working class people to be able to come to these meetings, to give public comment. I would be here much more often if my schedule allowed. That being said, I do regularly watch council meetings, and because of what I've seen, decided to take time away from work to be here today. I was deeply troubled to find out a few meetings ago that the $1.1 million in CARES Act money we were assured in December and again in January would be handed over to Salvation Army to add more beds and establish the low barrier, or as the mayor prefers to call it, open entry shelter, had in fact not been handed over. Not only had that money not been passed through, but the project had such little oversight that it had not even begun, and Salvation Army questioned the viability of even the first phase. This seemed to be something we, as the public, learned at the same time as our mayor and presumably the rest of our council. As someone who has helped run a mutual aid program for years and also has an office downtown, so very regularly interacts with unhoused folks, I knew that Salvation Army had not started because I've called to try to get unhoused folks resources or shelter, just to be met with confusion when asking about the progress of the expansion, which, mind you, was supposed to begin construction in January, with the whole project slated to be completed by the fall of 2023. I want to be clear that I opposed handing that money over to Salvation Army to begin with, a private nonprofit with a questionable history and reputation with the homeless community here, a nonprofit that is not accountable to us, and a nonprofit that many of the homeless folks I've interacted with are banned from. As dedicated and lovely as some of the folks at Salvation Army are, nonprofits are intended to care for those who have fallen through the cracks of the system. I say this as a nonprofit worker. All nonprofits should be working toward our own obsolescence. We need to reduce the size of the cracks, and we need to do that by investing that CARES Act money into a city-run low-barrier shelter and by allocating a much more significant portion of our city budget into that shelter's success. In all of the conversations about crime, the council, with the exception of Jim and Sylvia, has put such an enormous emphasis on crime control, on what we do after crime has already happened, after our communities have already experienced harm, but next to no attention on crime prevention. Housing is crime prevention. Transitioning people out of homelessness so their existence and survival is not criminalized is crime prevention, and I am begging you to take that seriously. Our safety depends on it, but most importantly, our ability to move forward with a clean conscience depends on addressing a housing crisis that has already led to death and suffering and will lead to much more of it if we deprioritize heating and cooling centers. It depends on addressing that crisis with a much greater deal of care and compassion, and releasing our egos so we're not focusing on past failures and looking forward to what can and should be done based on where the data is so clearly pointing. Thank you. Sorry for rushing through that.
Thank you, Ms. Espino. Julie Galbraith?
Yes, you said it right. I'm Julie Galbraith.
Thank you.
Julie Galbraith, 15310 Williamsport, Padre Island, District 4. I've lived in my home for 28 years. And the irony is, I want to speak on item number 10. The irony is, I can read what I'm about to read from this book to you standing outside the Bay Club Apartments. This is a quote from a sensory biologist who was studying the Grand Teton National Park, and he says, and I quote, "The parking lot is lit up like a Walmart because no one thought about the implications for wildlife." Okay, wildlife is one thing. Everyone loves turtles and birds and all those. What about for people? Does it matter? They just started studying the impact of lighting on our environment in the 2000s. The studies show, even so quickly, that it matters. And we know it matters to people if we go back to old studies and sound. My neighbor can't mow his lawn before the city ordinance says he can mow his lawn in the morning because there's this magic time in the sky that says you have to wait till this time before you put noise. Why? Because we need to sleep. And we do need to sleep at nighttime also. And when the lights are pouring into my windows, that's impacting my sleep. There are solutions. We need to start looking at those solutions. The Coachella Valley in the Palm Springs region has a similar population to what we have in Corpus Christi, and they do have dark night skies. If you go driving down the streets in any of the 9 cities in Coachella Valley, you can see the stars. You can see the Big Dipper. You probably could see the really rare green nebula that I couldn't see across the street because Cane Harbor put in brand new lights. And oh, by the way, they're adding more. We can make a difference. We have made a difference. When they invented glass light bulbs, guess what they did? They had to put shades on them to protect their eyes in their homes, and they were so grateful they could read in their home and not by candlelight. We went from clear glass to a bulb that has a coating that keeps it from hurting our eyes, from this to this. Okay, lamp shades. Can we do that on our city street lighting? Absolutely, yes, we can do that. And I urge you to continue studying the issue. It's new science, and we need to heed it and move forward. Thank you for your hard work, folks.
Thank you, Ms. Galbraith. Rachel Caballero.
Oh, my book. Everyone should read this.
Rachel Caballero, 522 Hancock, pronounced Rachel. Good afternoon, elected representatives of the people of this community and our taxpayer-paid employees and city staffers. Today we will answer one of the top questions the majority of this community has. Are you a governing body that represents this community, or are you all special interests serving paid politicians? I'm here to ask you all to do the right thing by us, the community. Do not increase any utility rates or fees. Do not increase the tax rate, and stop using certificates of obligation without our permission or our knowledge. The more that I come here to speak, the more apparent it's become that the commitment of this council to serve the community is not its top priority. Planting stories in the media that any of you have exposed the inequality of what industry is paying or not paying is an absolute joke. The truth is, you all knew, and you chose to do nothing about it until now. Now that we, the community who have been coming here week after week to plead with you to do the right thing by us and getting no response. No true transparency and an unwillingness to give us industry usage has proven what your true colors and intentions are and have been, Mayor Guajardo. It is extremely disheartening and alarming that you all haven't figured out in 10 to 20 years that industry is not only paying their fair share, but they have also been paying well below what it even costs us to get them our water. Now we find out the community has been subsidizing and paying for their water through our rate structure for decades. What have you all been doing? Some of you have been in office for 30 plus years, and many of you are serving your last terms. How did you all not catch this? The city manager has been here for 4 years. 4 years. Why was this not one of the first things to understand? How are we receiving our main revenue stream, and who's paying for what? This is accounting 101. What are you all doing? We cannot afford to have you all constantly raising utility rates, fees, or the tax rate. I think I speak on behalf of the majority of the community, or at least those that do not profit from political relationships with some of you, that we would like for you all to relearn what your elected roles are supposed to be. For example, being more efficient and effective with the revenue you are already receiving, getting infrastructure and streets repaired at a speed and quality that the community is happy with. And finally, I expect Mr. Roland Barrera to recuse yourself from item number 31, as it's a conflict of interest as you work for Fulton Construction too.
Thank you, Ms. Caballero. Samuel Andre Fryer, and if we can have Armand Alex, Maggie Peacock, Sylvia Jimenez de la Garza, and Eli McKay come up front here to my left.
I had a slide deck. Good afternoon, Council. My name is Samuel Andre Fryer. I live in Cardinals Lane in District 4. You know, when I heard the press release from the Public Health District saying that COVID clinic to merge with routine immunizations clinic effective last Friday, it reminded me of a quote from Thomas Jefferson, and I quote, "There is no justification for taking away individuals' freedom in the guise of public safety." You know, the release went on to say House Bill 1, which basically as of this Friday will prohibits the Department of State and Health Services from using appropriated funds to promote and advertise COVID-19 vaccinations. Great. No more billboards, no more commercials, no more anything else that targets children or other populations to get an experimental gene therapy shot. But nevertheless, over 2 years ago, 2/3 of my family and other citizens sat right here, and we actually asked the council at the time to actually work with the Public Health District to inform and educate the people of COVID-19 early treatment protocols that were developed by independent doctors and medical associations who have successfully treated COVID-19 patients. Now, the Caller Times went with the narrative and called it "Residents Promote Unfounded COVID-19 Treatments." We all know that the shots don't necessarily work. But nevertheless, with all the facts and all the supporting documents we provided to you, which eventually led to a citizens initiative, which 80 registered voters signed, but nevertheless the council decided to do absolutely nothing, at the peril of Corpus Christians, their families, loved ones, and friends. So we went fullytreatable.org. That's what citizens do. And Thomas Jefferson, in the spirit of Thomas Jefferson, who said, "A well-informed citizenry is the best defense against tyranny." So this is like a bait and switch. We're not going to advertise, but we'll kind of put it with the other immunizations, and we will continue to push shots, but we will not inform the public, help them improve their health and help them go past this. So this same bait and switch is with the whole concept of sustainability department. We'll do away with the sustainability department per se, but we'll leave all the concepts in there. I'm glad to hear that a lot of those are on the chopping block. I'm thankful for that, and I'm really glad that's taking place. But we do not need pseudo-government overreach going into the lives of the citizens, because this is the fact. Jefferson said, when you abandon freedom to achieve security, you lose both and deserve neither. So please take a sense and look at that particular slide. You actually look at the cards and look at the information that's there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Fryer. Armand Alex?
Howdy, folks. Good morning. My name is Armand Alex. I live at 1610 La Jolla in District 3. Let's see. So I've said this a few times when I've approached the public comment that it is our duty as residents to thank you whenever you're doing good and also call you out whenever you're making mistakes. And so I'm going to be practicing that today. I think it's a mistake that we have 4 sustainability initiatives that are on the chopping block, those being the air monitoring. We've heard justification for it already. The tourism sustainability, we all are investing so much in tourism. Why in the world would we be taking this away when the Visitors Bureau was in favor of this to begin with? Why is this on the chopping block? And it's just a few $1,000 compared to 1.3, 1.5 that's being used to advertise gas in the city when it's already a monopoly. Like, there's no competition for us to be advertising gas. And we're talking about a few $1,000. Anyways, I remember when I was in elementary learning about elected officials and local government, and I remember thinking, wow, people in office, they must be the cream of the crop. They must be the most educated and most honest, truthful people out there. Well, I ran for office last year, and on the campaign trail, most of you said, we promise to protect public health, be fiscally responsible. How is this fiscally responsible? How is taking these sustainability initiatives proposing to remove them in favor of public health? That's a lie. If you are here and not representing what you told your constituents that you were going to run on, yes, I agree with Susie Saldana that said we are watching. Folks are paying attention to what this council is doing and not doing. Some of you guys are up for re-election. Some of you are running for office right now. And I would highly encourage you to go back to what your constituents put you in office for. Dr. Klein calls budgets moral documents. By taking away these sustainability initiatives, the 4 of them that I've mentioned, air quality, you're telling us it's out of your morals to not want to protect public health, to not care about our lungs whenever it comes to pollution. And the expanded heating cooling service enhancements, is that out of your morals to protect our most vulnerable people? Budgets are moral documents, and it's how the city invests its money. You all are, the folks that are trying to remove these things, that's terrible. That's just absolutely terrible. We've heard multiple times from multiple community input sessions, overwhelming amount of support for these sustainability initiatives, and some of you are just taking these off just because it has the word sustainability in it, because you don't understand what it is. We have provided multiple pieces of evidence, multiple definitions. I have literally taken a curriculum made for elementary students and emailed it to you all to understand. How do you not understand this? We need to put these sustainability initiatives back on the budget. Please and thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Alex. Maggie Peacock.
Madam Mayor, just for the record, the comment about budgets being moral documents, I have to confess, I ripped off Dr. Martin Luther King.
Thank you, Dr. Klein.
Hi, all. Maggie Peacock, 1773 Ennis Jocelyn. I'm here today as a very disappointed young person. As the deadline for the proposed budget neared the end, a few of y'all made the sad decision to make notable budget cuts that will have a lasting impact on our community. We had and still have the opportunity to make positive changes for this city. Why don't some of y'all want that for our home? As a young person who will bear the brunt of the decisions y'all are making today, I simply do not understand it. Moreover, I'm here today to protest the following budget cuts. The first one is the heating and cooling centers for those struggling with extreme poverty. That is just inhumane. These people are struggling, and this is the least y'all can do. Homelessness is a very intersectional problem. The crisis disproportionately impacts communities of color and queer people, and not to mention an increase in severe heat, severe storms, and sea level rise in coastal communities like ours because of the climate crisis will exacerbate the vulnerabilities houseless communities already face. These heating and cooling centers are essential and the bare minimum, honestly. The other one is the Air Monitoring Fund to help fund the Coastal Bend Air Quality Partnership. I was asked to serve on the Air Quality Working Group by the mayor this past February. Mayor, again, I thank you for that appointment. But we need some backing behind these initiatives. We don't need any more performative things because people are sick and dying because of poor, polluted air quality thanks to the 14 miles of industry and heavy refining we have in our city. And once again, this disproportionately impacts marginalized communities, and we need this funding and these studies to save lives. And the other one is the tree canopy study for our city. Not only will this help with the polluted air on a basic, not systemic level, but also address heat islands within our city, for many of our neighbors don't have the tree coverage and are surrounded by concrete. You know how absolutely hot it has been outside. Would y'all like to step outside and go to your car, run groceries, or go to work or whatever under some trees or hot burning asphalt? Also, I mentioned in one of my previous comments that I have recently had the privilege to travel to a few other major cities around the country, and many of them have beautiful tree coverage. And not only is it cooler under this burning extreme heat that we're experiencing, it's more beautiful. And when you live in a more beautiful city, it's like also impacts other aspects of your life, like mental health. So many of these people want and need these to stay in the budget, and I want to discuss one more thing. Unlike what one of our city council members have stated,
Climate change is not debatable, climate change is not a hoax, and climate change is real. And it's so annoying that I have to say that silly comment every time I make a public comment. If you just pay attention to the headlines, Hurricane Hilary triggers first ever tropical storm watch for California. Canadian wildfires fought 100 years worth of wildfires in one night. Wildfires sweep through New Mexico. Tens of thousands of dead fish wash up on Texas Gulf shores. Hot ocean water in the Gulf will give boost to a hurricane that's making landfall in Florida today. Must I continue? The climate crisis is happening all around us, and Corpus Christi is not immune, and y'all are going to regret not listening to us. So just please act on that, please.
Thank you, Ms. Peacock. Sylvia Jimenez de la Garza.
She's a little taller than me. A lot. Hi. Again, Sylvia Jimenez of de la Garza of Sylvia Henderson, short. I live in 3009 Charles Drive. I come over here to ask again my representatives to support the initiative that Steve requested, a smaller trash can. I also had 5 surgeries on my hands, and I wasn't able to move the 96-gallon trash can. Fortunately, I do need the big trash cans because we have 10 people in my house with dogs and everything. So I do need it, and my husband was able to move it. But I also have friends who are elderly, who are in wheelchair, and they don't need a 96-gallon trash cans. We do need it for the safety of our elderly, which are the ones who actually voted. The senior citizens are the ones who voted for all of you, because the young and the working persons, usually they don't remember after a hard day work to go and vote. So please think on, the city manager doesn't get to be here, obviously, if we criticizing him. So, and he doesn't bother to hear the people who pays his bills and his salary. But we voted for you, so please listen to us. He doesn't need to be reelected, you do. You need to be worried, so please think of that, and please support Ms. Sylvia Campos, and please vote for it, Mr. Also, I'm here. The city manager did any study on the marshal's department, who's going to affect a lot of people. He always does a study. Everybody does the studies. This marshal's department, removing it is going to affect a lot of people who works on our city, who are members of the city. I want a study done, not a $500,000 study, but a study. The police department doesn't have a good record. They're running the 911 department, and we have a little girl who died on her way to the hospital because there was not a fast response from the 911 department, and that was on July 4th. Also, I'll give you a copies real quick before I run out of time on this. He did a really nice show about our beaches, how he's going to implement our beaches and all that stuff. We're one of the poopiest cities in Texas. So I want to know how he's going to improve that when we are in the news, please. All those water fees that he's been charging and increasing for the last 4 years that we are now higher than San Antonio, where he came from, please. If his salary can be, his new increased salary can be back to the water fees, that will be good. So we can fix.
Thank you so much.
This, that will be nice.
Thank you, Ms. Jimenez de la Garza. Eli McKay.
Thank you.
And then we have John Weber, Autumn Hensiek, Jake Hernandez, Bob Paulison.
Hi, everyone. My name is Eli McKay, and like all of you, I live on the land of the Karankawa and Lipan Apache peoples at what is now 1008 Marguerite Street, District 1. So last week, I asked y'all to stop doing the same things and expecting different results. Last week, I was very hopeful that this council and mayor and city manager was taking strides to make lasting changes. I'm still hopeful, but I watched Friday's budget presentation and I'm a little less hopeful. I now realize the problem is much bigger than all of y'all. Corpus Christi isn't changing because we have had the same people cycling into elected positions like a carnival ride from hell. These individuals will stop at nothing to keep the community conforming to outdated solutions and fearing new ideas that are alternative to their worldview. It's up to us as a community to stop this. Together, we can envision another way of life and stop allowing ourselves to be blinded by polarity. We need to rethink what health really means for our community. It's already happening, and I am encouraged by all of the community input and vigilance, especially around the need for more equitable water rates and the industrial users to finally pay their fair share. I just needed a minute. There's a lot of energy in this room today, y'all, and I hope that you're hearing all of the comments because I sure as heck am. So we elected y'all to have discernment and to see past polarity when making these decisions that will raise the quality of life for all residents, beginning with those who are most vulnerable. Do not cut funding for the heating and cooling centers. The very suggestion is not only disgusting, but as Maggie said, inhumane, and she didn't even know I was going to say that. We need a shelter without barriers for people who have pets, mental health, or addiction issues. And until that happens, these heating and cooling centers are a necessity, without a doubt. Y'all have the power to do the right thing, and I know deep down each of you understands what that is. All humans know what the right thing to do is. I also know, and y'all may not know this, but this paradigm of corruption in Corpus Christi is going to shift regardless of those of you who are blind by it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McKay. John Weber?
John Weber, 609 Naples Street. Next slide. I attended this meeting in my district. Yes, these comments were made, but by no means were they a good representation of all the comments in total. Even if they were, it doesn't seem like they were incorporated into the staff's budget recommendations. Next slide. I presented this slide on the 15th before the gas department budget briefing that was scheduled for the 21st. This is a big department with a big budget, and its briefing disappeared. I doubt it was related to my comments. The council should request a briefing before approving the budget. Promoting and subsidizing new users of water or gas and passing that cost on to existing users and taxpayers is wasteful at best. Eliminating this wasteful expense can free up money for projects the public commented on wanting. Next slide. A council member mentioned that the TCEQ is doing air monitoring. That is true, but it's also true much of the time the monitors show ND, which means no data. On this slide, you can see 2 ozone monitors that have data, but all 3 of the particulate matter monitors have no data. Keep this visual in your head. Next slide. This is a population density map of the area. There are no TCEQ monitors where most people live. They have been aware of this for many years and have done nothing to monitor emissions where the bulk of the people live. Next slide. Do we need a tree canopy study? I will leave that up to you. We do need a staffer to review studies that have been already completed and come up with a plan on how we can increase our tree cover. We are rated at 73 on a scale of 100. Next slide. These are some of the benefits if we increased our score to just 80. Notice the jobs number. Next slide. Pay close attention to stormwater runoff prevented at 86.5 million gallons and rainwater intercepted at 272.3 million gallons, not to mention emissions removed. Next slide. As you can see, there are many benefits for having more trees, including reducing heat and avoiding flooding. There are also equity issues related to who is currently benefiting from our trees. We need to make sure this is considered in all new tree planting initiatives. The best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The second best time is now. As always, have a nice day.
Thank you, Mr. Weber. Autumn Hensiek?
Hello, my name is Autumn Hensick, 325 Louisiana, District 2. I'm here today wearing two hats. I'm a lifelong resident of Corpus Christi, and I'm also the fossil fuel exports organizer with the Texas Campaign for the Environment. We are a grassroots organization that is dedicated to working toward a pollution-free future for Texas, and we're lucky to have over 30,000 members across the state. I'm here today to amplify the voices of many who have spoken before me in addressing the ways in which our current water rates reflect the city's prioritizing and back-scratching of industries that are actively contributing to our demise. I'm also here to remind you that you are sitting where you are today because you swore to serve your constituents. We are already experiencing the effects of climate change here in the Coastal Bend, and we should be acting with the urgency that that issue commands. So why are we continuing to cut sweetheart deals with crude oil, LNG, and petrochemical facilities at the expense of the same constituents you swore to serve? Why are you forcing us to pay more for our home to actively be destroyed? And why are you forcing us to pay for our own demise? As a resident of Corpus Christi, I've dealt with incompetency at every level from within the water department. As a resident of Corpus Christi, after a pipe burst on Christmas Eve of last year, I'm still paying for more than $800 of water spilled at an increased wastewater rate due to the quarterly average that was happening at the time of the pipe burst. My husband and I, since Christmas of last year, have spent countless hours on the phone with the water department to provide proof of receipts, services completed, and still have seen no change to our wastewater average or to the adjustments that we're told would be made to us for the water that was lost due to the pipe burst. We have been promised our case would be handled, credits applied, rates adjusted, and as we approach Christmas yet again, I am sure that you can guess whether or not those adjustments have been made. I want to leave you today with a simple prompt to think on regarding the current proposed rates. It's nice to see that you're looking up at me, Mike. I ask you first to imagine yourself outside of these chambers, outside of the chair that you're sitting in right now. Do you really believe outside of these walls that industries who use millions of gallons of water every day should be charged less than residents using an average of 60 gallons? Is that the work that you're proud of accomplishing? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hensick. Jake Hernandez, Bob Paulison, Adam Rios, and Alicia Casparidis.
My name is Jake Hernandez. I live at 488 Palmetto Street in District 2. I am a lifelong resident of Corpus Christi and also a community organizer with Texas Campaign for the Environment. While I love this city, I have grave concerns for the future of our economy and our environment. I'm here today to plead to you to consider the consequences of raising the rates of residential water usage while allowing for steep discounts for industrial polluters. Those consequences including but not limited to hurting the pockets of an already struggling public and sowing further distrust between the community and our elected officials. I would like to say I have absolute faith in the City Council to make the correct decision to protect our interests over the interests of industry and your own careers, but sadly, I do not, and that is why I'm here today. As somebody who has spoken to numerous residents all over town, as that is a part of my job as a community organizer, I have talked to residents about the water rates, the drought restrictions, and the disparities between what industrial polluters get away with in regards to water usage and what residents are burdened with. I can report to you that the consensus among residents is straight up anger. I would like you to listen to me, to listen to the residents of our town. We need you to give up on protecting the industries ruining our community, our health, and our pockets. And for a change, we need you to stand with the residents against the industries poisoning our air and poisoning our bay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. Bob Paulson.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. Bob Paulson, 15226 Barataria Drive, Corpus Christi, Texas. I'm the Executive Director of the Coastal Bend Industry Association, formerly known as Port Industries of Corpus Christi. I'm here today to ask for your support of the Coastal Bend Air Quality Partnership and the restoration of the $25,000 in funding that appears to have been removed by staff labeled as air monitoring funding at last Friday's workshop. The Air Quality Partnership and its predecessor group, the Air Quality Working Group, has a 28-year history in this community. It was formed in 1995 when the area was at risk of exceeding ozone standards as a partnership between the city, industry, academia, and the community. And since that time, in a non-regulatory fashion, through the promotion of voluntary emissions reduction activities, has helped the area stay ahead and in compliance of ever stricter air quality standards. The partnership itself was formed 3 years ago when it became clear to the members of the work group that the ad hoc nature of the work group itself, along with the limited funding, reduced its effectiveness and its stability to continue to do the good work that it's done for nearly 3 decades in the region. And so the work group wanted to take the group to the next level so that we could continue to protect the air quality in our airshed here in Nueces County and San Patricio County, the 2 counties in the regional airshed. The partnership itself does no monitoring, but it does integrate the information from the regulatory monitors in addition to several research monitors and some industry-funded monitors, and also taps into other systems provided by the EPA, NOAA, and NASA to continually look at the air quality in our region. As I mentioned before, academia, in the form of first A&M Kingsville and now A&M Corpus Christi, in the form of members from the Coastal Studies Department, as well as the Pollution Prevention Partnership and Vehicle Check, are part of the overall group. And like I said, over the last 28 years, it's had a significant impact on keeping us in compliance with air quality standards, all during the time where we've seen an increase in the population, an increase in the real GDP, and an increase in the prosperity of people in this region. And I ask that the City of Corpus Christi continue to play a leadership role within the partnership. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Paulson. Adam Rios.
Good afternoon, everyone. Adam Rios, 7301 Tangled Ridge Court. Going to be talking about a few things today. One, obviously, I'm going to bring a little bit of light. I am now the Public Relations and Media Position Official for the Texas Gulf Surfing Association, which is a 501c3 nonprofit organization. It's a member-based governing body for the amateur surfing sport here in Texas, founded in 1988 to preserve, promote, and protect the sport of surfing along the Texas coast. The TGSA has the longest running term of any amateur organization in the state, especially regarding surfing. I'm coming to you to hopefully shed some light on this fact, and perhaps in the near future, right around the John Olvey Open, which will be September 10th, 9th, and 10th here in Corpus Christi, maybe recognize this incredible organization with the proclamation and giving them some recognition. In terms of everything that I've heard today, I'll try and stay on course with this. I do try and stay positive about things. I've had some recent conversations, both online and in person, in terms of what exactly my involvement is with this city, its people, my culture. and even beyond that. So I want to clarify a few things so that there's not misinformation out there regarding how committed I am to my city and my culture. I am a card-carrying member of the American Indian Movement Central Texas chapter. I'm part of the Apache Passion Project. I have worked in communities and schools, working with underprivileged children. I have worked at Fighting to Rid Gangs in America, also underprivileged children, trying to get them on the right path, being a positive role model. I've worked for Project Turnaround, where I not only was helping underfunded children of all communities throughout South Texas. I had the unfortunate role sometimes of having to transition 13, 14, 15-year-olds who had just tested positive for HIV to understand that they could have a normal life as possible. I have been a part of the Chicano Liberation Youth Movement. I was a part of Project Loop to build skate parks in underprivileged areas throughout the state. I'm a current board member on the K-Space Board of Directors, which is the gallery downtown. We are currently working on the Dia de los Muertos Festival, which will happen soon. Last year it was the third largest in the nation. And finally, I am a member of the Corpus Christi Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee. So I hope that answers some few questions about what exactly I do here in the city. I want to bring a little attention to some folks who have been speaking passionately today. I talk a lot about my past. You know, I was a little punk rocker trying to be all rebellious. And one of the quotes that to this day still sticks with me is this one. And I mean no disrespect to anybody, but this is something that I really viewed. It really impacted me, this quote. And it was that authority is supposedly grounded in wisdom. But I learned from an early age that authority was somehow inherently just a system of control. There were a lot of things said in public comments in the last few weeks regarding the sins of the past and this budget that's coming forward and how we didn't learn from the sins of the past. And you see all these kids who come here that are not only educated in the fields that they're talking about, they're passionate about it.
Thank you.
I hope you listen to them when you
Thank
vote
you,
today.
Mr. Rios. Mhm. Sorry, yeah. Yeah, you did. Thank you.
You said Texas Surfing, what was the name of the organization?
The Texas Gulf Surfing Association.
Thank you.
TGSA. I know Councilman Stuckley. Stuckley knows quite a few members of that organization, so thank y'all.
Thank you. Alicia Casperitis?
Hi, I'm Alicia Casperitis. I'm the executive officer of the Coastal Bend Home Builders Association. On behalf of the association, I'm here to state that we are not in opposition to the Development Services Year 3 increase of 10% fee increase. The Development Services team, as always, has taken the time to listen and work with us on our concerns. We look forward to continuing to work with Al, Mike, and their team to assess the fees in further detail.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, let's see, Ms. Muerto, we have one phone or WebEx, I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am. It's Brittany Young.
Okay.
I reside in District 3.
Yes, ma'am.
Today I'm calling to show my support for keeping the heating and cooling centers, the tree canopy study, and the air monitoring fund in the proposed budget. It is a dangerous practice for the well-being of a city when empathy is not a factor in creating a city's budget. Mr. Zanoni talked about the positive impact enhancing heating and cooling centers would have for our senior citizens and the homeless community who are at the front lines of climate change. However, this item is being deemed irrelevant by its proposed removal from the city's budget. Many of us have the privilege to be able to have a home with proper heating and cooling that allows us to escape the impacts of extreme temperatures brought on by climate change. Well, unless our famous Texas grid decides to take its final breath. During the District 5 community input session, Councilman Hernandez said no one was as empathetic about the issue of homelessness as himself because of his direct experience with it. Today, I hope Councilman Hernandez, along with the rest of the City Council, can demonstrate their empathy for the unhoused by keeping the heating and cooling centers in the proposed budget. Please consider the individuals who are facing their own challenges while trying to survive by providing them a short refuge from the heat and cold. Proposing to strike items from a budget that directly impacts the health and well-being of Corpus Christi residents shows a total disregard and disconnect from the public. Turning your backs to residents during a time of extreme temperatures is honestly giving Cancun cruise, and this budget should reflect the opposite. I call upon the City Council to join your colleagues who do support funding heating and cooling centers, the tree canopy study, and air monitoring fund. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Young. Mayor, that concludes the public comment period.
Thank you, Ms. Huerta.
And Mayor,
Yes.
just to follow up on, I think at least one or two of the public comments, and I know Councilman Klein talked about it before. I have Bill Mahaffey here, our gas director. We do want to explain this quote-unquote advertising budget because it's misunderstood and mislabeled.
Okay.
That we don't have $1 million for advertising.
And I'd like,
yeah.
after this, I would
Right.
also like you to clarify the cooling and centers, that item initiative.
Okay, we can do
Please.
that. Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
Mayor, council members, thank you for having me today. So yes, on the 1.37 million marketing budget, out of that budget, 850,000 of those monies are allocated to the home builder rebate program. So that program offers $1,000 rebates for the builders to put gas appliances in their homes. That program has been in place for over 20 years and has been successful and growing. We are almost at 100% of all the homes are plumbed for gas. The rest of that money is allocated to our public awareness program, which is gas safety. And so we don't do a lot of advertising to promote the use of gas. Our main promotion is that rebate program. And the rest is federally mandated public awareness programs. So
Public awareness is for safety purposes?
Yes, for safety and for safety programs on the gas. So I don't know if y'all have any questions I can answer.
Councilman Klein?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Thanks, Bill. Thanks for clarifying that. In last year's budget, the line item for marketing natural gas was $900,000. I think maybe exactly some odd amount after that, I guess. And now it's 1.37 million. Why did it increase by 50% this year?
So last year we did over 700,000, or this year we're on track to do over $750,000 in rebates. We had budgeted for about 400,000 of that rebates. Luckily, we do have additional funds in our budget to cover those rebates this year. And I just needed to increase that budget because D.R. Horton, a lot of these other home builders have given us their estimates for next year, and they're estimating that they're going to build a lot more homes.
So you budgeted for 400,000 last year, is that right?
I think it was around 400 or 500,000 in the budget.
Do you have the actuals then?
Yes, well, the estimated actuals for this year is going to be around 750,000 on the rebates themselves. And then there's some rebates that we may not even pay this year that we may wait till next year to pay in the next year's budget that are on hold.
And do you do any marketing at all for Corpus Christi Gas Department?
Yes, we do a lot of marketing. We do a lot of public awareness program marketing. I mean, we do market, gas homes, but that's not our main focus on our marketing. It's gas safety. If you smell rotten eggs, call the gas department. Our 811 program is that's call before you dig. That's a program that we spend a lot of marketing on. It's a very important program to us to prevent damages. Yes, that's the line locating program that we that is very successful.
Right.
And then we also in this fund we also market for our Plumbers the People program, which has been very successful. This is the first full year that we've had that program in place, and since we introduced it 2 years ago, we've replaced plumbing in customers' homes, about 30 customers' homes, and that money that's funding the actual work in that program came from our supplier Nextera. They offered to to fund that program in the tune of about $500,000.
So I hear from the public, sadly I don't attend very many Hooks games, that the Corpus Christi Gas Department has billboards out at Hooks Stadium. Is
Yes,
that
sir.
correct? Do you have an estimate of a cost or something like that?
I think last year I think it was around 30,000 or so that we advertised with the Hooks. I'd have to look into that, but I think that's about the amount that we.
And do you do other marketing or promotional efforts as well?
Yes, we do. We do mailers. We do billboards. We advertise on the radio, social media. We also advertise with the Hooks, the ice rays.
Right.
We do a lot of different events. I also have 2 full-time employees that are in this budget as well.
But Bill, let's be clear, are you advertising to get customers or for safety on gas?
We're advertising for gas safety, so it's
Safety,
811.
right, we're not advertising to get new customers,
Yes,
right?
the majority of our ads are going to have 811, what, if you smell gas, call 311.
Okay.
Those type of messages.
So we got to be clear. The majority of your ads have.
The majority of the ads, yes.
So 55%, 65%, 85%?
Probably more like 90%. Once we get the main focus on getting gas in the homes is to get the gas in the homes before it's built. Because after it's built, it's very expensive to add gas into a house. So that's our main focus with our gas rebate program is once we're in the home, then the way I take care of my customers is we offer them the lowest rate in the state, which we do have the lowest rate, one of the lowest rates, probably the lowest rate in the state for gas.
And just to be clear again, as a gas provider, you have no competition, is that correct?
Well, our competition is electricity,
right.
So customers do have a choice. When they buy a home, they do have, a lot of the builders offer them, I know since I've been here, there was one time that a builder, the person that bought the home did prefer an electric stove, and they switched the gas stove out. That has happened one time in the 15 years that I've been here. And all the builders have told me that the value of the homes is a lot greater with gas appliances, and they have problems selling the homes if they have electric and don't have gas appliances. Because you also have to realize that having the gas appliance is going to save the customer on average about $350 to $400 a year in their utility bill. And for the environmental groups, it depends on which site you look at, but on average, it's going to reduce by almost a ton of carbon emissions because the electricity is produced by gas, and it's not as efficient to send the electricity as it is to have the source come right to you.
Right. That presumes that the electricity is being produced by gas and not by wind energy or solar energy or something like that.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Well, actually, that's based on the average tons of CO2 it takes to produce 1 kilowatt of electricity in the U.S. for 2022.
All right. Thank you.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Councilman Klein, for raising that issue. I also, this morning, before I was coming here, I actually called Bill. This is the first time that I've seen you and spoken with you. But it has been in the news as to, why we would have had a line item like that of $1.3 million. My question, I guess, would be, which I think you answered earlier, but I want the public to also hear, is your competition is electricity, right? The electric, having appliances, because you're using that to encourage people to use gas appliances versus electricicity, right?
Yes, ma'am. And the electric companies do help me a little bit by all the outages. Last year we had probably 400 gas generator requests to be installed on homes that didn't have gas. And we're also one of the most reliable utilities that you can get. We've never had an outage, so we're here to help.
Yeah, and believe me, I mean, I am, I have gas. I have an older home. I've lived here all my life, and I personally like it only because, when there have been hurricanes, the gas continues to, to cook for us, even though we may not have water, we may not have, electricity, but we will have the gas typically going. But I guess the thing is that about your competition as far as electricity, are they still offering rebates as well? Did you answer that question?
The initial gas rebate program, it kind of started because I think I wasn't in the industry then, but what I heard was that 20 years ago when it started, the electric companies were doing rebates to go all electric, and that's kind of what, because it used to be every home was built with gas, and then they started doing these rebates, and then they stopped building them with gas because it was cheaper because of the rebates. And then the customer count started to decline, and that's why they started these rebates, because to keep the rates low, I need to keep getting customers every year, and if I'm not growing, I'm dying as a company, and I do run the department as a business. We're funded through our rates. We're not funded by the general fund. We survive on our own, and we are fiscally responsible.
So it sounds like you've done your job.
Yes,
the
ma'am.
rebates have done. So why would we need to continue if you've
because
mission accomplished?
Because it's a successful program. I know that a lot of the builders would be here the next council meeting if it was on the chopping block for sure. I know they appreciate the program. And we do use the operating funds for that rebate program. But like I was saying, I'm not asking for a rate increase this year, and we are the lowest rates in the state, so it's working. And I'd hate to, take a risk and break something that's not, broken.
Yeah, but actually it has gone up. Like Councilman Klein mentioned, your budget item has gone up, right? It continues to go up. You just said that earlier.
Yes, but our rates have not gone up. So we're growing. We're making more revenue.
Mm-hmm.
I've got new suppliers coming in that I've been working with to get cheaper gas for my customers.
Okay.
And we're expanding the system. We do our own construction, so our costs are very low on operating, and so we have the budget.
Okay, so it sounds like basically it would be for the builders. Is that what this?
This is for the builders. We do have a program as well. If you do have a house and you want to add gas, they can also get rebates as well. That's not utilized as much. We don't get a lot of requests on that, but it is available to the customer as well.
Okay, well, just so that I guess now I know that it's. It seems that it is mostly for the builders, the ones that are building new homes, right?
Yes,
That's
ma'am.
what this rebate essentially helps.
Yes.
Right.
So
Okay.
it reduces the cost of the home
Right.
for the homeowner
Okay.
when they purchase
All right.
the home.
Thank you.
Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, Bill, thank you very much for the information and the explanation of the advertised bill. I just want to say, the house I live in now, I built in 1991, and I received the gas rebates back then for all the gas appliances. I have 2 furnaces, 2 hot water heaters, a dryer, and I can't remember all what else. They're all gas, and I did my homework, and gas appliances are much more efficient, especially hot water heaters, than electric ones. And I have another home that has, because there's no gas available, is electric, and I have to replace the hot water heaters about every 4 to 5 years because they just don't work anymore after that. So I get to pull them out, and they haul them somewhere and throw them in a dump somewhere. So I want to take up for our gas department a little bit. It's not here to just help builders. It's here to help homeowners. Those of us who put in generators after Hurricane Harvey to prevent us from not having electricity when hurricanes or tropical storms knock out the electrical utilities here in the city, many of which are airborne electrical utilities. all of us thought that that was going to save us from that issue. I didn't know it was going to keep me from freezing to death when the ice storm hit here a couple of years ago. So Bill runs a very top-notch department. When I came to the council, I took a very hard look at his department, as he will remember, even to the point of meeting with some people who wanted to buy the gas department from the city of Corpus Christi and operate it as an independent utility. So I looked at that, and it would not have been in the best interest of this city, and it certainly would not have been in the best interest of the people who live here in Corpus Christi, who depend upon gas in their houses. Many of the older homes, as you stated, Ms. Campos, were plumbed with gas way before electricity appliances ever came into place. So, Bill, thank you very much for what you do. I think y'all do a great job, and we're very fortunate to have the lowest gas prices for our homeowners in the state. And again, I want to say, this is not a program for home builders. This is a program to protect and help our people who live here in this city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Barrera.
Thank you, Mayor. And, you know, I want to echo some of the comments of my colleague, Mr. Pusley. I know, based on what came out on the news yesterday, it appeared that I probably had some concerns with this, but, you know, Mr. Mahaffey, I just want to also commend you because this is a true enterprise fund. It's a true enterprise fund. You know, these issues with regard to our competition as electricity, you know, sometimes you know, some of our friends that complain about, you know, when we were this Bitcoin mining thing, and then with Tesla, it's we're using too much electricity, you know, and it's bad for the environment. Well, now we're flipping to the other side, and now we're using too much gas, you know, and to try and market that. You know, you have, even though I know there's times that it seems like every time we talk there's a problem instead of on the positive things. But so I've had my frustrations, but nonetheless, without raising rates, you've been able to expand your footprint by providing incentives that basically go to the pocketbook of the homeowner. And home builders, they're enticed to do that so they can lower the cost of a rooftop. So I know I'm preaching to the choir, but I just want that to be heard for the record. The other thing that I want to say is I want to try and thank you again publicly for the amazing work you did during the winter freeze when we had that huge uptick in cost. And throughout all that, because of your skills that you and city staff did to try and get us a very competitive price, so that way we didn't put it on the backs of the homeowners. During that huge increase that homeowners saw across the state, the way that you were to be able to work it out, still kept everybody whole, and you have not raised rates. You have not raised rates. And then we've been able to extend that out. So, you know, thank you so much for all that you're doing and that all that the city staff is doing. I know I've been vocal. I've been obviously critical of this budget, but your department is not one of them. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councilman Klein.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Bill, so in listening to your comments this morning, thank you so much for clarifying things again. It sounds like as if the builders really want natural gas in new construction. And it sounds like as if the home buyers really want natural gas in new construction. Why offer rebates then?
Well, for one, the program is successful, so there would be a risk on changing the program.
Mm-hmm.
And for two, we can afford it. And for three, we can afford it with the lowest rates in the state.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know that we would want to try to adjust anything that's working right now, especially since I'm not coming and asking for more money for the rebates and supporting that with a rate increase.
Mm-hmm.
And we're working on some things that will actually have hopefully some additional revenue without raising rates next year come into play. And I don't feel like there's going to be a rate increase anytime, in the next couple of years.
So without the rebates, you think that the use of natural gas would go down?
I do not have a crystal ball to be able to predict that. I just know that back when we did not promote the rebates as much, when we didn't have rebates, we were declining on the customer count. And I'm not in the business to do that. I'm in the business to grow. And this is growing my customer count, and that's what I plan to keep doing, unless I'm told differently.
Right.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Bill, thank you very much, and thank you for your hard work, and you're doing great work.
Thank you.
Everything you just said it isn't broken. It's a successful program, so we move forward with successful programs.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Thanks for being here. And then, Mayor, you wanted me to talk about
Yes.
the heating and cooling centers. So to date, with this, with the heat that we've had this summer, we've had over 78,000 persons. They may be duplicate in some cases because they come in more than one day. 78,000 users of our cooling centers. And that program will continue. So we use our libraries, or we use sometimes our recreation centers and parks and recreation. And the funding for the cooling centers, or in the wintertime, the heating centers, is funded within the departmental budget. So the library, the parks. So those will continue as they are today. In fact, we're piloting the storage container for persons that have a lot of belongings that can't bring them into the library, and that's funded within the budget as well. The current budget. So in the proposed budget, we had $125,000 to enhance the service, add more service.
And I'm going to interrupt you there.
Right.
So it is not to eliminate
Right,
the service.
exactly. No,
Okay,
the-
and I just want to make that
Yeah.
absolutely clear, because from the comments made, I think a lot of
Right.
people think it's eliminating, and it is not.
no,
It
it's
is-
not. Right.
We're going to continue our cooling and heating centers
Right.
when the need
Right.
obviously arises.
Right, yeah, we'll continue.
Okay.
So the base budget doesn't change. The heating and cooling centers funding is there.
Right.
We'll still be in full effect, full operations for the rest of this summer. If it gets too cold in the winter, we'll have them as heating centers.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
great. Councilman Hunter?
Mr. Zanoni, haven't we, so just to clarify, because I am concerned about this also, especially with all the efforts you've put into the cooling and heating. I thought that we had invested millions of dollars into some of these centers to make it so that this was available all the time over the last 4 years.
For the cooling center?
Yeah. And it was actually before even the winter storm started.
Yeah. and I
We
don't-
went and fixed all of the AC, we went and fixed all of the heating.
We may have done that, but it probably wasn't due to the cooling or heating centers, or just for the facilities.
Yeah, I
So-
know, but we weren't
Yeah.
hosting them prior because they didn't have an actual working AC or a working heater.
That may have
Now
been
I'm
the
pretty
case.
sure we fixed those at
Right.
2 of the senior centers.
Yeah, I think, okay, yeah, that's probably accurate, where due to neglect, some of our systems weren't working well.
Big neglect.
Right, so we do have all of our libraries' heating and cooling
got a brand
systems
new one.
working. Right, and in fact, at the La Retama Library, we're putting in a backup generator. It doesn't have one today, so in the event of a power outage from a weather event, we can still offer a heating or cooling center at the La Retama Library.
Okay, thank
Yes,
you.
sir.
I just wanted to clarify that because
Yes, sir.
I think the public needs to know that when we're being told we're doing certain things because we had maybe already had fixed it in the past, I think it's good to bring light on some of the good things that you've done specifically, so
Agreed,
appreciate
thank you.
it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Councilwoman Campos?
Thank you, Mayor. Peter, thank you for clarifying that we're not closing down the cooling, heating centers, as Councilman Hunter just stated. And, but I do, I'm looking at the 150,000. Do we know, do you know what is it, besides the storage units that you're, implemented, what else was the $150,000 going to do?
Councilwoman, I was just going to double check. I don't know if, is it 125 or 150?
It's
But
150.
okay, well, so the additional services we had recommended were to do things like welfare checks for seniors or persons of, that we know may need assistance, may need encouragement to go into a cooling or heating center. The funds were going to be used for more direct transportation services. So today we do need to give a shout out and thank our partner RTA, who provides free transportation to and from a cooling or heating center. However, you have to get to the nearest bus stop, and so this sometimes is a distance gap. And so it was to provide additional transportation services. It was to provide other amenities like the Connex storage boxes at more than just the La Retama Library. Those are some of the examples that we had in that $150,000 budget.
Okay. Well, I'm grateful. Thank you for adding more of an explanation. But I have heard, and other cities have experimented with this, like you mentioned about direct funds. $20, $30, whatever. It's an amount that they know what it would take to get them, like, the cost of cooling your home or heating your home. And I know that we do have a program for the city, but this would be also, right, it's something that you could consider in addition, like this 150,000. Is it possible that we would be able to help out some of the, the most vulnerable that need help getting, like you just said, to the centers, to, I know we're working with RTA. I just think that if we don't have at least a little bit of an incentive to expand it, how will we ever know if we're going to be, if it's something that is going to work? You have to put some money into it, don't you? For anything to start, you've got to invest something. And this amount of money in comparison, again, to the budget doesn't seem like a whole lot. I know I keep harping on that, but I think this, again, sends the message to the community that we are not investing in our most vulnerable. We've heard how many people here have been stating that, and I hope that, when it comes to the item on the agenda, that I'll have the support of, my fellow council members to continue to do this. I know we're putting you on, we're putting you on a spot in a sense, because we want you to come up, with the answers right away. And I am grateful for your explanation so far, but I think we also need to give you some latitude. You've been doing a good job with the rest of the budget, and I think that supporting these three, hopefully that we'll be able to get the support of the rest of my city council members. I'm sorry, I'm not very clear right now, but hopefully when it comes to the voting, it will be. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Campos, and we will have more in-depth conversation about specific items moving forward. Councilman Roy?
I think a lot of the council members have asked questions, but I want to clarify. I want to try to get a clarification, Peter, on one thing. The $150,000, whose idea and how did it get on there in the first place?
It was the staff's idea, Councilman, and we recommended it in the proposed budget. And so it was after input from our team that run the cooling and the heating centers, our library and Parks and Rec staff. And it was after seeing some journal articles where other cities across the country are increasing service levels when it comes to these extreme weather events. So we recommended it in the proposed budget. But based on the feedback from the City Council and our workshops, there doesn't seem that there was a majority of the council that was supporting it, and so we removed it we put it on the list as a potential removal for council consideration.
Okay. I don't recall, and I know we covered a lot, but I don't really recall at what point we had a conversation, and maybe we did, maybe if some of my other council members may remember having a conversation and objecting to the 150,000. I just don't remember that, you know. But it seems to me like taking it away, and I mean, we do these things. I want everybody to know in the public, I want to reiterate that we already do things in terms of these heating and cooling centers, and we've done that.
Yes, sir.
And there's other partners like Reliant Energy that are involved also that assist us, right?
That's correct.
With
right.
funds.
Yes, sir.
So we have things in place. And so either your staff or yourself, Peter, is it, in terms of if we eliminate this 150,000 and we decide that we don't go forward and do this, do you feel like in any way is it going to harm the seniors or the program that's in place right now?
No, it won't have any impact on the current service level of our heating and cooling centers. The removal of the 150. The 150 was to add additional layers or levels of service. So,
Of
yeah.
checking on them and
Right.
resources that you didn't put in place, but kind of to get it from maybe a C+ or average to take it to another level.
Yeah, I would say it's a high grade. I would give it like an A-. We're one of the only big Texas cities that has been real robust with this program.
Yeah, I just, you know, I take this seriously because as you heard in public comment, we've been damned to hell if we do away with this program.
Right, well, the program's
So-
not being done away with. This is increased service levels.
Okay.
Things like providing more direct transportation, welfare checks.
Well, I just wanted to make
Yes,
sure,
sir.
because I don't think I want to visit that place anytime soon. So thank
Yes,
you.
sir. Agreed, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Presley?
Yeah, Mayor, I'm gonna be real quick because we're almost 2:00 and
And you haven't
it's,
eaten.
and I'm hungry. So, as one of the people on that wheel of to hell or wherever it was we're going, I just want to say, you know, in the past, since I've been here, a little over 2.5 years, I think from what I've seen and what my knowledge was from the past, we're doing more now on the cooling and heating centers than this city has ever done before in its history.
I would agree with that, Councilman.
I
Yes, sir.
mean, during the storms that we've had, we opened up the ABC Center. That had
Right.
never been done before.
We were the only Texas city that provided any homeless person coverage during some of these major events.
We had
so-
CCPD driving to all the homeless encampments,
We did.
offering people rides to the centers for protection.
Right.
And during the freeze, we did the same thing.
That's
So,
correct.
you know, those are things we never get credit for. We have these people come up here and accuse us of everything besides killing baby seals with an axe. And it's just unfair that they don't recognize and appreciate the things that this city and its taxpayers have funded to help people who are less fortunate than some of us. So I want to commend you and your staff. Now, this $150,000 worth of things, I agree with Councilman Roy. We never really discussed that as a council as to what it was going to do, who recommended it, why it was done. But I don't think for a moment that it's going to have an impact on the services that we're already offering or the services that we might improve. We can have a closer relationship with RTA. They have a program where if you call them, they will send someone to your house to pick you up and provide you transportation to wherever you need to go if you're not able to get there. So there's all kinds of things we can look at like that. And just one last comment, Mayor, on the gas department. I just received a notice from the electrical folks to cut your energy back again. ERCOT's having problems again. So, you know, that we just need to all remember as we increase electrical usage, there's a little problem here.
Okay, thank you, Councilwoman Campos. And again, we're going to have this conversation in
know.
depth. Today was just,
I
well,
know.
everybody has made comments, and I really want to reserve.
And
if
I
you'll
appreciate.
do it quickly.
Yes, I will. Back to the comments of Councilman Pusley about the ABC Center and the police coming. I was one of those people that was volunteering at the ABC Center, but you know what happened? It broke down, okay?
Right.
And then RTA was not present. They were not able to, you know, weather that storm. So yes, we do need, these sound great, these ideas. But I want y'all to know, and I want the public to know that at that time when we had that freeze, everything, all the systems failed, right? So this is just another way of, I think this small amount of money is just to expand on that. I just want y'all to know that, the ABC Center did break down. We weren't able to transfer the people there by RTA. That was the ideal, but it didn't happen. So just clarification.
Can I just clarify though, because we were the only Texas city that provided that shelter to the homeless. So while the power failed at the American Bank Center, which does not have a backup generator, all the persons that were in there were transported to shelters that had heat. RTA may not have transported them, but we transported them.
I remember.
And so they were transported and they were within a shelter, and their pets were taken care of as well.
Right.
Yes.
Right. And we made the commitment, the city council at the time did, and we fulfilled that pledge to this community, the only city that did that in Texas during that extreme weather
We'll be
event.
addressing that generator soon
Yes,
with
ma'am.
the American Bank Center.
And I know that they were not left there to
Yeah.
freeze.
Yeah.
We did take them to another facility, but
Yes, ma'am.
just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, so what we're going to do now is I'm going to move over to Officer. Can you please address this? Well, I understand that, but I'm going to go to consent agenda. We're going to pass that. We'll pull what we need to, and then we're going to go to lunch. We'll be back from lunch in 45 minutes exactly, and then we will, we're going to go to budget-related items because we're going to have a long afternoon. And you can bet we'll be back in 45 minutes, so, for lunch. So consent agenda items, do we have any items that any council member would like to pull from items numbers 14 through 26?
Motion to approve.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to pull item number 18.
Item number 18, okay. Any other items? Okay, we have a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of item number 18.
A second.
We have a second. Any further discussion?
Whoa, wait a minute.
Can we pull number 8, Mayor? I'm sorry.
Oh, number 8?
8 we need to pull, I'm sorry.
Sure. Okay, 8 and 18. We have a motion and a second to pass consent agenda.
8 isn't on consent. I'm sorry, Mayor.
Wait a minute, that's not on consent.
Oh, who told?
8 is not on
Okay.
consent.
Yeah, just 14 through 26 is
14
what we're
through
talking about.
14 through 26 with the exception of 18. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay. So what we'll do is we are going to go. Who
I'm sorry, Mayor, we need to, Mr. Hernandez, did you vote?
Who pulled 18? Do you have a?
Mr. Hernandez, did you vote?
I did not.
Okay, you did not. Okay, thank you.
I'm going to try and make it in.
Okay. So are we good? Rebecca, are we good?
Would you like your vote to count?
Yeah, I'm going to say aye.
Okay, thank you so much. So
And
just
I'll-
if you're okay for the record, he's voting yes.
Yes, and I'll
on
remember to
consent.
pause for him.
Thank you,
moving
Mayor.
forward. Item number 18, we have a question on 18, Mr. Klein. I don't know who can address that and staff.
It's not really so much a question, just a comment.
A comment, okay.
I voted against this last week because I said that it was located in a floodplain. That hasn't changed, and so I'm going to be voting no on this today.
And this is zoning case number 0623-01, MPM Development, Corpus Christi Independent School District in the city of Corpus Christi, ordinance rezoning property at or near 8101 Yorktown Boulevard. So I will entertain a motion to
I
approve.
move for approval.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no.
No.
The motion
And
carries.
Mr. Hernandez, let me just, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
It's hard to
Mr.
remember.
Hernandez, Councilman, are you voting for or against item
Aye.
number 18?
Okay, thank
Okay.
you.
He voted for. Okay,
Aye.
thank you. So that takes care of consent agenda. When we return, we will go to budget-related items 3 through 13, and then we'll go to public hearings 27 and 28, and then individual consideration items.
submit a city service request quickly and easily by downloading the MyCC 311 app on your phone. Reporting street problems, tall grass, gas or water issues, or other concerns is simple on the 311 app. Just choose from a list of services, add a photo, answer a few short questions, mark your location, and hit submit. Everything you need in just a few minutes. Life is made easy with 311. Download the MyCC 311 app today.
Get ready and gear up to conquer the coast, the ultimate cycling event along the Corpus Christi Bay. Join us Saturday, September 16th at Whataburger Field. Register today and choose from 3 different routes. Take a stroll on the 10-mile course down Ocean Drive, push yourself a little further with a 21-mile ride to the Corpus Christi Naval Air Station, or challenge yourself with an enduring 66-mile journey across the Harbor Bridge. It's the ultimate adventure you don't want to miss. Let's ride at Conquer the Coast.
Adopting an animal from Corpus Christi Animal Care Services is fast, easy, and affordable. All you need is a valid ID, and you must be 18 years or older. The adoption fee is $25, which includes spay and neuter surgery, age-appropriate vaccinations, and a microchip. Come by CCACS located at 2626 Holly Road. You can meet and greet all the animals that are available for adoption. You can also go to 24petconnect.com. This website has pictures and other detailed information about our pets and will help you decide what animal you would like to bring home. All adoptions are required to be completed in person. CCACS adoption hours are Monday through Saturday from 1 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. Find your forever best friend at Corpus Christi Animal Care Services. Caring for our animals, one paw at a time.
We've all dealt with the hassles of traveling. Traffic, long lines, security, layovers. What if there was a smarter way? When you fly out of Corpus Christi International Airport, you get all the modern amenities you love with the stress-free convenience of flying local. So you can skip the hassle and get right to the good parts, taking off and returning home. Fly smarter, not harder, at flyccia.com.
When emergencies strike, stay informed with Reverse Alert. Everything from incoming severe weather, traffic alerts, police and fire activity, industry alerts, and citywide information. Reverse Alert will provide you time-sensitive information to keep you safe. Signing up is a fast and easy process. Text BeReadyCCNC to 888-777 or visit cctexas.com/alert sign up. Choose to receive notifications by phone call, text, or email. And with fully customizable options, you pick what notifications you want to receive. And you can designate what hours of the day that you don't want to be disturbed. Stay informed, stay aware, stay alert. Sign up for Reverse Alert today.
The City of Corpus Christi's Park and Recreation Department wants to remind the community of our stunning off-street hike and bike trail system. With 7 trails to choose from, you and the family are sure to have a wonderful time biking while enjoying a tremendous fitness and recreation experience. If you're looking for a scenic route, the Corpus Christi Bay Trail is a great route to explore. It is 8 miles long and runs from the Art Museum of South Texas to Texas A&M University Corpus Christi. This trail boasts beautiful bay views along with 7 parks on the route, including Cole Park and North Bayfront Park. If an 8-mile trek is too ambitious for you, consider enjoying the fresh coastal breeze in the shadow of the USS Lexington as you stroll down the Corpus Christi Beach Walk on North Beach. For residents looking for a bike trail on the south side of town, the Bear Creek Hike and Bike Trail connects parks, schools, and neighborhoods between Bill Witt and Oso Creek parks. The 1.5-mile path is great for all ages to enjoy. Nearby are the off-road bike trails, which are part of the Oso Creek Park and will eventually connect with the Bear Creek Trail. These bike trails follow the natural terrain as it transitions from South Texas brushland down to the Oso Creek. Another trail to consider is the Shannon Hike and Bike Trail, which runs from Yorktown and Saratoga Boulevard along the Shannon Stormwater Way. It is over a mile-long gravel and concrete trail that connects many parks along its route. The Hans and Pat Suter Wildlife Refuge Trails offers nature lovers an ideal spot to ride along Oso Bay. Along the 1 mile trail, you can observe many kinds of birds and other wildlife as you cruise through the grassy marshes and woodlands in the area. If you're looking for a bike trail on the west side part of town, then look no further than Salinas Park. Located on Airport Road and Horn Road, it offers a 93-acre sports complex, complete with a Play for All playground and splash pad, with a 1 mile bike trail wrapping around the entire park. Located in northwest Corpus Christi, the trail at West Guth Park is another great way to enjoy time with the family and get in a great workout. It offers a wide open park experience with natural environment and wildlife views. Take some bird seeds and you can feed the ducks at the pond. All these trails provide a convenient way to exercise and connect our community to the places where we live, learn, and play. So grab your bike today and make our parks and trails your everyday outdoor gym. For more information on bikes and trails in our city, visit cctexas.com.
Life is made easy with 311, a fast and reliable way to report a problem and get information on city services. Everything from street repairs, gas or water leaks, animal care services, or even information on your trash pickup schedule. Call 311 or download the MyCC 311 app and get instant access to create service requests, upload information and photos, and submit your location to alert us to the area. 311 provides solutions to everyday problems, anytime, anywhere, on any device. Get better quality, better service, and better results. Life made easy with 311. Download MyCC 311 app today.
Before you head out to the beach, make sure you grab your beach permit. For only $12, this permit provides access to explore and enjoy miles of our local beaches. Permits are required, so be sure to display the sticker on your vehicle. All the funds from the permit sales will be used to provide clean and safe beaches for all our visitors to enjoy. The permit is good until December 31st, so come back and visit us as often as you like.
Get ready and gear up to conquer the coast, the ultimate cycling event along the Corpus Christi Bay. Join us Saturday, September 16th at Whataburger Field. Register today and choose from 3 different routes. Take a stroll on the 10-mile course down Ocean Drive, push yourself a little further with a 21-mile ride to the Corpus Christi Naval Air Station, or challenge yourself with an enduring 66-mile journey across the Harbor Bridge. It's the ultimate adventure you don't want to miss. Let's ride at Conquer the Coast.
Our pets are always on the run, and it's easy for them to get away from us. Get your pet microchip to ensure the best chance of them returning home. A pet microchip is a small electronic chip that is quickly implanted under your pet's skin, giving them a permanent identification number and increasing the likelihood that your furry friend will be found. Corpus Christi Animal Care Services offers free microchipping Monday through Friday from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. at 2626 Holly Road. The procedure is fast, painless, and free, and it never needs to be replaced. Visit cctexas.com and click on Animal Services or call 361-826-4630 to register your pet's information. Corpus Christi Animal Care Services, caring for our animals one paw at a time. Your safety is important at Corpus Christi beaches. A beach warning flag system is in place to let you know what weather conditions you can expect before getting into the water. There are 5 different beach warning flags. The main 3 are green, yellow, and red. Green means go. The water is calm and it is safe to swim. Just swim with care. Yellow means caution. The waves are getting bigger and there may be a small rip current. We recommend adult or lifeguard supervision while swimming. Red means stop. Danger is ahead. The surf is dangerous with strong winds, big waves, and strong rip currents. Do not enter the ocean in red flag conditions unless you are a very strong swimmer. And do not let your kids swim at all. The last 2 flags are purple and orange. Purple indicates the presence of harmful sea animals, jellyfish, sharks, or other venomous marine life have been spotted close to shore. And orange means there is an environmental hazard in the air or water quality. The conditions are not safe for your health. Make sure to check the weather and water conditions when heading out to the beach. Follow us on Facebook at Corpus Christi Beaches or visit cctexas.com/beaches for daily warning flag updates and surf conditions. This is our home, full of fun in the sun and in the water, but we need your help to keep our bayfront clean. Nature has its way of recycling water. It evaporates and comes back in the form of rain. It filters through the soil into water tables. Without thinking, people contaminate nature's cycle by dumping unwanted chemicals in the storm drain. Things like grass clippings, fertilizer, paint, and oil from your car are not meant to be washed out into the curb and into the street because they keep the city's stormwater drainage system from working properly. Ultimately, they contaminate our ocean, bays, and groundwater. Remember, clean bays start at home, so do your part to keep things running smoothly and keeping things out of the gutter. To help keep our city beautiful. Only rain down the storm drain.
Whether you're a homeowner planting a tree or a contractor working on a job site, always call 811 at least 2 days before you dig. It's free, it's easy, and it's the law. Call 811 to provide dig location and project information. A specialist will then come to your location and mark the underground line, allowing you to work safely without any delay. Your safety is our priority. Know what's below and call 811 before you dig.
Corpus Christi Water believes in Xeriscape as the water-saving way to go when designing a home garden. It's a style of drought-resistant landscaping that uses plants that need very little water. Using Xeriscape concepts can reduce the amount of water used to irrigate. Xeriscape. It saves time, it saves money, but most importantly, it saves water. For more information, go to corpuschristiwater.com and follow us on Facebook and Twitter.
Your public libraries are now accessible at your fingertips from our free digital resources options. Tap into discovery and read, listen, watch digital content all from the comfort of your home. Anytime and anywhere you go, you can now borrow ebooks, audiobooks, movies, music, magazines, and watch educational programs. Our digital resources offers thousands of titles to choose from, all from your computer, tablet, or phone. And did we mention? It's all free. Visit cctexas.com/library for more information on how to sign up.
The Mobile Clinic is a new initiative by the Corpus Christi Nueces County Public Health District. It's an attempt to meet the people where they are. As you know, our resources are limited. The community is limited by the transport. So we want to take our bus to them. We want to provide services where they are, meet their needs where they are. So our van is going to provide immunizations, both COVID, flu, and also childhood vaccinations. We've also offered to the community to tell us what other needs do they have and how we can fill them.
For the mobile clinic services, we do have a registration process, so you'll fill out any type of paper form for either the A1C screening, a COVID booster shot, or a flu shot. And everything is at no cost. Well, if you need help filling out the forms, we'll be able to help you fill out forms as well. No ID is required if you are getting a booster shot, and you do have your previous shot records. I would ask to bring those in. Other than that, just bring yourself, and we're just here to help anybody and everyone that we can.
Oh, it was a good experience. I myself don't have insurance at the moment, so when I heard about it, I thought I'd come out here and take advantage of what's offered to the public. So yeah, it was a great experience for me.
My name is Drew Molly. I'm the Director of Water Systems and Support Services for Corpus Christi Water. I'm standing here at Choke Canyon. It's one of 4 drinking water sources. It's one of the most important water reservoirs for our city of Corpus Christi. If you look behind me, you'll see these buoys that are laying on the ground. These buoys are typically floating on the water surface, which indicates that the reservoir is significantly lower than where it normally is. As you may be aware, the city of Corpus Christi is in stage 1 water restrictions, and so we're asking everybody to do their part to conserve water. We urge you to save water, and we appreciate your efforts.
Many households in our community rely on natural gas. It's important to know how to detect a gas leak and how to report it. You can detect gas leaks through sight, smell, and sound. If you see dead vegetation near a pipeline, smell rotting eggs, or hear a hissing noise, there could be a leak nearby. Make sure to leave the area immediately. If you suspect a gas leak, call the gas department at 311. Do not light a match, and avoid using any electrical switches so you don't create a spark that could start a fire. Also, avoid driving into the area. Your vehicle's engine may ignite the vapors. And do not attempt to extinguish any fire that might start. Natural gas is a part of the city of Corpus Christi's utility system, and keeping our residents safe is our top priority. For more information, visit cctexas.com/gas.
Light Up CC is a streetlight conversion project between the City of Corpus Christi and AEP Texas, where we're converting existing streetlights to new and improved LED street lighting. The new lights will save the taxpayers over $600,000 annually, and they will use about 50% less electricity, so they're much more energy efficient. We have over 15,000 lights that are being upgraded throughout the entire city of Corpus Christi. Other major cities within Texas have switched to LED lights, and they are more popular within the communities. LED lighting is popular because the color rendition is clearer and brighter. It attracts less insects. They have a longer lifespan of over 20 years, less carbon footprint. Nighttime visibility will be greatly improved, reducing nighttime crashes, pedestrian crashes, decrease crime. Overall, the new LED lighting will help the community feel safer.
Fostering a pet means that you take care of the pet until they find a forever home, and can help ensure that each pet finds an ideal home by matching their personality with a home that best suits them. Adopting a pet is a big decision, and fostering is a great way to learn about owning a pet before making your decision. CCACS provides everything you need to foster an animal. All fosters must be at least 18 years old and submit a foster care application and review the foster care agreement. By taking care of these animals in need, you're creating kennel space at CCACS, allowing us to help more homeless animals. Animals in foster care tend to be less stressed, better socialized, and have a lower chance of getting sick than animals in a shelter. For more information, call 361-826-4606 or email ccacsrescues@cctexas.com. Corpus Christi Animal Care Services. Caring for our animals, one paw at a time.
Corpus Christi Water is here to demonstrate how to look at your water meter to spot potential water loss from leaky pipes. First, turn off all water fixtures, including faucets, hoses, ice makers, and irrigation systems. Next, locate your water meter. Corpus Christi water meters will always be in the utility easement, which may be in the front of your home or in your backyard. Remove the meter box lid. On the top of the meter, there is a register with numbers. These numbers show how much water is being used. Each meter will also have a flow indicator with a red line or possibly a small red triangle. A flow indicator that is not moving indicates that no water is going through your meter and you do not have a leak. If the flow indicator is moving, water is flowing through your system even though you turned off all fixtures. This means you may have a leak. Look for a leak in or around your home and repair it as soon as possible, or contact a certified plumber for help. If you have any issues with your water or wastewater, please dial 311.
Get ready and gear up to conquer the coast, the ultimate cycling event along the Corpus Christi Bay. Join us Saturday, September 16th at Whataburger Field. Register today and choose from 3 different routes. Let's ride at Conquer the Coast.
I'm Hasiel from Corpus Christi Water. Another exceptional drought is affecting major parts of our water sources. In order to conserve water, Corpus Christi Water recommends you to drought-proof your home while you drought-proof our water sources. Saving water means that we have more water for home use, keeping businesses and hospitals running, and fighting fires. So here's a tip: shorten your shower. Visit cctexas.com/conserve for more information.
The cost of repairing or replacing leaky or old gas lines could be too much for some residents of Corpus Christi. The City of Corpus Christi, in partnership with NextEra, is here to help you. The Plumbers to People program is dedicated to the safety and well-being of Corpus Christi residents by helping with repairs for their homes. We have partnered with multiple plumbers in the community to repair and replace old leaking gas lines free of charge to the consumer. The purpose of the program is to bring peace of mind to the community and offer support to those in need. To learn more, contact 826-CITY. The Plumbers to People program is here to help you.
If you find a wandering pet and want to help return them to its owner, there are a few ways you can help. Go to 24petconnect.com to report the missing animal. You can submit photos, detailed information about the animal, and add your contact information. You can also contact the Lost Pet Hotline at 361-882-7387. They're a private group that assists in finding lost pets. Every second matters, so make sure to report a missing pet as soon as possible to help reunite them with their family.
Did you know you can submit a request for city services in just a few minutes using your phone? Download the free MyCC 311 app to get started. Quickly report issues such as street maintenance, water or gas issues, garbage pickup, code violations, or animal care services. The MyCC 311 app is easy to use. Upload information and photos, identify the location, hit submit, and you're all done. Life made easy with 311. Download the MyCC 311 app today.
The City of Corpus Christi reminds you there are small, everyday ideas you can use to protect us from drought-related water shortages. Inside your home, install modernized plumbing, low-flow shower heads, and simply turn off the faucet when not in use. Outside your home, make smart landscaping choices, limit your watering, and don't water during the hottest part of the day. Simple choices that will save water for the community and save money on your utility bill. We can all drink to that.
Get ready and gear up to conquer the coast, the ultimate cycling event along the Corpus Christi Bay. Join us Saturday, September 16th at Whataburger Field. Register today and choose from 3 different routes. Take a stroll on the 10-mile course down Ocean Drive, push yourself a little further with a 21-mile ride to the Corpus Christi Naval Air Station, or challenge yourself with an enduring 66-mile journey across the Harbor Bridge. It's the ultimate adventure you don't want to miss. Let's ride at Conquer the Coast.
are having what's called a Xeriscape work day. We've got lots of volunteers here. We've got Xeriscape committee members. We've got master gardeners that are here. The word Xeriscape comes from the Xeric word, which means low water. The idea behind a Xeriscape garden is that you can put in things that work really well that do not require huge amounts of water.
We are in an environmentally sensitive area where it pertains to water. It's always on our minds. We don't get as much water as, say, East Texas. We are drought prone, and so we need to learn how to better utilize the rainfall that happens. This is a learning garden for people to come down and learn how to use the low amount of water that we naturally get here in the coastal bend to achieve a great color, a great environment on the outside of their homes, and also achieving the ability to lower their costs and water usage.
All of the plants that we have today are all very well adapted for our climate. Some are natives, others are not, but they all are very suited to this climate. All these plants meet the guidelines for stage 1 water restrictions. You could put in a Xeriscape garden like this and meet those guidelines easily.
Corpus Christi Water is a proud sponsor of the Xeriscape garden. It's a great place to find those aesthetic, outside, beautiful plants and varieties of grasses that have deep root systems that can save time and water.
There's 18,000 square feet of plants that you can enjoy down here. It's open year-round to the public and easy access. So if you're interested in coming down, it's at 1900 North Chaparral Street.
Watch our social media for upcoming Xeriscape Garden work days.
Hola, mi nombre es María Corona, soy ingeniera con la ciudad de Corpus Christi en Corpus Christi Water. Estoy aquí en el lago de Corpus Christi o el Lake Corpus Christi. Este lago es uno de los lagos que proporciona agua a más de 500,000 de personas en la región Coastal Bend, incluyendo la ciudad de Corpus Christi. Este lago es parte de la fuente de agua de cual vendemos todos los días para nuestra salud y necesidades de todos los días. De parte de Corpus Christi Water, por favor conserven el agua porque cada gota cuenta. Gracias.
If your pet goes missing, make sure to immediately alert the vet and microchip company. Check online at 24petconnect.com. There you can check the database of found animals, view photos, and submit a lost pet notice. Pet photos and information are updated daily. Go to Corpus Christi Animal Care Services at 2626 Holly Road to see if your pet has been found. Ask your neighbors immediately if they've seen your pet. Your furry friend could be close by. Check social media and see if someone has posted about a missing pet. Run an ad in the local newspaper or post signs or posters in places like vet clinics, laundromats, groomers, and dog parks. Do not give up. Corpus Christi Animal Care Services is here to help you. Contact us today.
The City of Corpus Christi is proud to introduce a new 311 call center. What is 311? It's an easy-to-remember citizens hotline to report non-emergencies or ask questions about city services. You can report problems and create service requests, check the status of issues, and obtain general information without tying up emergency lines. All you need to do is dial 311, and you will be connected with a trained customer service agent who can help you with all types of issues like reporting potholes in your neighborhood, illegal dumping, graffiti, animal cruelty, and much more. Have a question about your utility bill or need to find out if it's your day for garbage or recycling collection? That's right, 311 will get you that information and much more. There's also a free 311 mobile app available in the App Store and Google Play Store. App users can snap pictures and upload them with complaints and requests, and even track the progress from start to finish.
Another way to access 311 is by going to 311.cctexas.com. This option allows you to send in your requests online and has a live chat feature where you can chat instantly with a call center representative to help you with any questions you need answered. The 311 call center is open Monday through Friday.
and reconvene our meeting, and we are on section I, budget-related items, and these are items number 3 through 13. So item number 3 is an ordinance, excuse me, an ordinance amending the Code of Ordinances by revising the parking rate for long-term parking at the Corpus Christi International Airport.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, Peter,
afternoon.
Miles. So this ordinance is basically increasing our long-term parking by $1 from $8 to $9. And also our lost ticket fee per day will go up $1 as well. So it's pretty minor change. It's part of a 5-year strategy to continue to lower that cost per employment. So we will be bringing parking rates back to you guys again next year and then the following year. And then that's going to be putting us back kind of in the average of all the Texas airports. So we're still a little below average right now. But.
Okay. Let's see, I'm going to go ahead and open public comment, public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to comment on item number 3? Okay, there being no one, we will close public comment, and I will entertain a motion to approve the item.
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Campos.
Geez, I didn't have I'm sorry. I didn't have a chance to read it. But I do want to ask you a question, though, since you're here. The equipment, does it cover the equipment whenever you're going through inspection? You know, right now we still have to remove our shoes to go through, to get on the air, to get on the plane. Is that something that's covered here that I'm sorry, I didn't.
No, it's simply the parking rate.
That's it?
That's it. And just for long-term, short-term, and the covered parking staying the same this year.
Okay. I thought, well, since you're here, I thought I could ask you. But
yeah, no, unfortunately, if you don't get that pre-check, you still have to take shoes off.
Okay, but I thought it depends on the equipment that you have, isn't it?
No. TSA still requires you to remove your shoes unless you're pre-check. So unless you've kind of had that trusted traveler program certification. Now, we do have machines where you don't have to take out your liquids anymore or your laptop. You don't even have to show your boarding pass anymore, just your driver's license to get through the checkpoint, but the shoes still remain.
I guess I haven't been using the a lot of airports, but I thought that there was other airports in the United States that you didn't have to remove your shoes. That is a requirement.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Unless you're pre-check.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Item number 4 is an ordinance affirming development services fee schedules, including fee schedules for technical, construction codes, evacuation and fill, unified development code, zoning, beachfront construction, dune protection, and billboards. Okay, do we have a second? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and open public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make a comment on item number 4? Okay, we'll close public hearing. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
You didn't expect that.
No, you didn't. Walk away fast. Item number 5 is an ordinance authorizing updates to the City of Corpus Christi's Texas Municipal Retirement System benefits.
I move for approval.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, I'll go ahead and open public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 5? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Thank you. Great, you did a great job.
Good job. Make her walk up all the way to the front.
Awesome.
Item number 6 is an ordinance amending various sections of the Code of Ordinances, Chapter 21, Solid Waste, by revising applicable rates, fees, and charges. You waiting for the the motion? Go for it.
What are the fees going to be increasing to on this?
We're raising the fees by $1.15 a month to $27.85
For residential customers.
for residential customers.
Yes, okay. Yes, we are. I'm going to go ahead and open public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to comment on item number 6? Okay, there being no one, we will close public hearing, and I will entertain a motion to approve item number 6. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion. Oh my gosh. We better vote to remove the street fee if I'm going to make this motion. I wish that would came first. All right, motion to approve.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, and all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Item number 7 is an ordinance amending the Corpus Christi Code of Ordinances to levy an amended schedule of stormwater drainage charges. Councilman Barrera.
You know, Mayor, I just want to make a comment. Obviously, I support this fee. I've told the press that as well. And I just want to state that this was part of a 5-year action.
Yes.
Correct. This is a 5-year action that this council had the political courage to support. The last body that was part of this had supported this, and because of this, is a lot of those sustainability issues is what we're able to finance.
Right.
So I guess that's the whole thing. I want it to be made very clear that, of course, it was your predecessor or the predecessor before that basically had initiated this. And Gabriel Inosa, is he out in the audience? Okay, so yeoman's work to Gabriel, who's worked at this tremendously. I know there were several times he had to come to my office to speak to some, people that were really frustrated and knew that the larger commercial clients, they knew that they were going to have a huge impact. So I just think that this is something that's important. It's a pact that we made with the community two years ago. 2 years ago. So, and then how long did it take us to put it into? How long did it take us to get to that point before we probably put it to a vote? It was another year probably of public meetings.
Correct.
So with that, Mayor, I make a motion to approve.
Wonderful. Do we have a second? And we're going to go to comment in a moment.
Second.
Thank you. Councilman Suckley.
Thanks, Mayor. I'd made some comments about this 3 or 4 weeks ago when you guys first brought it to us, and although I see that it's needed, the city needs it as a whole, I still think, and Gabe gave me his analytics as to how it was computed, but I'm still not a fan of how it impacts Flower Bluff and Padre Island. I think that they're being unfairly in the analytics because of the sandy environment, the bar ditches, the situation that those communities are in versus the rest of the city. But I'll support it, but I'm just not a fan of how those particular communities are analyzed.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Klein.
Thank you, Mayor. Ernie, I think I asked you this yesterday by email as well. I'm going to ask it again in the public because I want the public to know about this. They maybe do, but just for my own satisfaction anyway.
Yes, sir.
If the public has a question about how, if they feel that their impervious surface has been exaggerated, who should they contact to seek restitution about that?
Yes, sir. So our appeal process is online, and there's a form there in case they have a question about how the fee is calculated. They can submit a form, and we will review that and then determine a finding based on that review.
So it's under the Public Works Department, I guess, webpage.
City of Corpus Christi website. If you just type in city stormwater fee Corpus Christi in Google, it'll bring you to the site, and then you can go straight to the ordinance, and then there's quick links off to the side, gives you access to that form.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you so much, Ernie.
Councilman Pusley.
So, Ernie, how do we address, and Councilman Suckley's comment is appropriate because the Cal Island Annaville area suffers from a little bit of that as well.
Right.
So we have people who are paying these stormwater fees that don't have drainage of any kind,
Mhm.
and they're still having to pay them. So what are we going to say to those folks? Are we eventually going to get you a drainage ditch, or we eventually,
Yes, sir. So the service level agreements that we're working towards do include the bar ditches when we get to that. And then when we include that, that's usually what you have a lot of in Flower Bluff and Cal Island area. And those are usually the complaints that we receive are related to bar ditches maintenance that we're working towards on the 5-year enhancement forecast. As Councilman Barrera had mentioned, that commitment previously made, we're working towards that. So when we get to that portion of the service enhancement, we will be handling a lot of those issues programmatically speaking. But for right now, we're reacting to a lot of that with our in-house resources for issues in Flower Bluff and Cal Island.
so how much is this fee going to increase for the average homeowner?
So it's going from $7.69, the tier 2 rate, to $8.84, which is lower than the 9.01 that we presented to council last year, sir.
Okay.
$1.15, I think, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
$1.15, yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Dollar how much?
$1.15.
$1.15.
Save me from having to do the math.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Hernandez.
All right, thank you, Mayor. You know, I was not in favor of a lot of this because I see the continuing problems of having debt piled on and requiring higher and higher fees as we go forward. I hope that in our next year's budget that we have some plan for that, because you don't have the budget the water does, and there's issues with them and wastewater with regards to their debt as well. So unless you have some sort of plan for that, half your budget at some point is going to be taken up by debt, like it was previously to before we created the street user fee. I mean the stormwater fee. It was mainly debt service. So we have to have a solution. We can't just kick the can down the road and then just expect to continue to raise fees on everybody with the expectation that we're all going to grin and bear it. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Right. Yeah, just Councilman, thank you. And you and I have talked about this several times. So what Councilman Hernandez is speaking about is that this fund is also used to pay for new stormwater infrastructure when we're doing big bond program street projects. So take like a Staple Street by Ray High School, all the way up to the 6 Points area. So when we put new stormwater systems underground, this fund pays for the infrastructure through revenue bonds or debt financing. So what Councilman Hernandez is saying is as we collect more and more or issue more and more debt, this fund will be less able to do the regular operating, the street sweeping, the ditch cleaning, the vegetation maintenance, and water monitoring and quality. So what we're going to look at the next bond program, which will be 2024, is funding just the stormwater portion of the utilities with the bond program dollars, and then continue to use the water to fund the water and wastewater lines through revenue bonds. What that will mean is maybe a few less streets on the propositions, but if we had the same amount of money, like $125 million program, but at least it'll leave this fund for operating and maintenance of the stormwater system. So that's what he's referring to. And then I did want to add that on Flower Bluff and the island, as well as Cal Island, the residents benefit from street sweeping, and as Ernesto said, from vegetation maintenance from the bar ditches. So while there's no underground system maybe in mass, bar ditch cleaning, minor channel cleaning, street sweeping, and then smaller projects like on Glen Oak, I think, where we did some bar ditch treatment to let the water flow better. That was funded through this fund on Flower Bluff. So.
Yeah, the main complaints I get, Peter, are from the people who don't have a ditch.
Okay.
You know, they live in older subdivisions where there was no provision for drainage of any kind,
Right.
pipes, ditches, bar ditches, or anything, and they're having to still pay this fee.
Right.
And so.
And it's a citywide benefit, so if they're going to, say, HEB over there in Annabelle, they're getting their travel, without having floods, that type of thing.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Roy.
You know, one of the things that, and we've talked about Cal Allen, and one of the things I kind of want to bring to attention is that, and ask a few questions about is some of the new subdivisions, and I'm not talking about all builders. I think some builders happen to do a pretty good job in terms of when they build these subdivisions, looking at water and mitigating that water appropriately. But there are some that I've seen that's just a reoccurring pattern of when it floods a little bit, it's a mess. When it floods a lot, it's almost up to their door of their house. And a lot of times, the drainage ditches that are there, if they have them, the water's not even making its way to it. So this is kind of a development services, city staff question all the way around. What are we doing to monitor? I mean, I know that a lot of times we go out and we look at the street and we say, okay, the street, they build the street, it meets the standard, right? But I'm seeing a reoccurring theme where these subdivisions, they're just not, in my opinion, they're not developed right because the water's just sitting there, and we've got street after street after street that this is an issue on. And who at city staff is responsible for looking at that street and looking at that potential drainage or looking at their engineer report?
Yes, sir. When we work with development services, we provide that feedback for any proposed developments. And then, of course, we have the IDM requirements that we hold them to. Gabe, you want to?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. After the unanimous vote on my fees and my meeting yesterday with the Coastal Bend Group, you're going to cause me to say something that's going to cause them to hate me. However, as you all know, we're working on master plans. One of those master plans is stormwater, right? In 2009, the draft master plan, which is a stormwater master plan that the council did not adopt, had verbiage in there, language in there that required a more robust subdivision design for residential homes, right? Namely detention ponds. For whatever reason, even in the first few years when I got here, we just did not enforce that, right? So without a detention pond, what we're doing, in essence, without boring you all with a lot of stuff, we're just letting the water run downstream, right? And it's going to, and you mentioned something really interesting. You said, hey, look, there are ditches, and the water's not even getting to the ditch because it's finding a place to pond somewhere else, right? A detention pond controls where it ponds, and then it meters the water out to the facility that carries it out to Nueces Creek, Oso Creek, or whatever. We are working with our partners at Coastal Bend Home Building Group to improve our way of compliance from where we are today to where we really want to be going forward in the master plans. And this is not a shameless pitch of the master plans. The master plans will go a long way in helping us get there, right? So we understand what you're looking at when you go into a brand new subdivision and see things that you think, hey, I shouldn't see that. We know that. We're working on that now, and hopefully tomorrow, figuratively and literally, that won't be the case.
So now that these issues are there, and I'm looking at 2 or 3 subdivisions in Cal Allen where it's there, there's a problem. What do we do? How do we correct that? Who's on because that's the number one question that the residents have asked me is that, what do we do? Do we go back to the builder? Do we go, the developer? Is it the city signed off on the street? What do we do?
Keep in mind, the streets are a 5-year event, so they're channelized to carry a certain amount of water anyway. And then when it breaks the bank of the curb, it still channels the water where it needs to go. So it's not necessarily on the city. It's really more between the homeowner, and I hate to say this because we're responsible for, quality development, but it's really more between the homeowner and the company that sold them or built wherever they happen to be, right? The city does its best to be professional in looking at things and deciding, what's good, what's not, and moving forward, right? And however we handled stormwater drainage yesterday is really not how we want to handle it tomorrow, right? So we're meeting with the Coastal Bend group because it's gonna, think about what I'm saying. If someone takes down 300 acres and say, I'm gonna put like, I don't know, 1,000 lots on those 300 acres, they can't do that anymore. Now they're gonna have to, not a lion's share, but a significant amount of those lots that was probably in their performer, and now it's gonna have to be just a big hole, like a detention pond to hold water, right? So it's a total paradigm shift between how we used to do it and how we really need to do it going forward. So there is no real answer for like what's there today and how that's mitigated. I really can't really respond to, but Development Services and Public Works is aware of where we are today and where we really think we need to be, and really that's what we're working toward, putting in better development standards that will not create those kinds of issues that you're discussing.
All right, I just want to make sure that in the future that when they start or they give you the plans for the development, that you do your best as a team to look at that, because these are all brand new houses. These are houses that have been there less than a year.
Understood.
And we got flooding issues.
Understood.
Peter, did you have something?
I was just going to say, that's why I know the Coastal Bend has expressed a little bit of angst on some of our revised development standards. But this is why you end up with these types of subdivisions that you're talking about. So having stronger development standards in the beginning and then the right staff to monitor the implementation of them is what we're working towards, so we don't have this. Ultimately, I would submit, though, that it's going to be us, the city, that would have to fix an issue like this, and every taxpayer through their property tax will have to fix it. The developer's long gone at this point, so it's going to come down to us to fix it. That's really the answer.
Okay,
Yes,
thank
sir.
you.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Pusley.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, years ago, the former chief engineer with the city of Corpus Christi, Carl Krull, told me something that I didn't know, and that is that in the city of Corpus Christi, the streets, curbs, and gutters are designed to be part of the drainage system, and that's just what Al was mentioning. And you know, if we're moving away from something, I hope that that's it, because the subdivisions that Councilman Roy are talking about, they went out to one of them, and I'm not going to mention the name, they went out, and it's in a low area to begin with, and they go out and cut streets down lower than everything around them. I mean, it doesn't take a real rocket scientist to figure out what's going to happen when it rains. And so we've got to figure out how not to do that, because you know, these people are having to wade out of their houses. I mean, the street fills up, you get 1.5 inches, 2 inches of rain, that fills the street up if the water has nowhere to go. And then it just gets worse from there. So I hope it's something we take a close look at as we move forward. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yeah, thank you, Councilman.
Okay. So we have a motion, we have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no.
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 So Hunter, Pusley, and Hernandez, right? Okay.
The motion carries. Item number 8 is an ordinance amending Corpus Christi Code regarding water rates and regarding wastewater rates effective January 1, 2024.
Good afternoon, Council. Mike Murphy, Chief Operations Officer, Corpus Christi Water. If we could pull up our presentation, we'll start. So today we're here to discuss an ordinance amending Corpus Christi Code, Section 5550 regarding water rates and Section 55-100 regarding wastewater rates, hopefully effective this January 1st. So we'll just quickly go through this. I'm sure you guys all have questions we'll have questions after seeing this, but the wastewater rate adjustment effective January 1st, December 31st for residential. For the first 2,000 gallons, we're recommending 0% increase. 2,000 and up, we're recommending 0 increase. For commercial, for the first 2,000 gallons, 0% increase. For the next 2,000 and up, we're recommending $7.02 per thousand. Uh, 2024 wastewater rate adjustments for residential, minimum 2,000 gallons. For wastewater, we're recommending 0% increase. 2,000 and up, we're recommending a 29% decrease. For commercial, 2,000 gallons and up to 2,000 gallons, a 0% increase. 2,000 and up, 5% increase. Raw water rate adjustment, we are recommending that we increase this by 15 cents, which goes from current of 97 cents to the proposed rate of $1.12, and that's for all customer classes. Okay, retail water rate adjustments. This is based on meter size. So inside the city limits for all residential, 5/8 and 3/4 inch, 0% increase. 1 inch, we're recommending an increase from $19.39 to $32.30. And then you can kind of go down the list and see how these escalate as we get all the way up to a 10 inch. And very similar to the outside city limits. A little bit higher because it's more effort to get to and maintain outside the city limits than it is inside the city limits. Volume rate adjustments. Inside the city limits for residential, 2,000 to 6,000 gallons, we're recommending $5.08, which is a 0% increase. 6,000 to 15,000, $5.83, 0% increase. 15,000 and up, 0% increase. Outside the city limits, this is to bring those two closer together, if not right on the money. So it's going to be an increase in 2,000 to 6,000 gallons of $5.08 from $3.11. 6,000 to 15,000 from $3.88 to $5.83. And then 15,000 and up, $6.36. This matches. This now matches outside city limits with inside city limits. Okay. Commercial volume rate adjustment, 2,000 to 6,000 gallons, $5.56, which is a 0% increase. Outside the city limits, it goes from $4.22 to $5.56 for a 32% increase. And again, this is to match the two inside and outside. And this is all part of our plan to get rid of that designation. Okay, large volume water rate adjustment, first $10 million. This is a take or pay contract. Inside the city limits, no increase. Let's see, outside the city limits, first $10 million, take or pay. Oh, I'm sorry, I missed one. 10,000 and up, $3.94 at 0% increase to the inside city limits. And to bring outside closer to the inside, the first 10 million gallons is going to be reduced from 40,382 to match inside city limits of 24,202, which is a 40% decrease. Above 10 million gallons, we're going from $1.95, and our amended proposed rate is $3.94, which matches what is on inside for a 102% increase. Okay, raw water, really no change there. This is South Texas Water Authority and San Patricio Municipal Water District, and then also Port Aransas Violet. You can see that we're recommending a small increase for South Texas and San Patricio of 128 to 174, and Port Aransas and Violet 171 to 231.
Mm-hmm. Yes. No, this
Yeah,
is raw.
I'm sorry, what was the
right?
question?
Is this treated or raw water?
This is raw water. No, I'm sorry, treated water.
That's what I thought.
Apologize, many apologies.
Yeah, because they're paying less than that for raw water.
I'm sorry, Councilman, I
I'm
was
sorry.
turning the page here.
Oh, yeah, Councilman Pike.
I don't want to get in trouble
Go
here.
ahead.
Okay, so this is for treated water
Yes.
to South Texas Water Authority, San Patricio Municipal Water District, Port Aransas, and Violet.
Correct.
And I think it's important here for us to speak to the long-term contracts that we are operating under as a city that were formulated when, Mike, back, we don't
Yes.
even know.
I think South Texas was probably the most recent, but the other ones have been in effect for
Okay.
decades,
And,
literally.
and these contracts are in perpetuity, as
Yeah.
far as we know, but we're going to review all of these contracts as soon as
Yeah.
this budget process is over.
Correct. So conversations with the city manager and the city attorney will be discussing those and presenting to you what the terms are of these contracts. So there are contracts, and they are good
Right.
contracts in place. So we'll be just discussing what that looks like and what's left on the term, if there is any. Some of them are in perpetuity.
Okay.
So, but we will be going, unless the contract is reopened by the buyer.
Okay. All right, well, I just thought that was important.
Yes, sir.
To
Thank you.
mention.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Hernandez.
So in some of your presentations, you said our cost for treat, can you go back that one slide?
This one?
Our cost for producing treated water is $265, is that correct?
So, yes, that's correct.
Okay, and that's a weighted average based on the blend from all water sources,
Right,
correct?
I believe that's correct, and that's at the water treatment plant. That is not part of the distribution process.
Okay, so if I'm looking at this correct, as South Texas Water Authority and San Patricio Municipal Water District are getting the treated water at $1.74, which is well below our cost for producing treated water,
Right. Correct, yes, sir.
right? Okay, so, and I wanted to highlight it a little bit more. Thank you, Councilman Pussler. So we're subsidizing, our water department is subsidizing water going to San Patricio Municipal Water District for treated water.
Right.
And maybe Miles can put some clarity on this, on these contracts. I don't recall ever having a contract that was ever in perpetuity with any organization. Can you explain that, please?
My position is that a contract in perpetuity is invalid. However, that doesn't mean that, that's my position, and that will continue to be our position, is that a contract in perpetuity is invalid. However, our charter does provide for contracts in perpetuity.
Wait, wow.
You
Sounds like
asked.
we need to look at the charter again.
Miles's famous words, however, we did it to ourselves again.
No, I can see how some of this kind of came into place because they were probably based on water fees from Lake Corpus Christi and Choke Canyon, which are much lower when you look at it from as a raw water source. But we have more water sources now, and it changes the dynamics in our cost structure, especially if the water is being provided from those sources and still being contracted from Lake Corpus Christi and Choke Canyon, unless we require them to take those sources from Lake Corpus Christi and Choke Canyon. Are we requiring that?
Well, we do, maybe I'm not understanding your question, but we do have 3 municipalities that do take water directly
Right.
from Corpus Christi.
So Alice, Mathis, and Beeville,
Yes, sir,
correct?
correct.
So I can see where those were based on Lake Corpus Christi because they're connected directly to those lakes, correct? So you can make an argument that they're within the contract of where they're getting the water source and the costs are in line if our raw water cost from there is 49 cents, as stated in one of the presentations.
Correct.
You can make an argument that they're fully in line with what our cost structure is. You can't say that if these other sources are taking water from our other water sources of Lake Texana and Lower Colorado River, then it changes the dynamics. And that should be accounted for. If the calculation is based on the raw water cost from Lake Corpus Christi, then it's not going to work.
Right.
Right? So if anything, that needs to be the adjustment. You follow me with that, Peter? Okay. So,
Yes, sir.
there's no reason. I mean, we went through the time and effort and money and expense to go and get this additional water at a higher cost because we need the water, right? The most expensive water is water you don't have, right? So but it should be fair. We shouldn't be subsidizing these other entities, right?
We agree, Councilman. Yes, sir.
All right. Well, I see Mr. Williams is there in the audience here. Maybe we can have those conversations, because this doesn't work for us in either capacity. Even the raw water, if they're taking raw water from from Mary Roads pipeline, that doesn't make any sense either.
Right, that's most expensive.
Right.
Yeah, we committed to the council that this is step one, which was with a new rate consultant. We're getting rates more equitable. We know that there's a step two in the rates because we're not at 100% equity yet, not at 100% cost for service. Another step, though, includes this fall looking at all these contracts and seeing what can we do to equalize and make them fair to the ratepayer. Right now, we know they're not.
Look, in terms of fair, I mean, I want to be fair to them that they're paying what they're supposed to be paying for the
Right.
product that
Fair
they're
to the
getting,
ratepayer in
right?
Corpus Christi.
They're also a ratepayer.
Right.
So the idea is to be a fair to everyone,
Right.
not treat one differently than the other.
Yeah, rate equity is what I'm
Right.
trying to say.
Well,
Right.
I've always said that it's not for us to pick winners and losers, but to make sure that there's a fair playing ground for everybody to compete equally. Well, it also pay equally.
Yes,
right?
sir. Right.
All right.
Mm.
Thank you. That's
Yes,
the
sir.
questions I have on that one.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman Klein.
Thank you, Mayor. Mike, I wanted some clarification on this. In the handout that we were given, this is on page 6. I don't know where it's at in your presentation, but this is outside city limits. First 10 million gallons are at a minimum rate, and then each additional 1,000 gallons rated at 13.14 cents. And it's crossed out here on our copy. I just want to get clarification. I got a bunch of questions from the public about that. I just want to get clarification for the public
Right.
in particular, because I wasn't clear about it myself.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
Murphy,
We're
go
gonna-
through.
we're
Yeah,
gonna-
he's going to go, if we go through the next slides,
Oh.
he'll clarify.
I'm sorry,
that.
I'm ahead of myself.
We still have one more. Yes, so we're going to do a floor amendment to eliminate that section 55-50. So the first, if you want me to go ahead and go through this? So the first one is just a typo. We had a period instead of a comma where we were talking about large volume users and their take-or-pay contract. We actually had it at 24, period, 202. It needed to be 24, comma, 202 to correct that. So that's one. And then the second one is what you're referring to, and we're going to
Right,
completely
right.
remove these sections. This is no longer pertinent to what we do, and this has no impact on our rate model whatsoever.
Okay, good. Yeah, that's good. Thank you. I appreciate
Yes,
that
sir. Thank you very
clarification.
much. Appreciate
And then I
that.
had a quick question as well about, this is on the first page of our handout anyway, referring to the monthly minimum charges. I think I asked Reba about this yesterday as well. Just kind of want to air this out again, I guess in public as well, regarding minimum charges based on meter size. So those who have meter 5/8 to 3/4 see no increase at all. But if you're residential or commercial and your meter size, I guess diameter, is 1 inch or higher, then you're going to see some rate increases. And the question that I had yesterday, Reba, thanks so much for your correspondence back and forth about this. I wanted to know if how many homes in Corpus Christi had 1 inch or larger meter sizes that they would see this rate increase in on the minimum charges, or not rate increase, but a minimum charge increase, I should say, from 1939 to 3230. I think you said something like 2,600 thereabouts homes in Corpus Christi had 1 inch or larger meter size, meter diameter, I guess that is. And I think you made some mention as well that a lot of those probably would have like an irrigation system warranting that larger meter size then also.
You were asking about the multifamily units.
So that's a kind of a separate question, but so
Okay.
I think the information I got, I thought it was from you, was that there's about 2,600 homes that have 1 inch or higher meters
Okay.
size, and then about, I forgot the number here now, like 651 apartment complexes that have 1 inch or larger meter size diameters, as well. And so my concern, I guess, about this, the 2,665 residents, I have some concerns about them, but again, if they have a larger meter, it's probably because they're using a great deal more water, and so there might be justification, I guess, for increase there in their base, their minimum charge. My concern is about the apartment dwellers. So they're going to see an increase in their minimum charge. Now, it depends, I guess, on how many apartments are in the complex. If it's 30 or 60 or 100 or whatever, that's going to be divided. The increase from 1939 to 3230 is going to be divided then into 20 or 30 or 60 or
The
whatever.
landlord will pass, I'm sure the landlord passes through those costs across the year, across the number of units they may have.
Yeah, so I have some concerns about that. Again, I think it's going to be relatively negligible, but the apartment dwellers, again, these are people who I would argue maybe can at least afford an increase in their water bill, are going to see a small increase because of that base rate, the base minimum charge increase.
It'll depend on how the landlord passes through those costs.
Yeah. I don't see landlords passing on a chance to pass that on to them, but I may be wrong about that. All right, thank you.
Councilman Pusley. Is that?
Yeah, so, and I agree 100% with Councilman Hernandez's comment about, and I've said this many times myself in previous meetings, is our goal here is what we do has to be fair to everybody. We can't have one group subsidizing the other, and that's been going on a long time here in the city, and we're trying to fix that. And we can't, and as our rate expert told us, we have to be careful in doing that in steps, because if we get out of a line on one group now, then we're controlled by the PUC, and they may have something to say about that.
Right.
So along those lines, Peter, and maybe this is a question for Miles, if whatever we adopt here today, we can modify 6 months from now, or 3 months from now, or if we decide that we need to contractually change something.
Right. Yeah, these rates are
That's a question.
Yeah, these rates are based on the contract terms that exist today. So if we amend the contract, ideally the rates would change as well. I don't know at what point in time, but they would change as well.
Yeah, and some of those clauses do key off of the rate you declare in here as one of the components. So, but in 6 months, yes, you can change some of those rates. Whether they will become effective immediately at that time becomes a contract question.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Councilman Suckling.
Thanks, Mayor. Right in line with, I agree with Councilman Hernandez and Pusley's comments about the rate equity. So drilling down a little bit deeper on that, Peter, if we were to go and review the contracts and we decided subsequent to our review, we decided in 90 days we were ready to take step 2, we could do that, it sounds like, based off of what Miles just said.
Yes, sir, Councilman.
So,
yeah.
Because I'm like they are, it's been going on for long enough, and it's time to fix it. And I understand the PUC part, but we need to fix it as soon as possible.
We're committed to doing that. Yes,
Thank
sir,
you.
Councilman.
Okay, Councilman Roy.
I'm kind of on the same line with the other council members that have spoken, but what I want to make sure, so right now, because we haven't really discussed those contracts, we really don't know what the date is in terms of being able to institute a new rate at this point.
Yeah, that's correct, Councilman.
But I think if I understand what we're trying to do here is if we set the rate higher, I mean, based on what Councilmember Hernandez says, trying to have rate equality across the board, then really, without looking at those contracts, there's no guarantee in terms of when.
Right.
It could be another council that could come on board by the time that those contracts are in place, because I don't know, and refresh my memory, how long have some of those contracts been in place now?
Like decades?
Decades.
Right.
Yeah.
Some of them have 40-year terms.
Some
of them only have a few years left, and some of them have growing districts on the other side who are needing to come back to us regularly to renegotiate those contracts. So yes, there is an opportunity there will be opportunities to get that type of rate equity in place if it is not yet present.
So we could be on year 30 and have 10 years more to go.
That's what we're going to look, I would say maybe, but that's what we want to look at. We have this, for this rate setting, we have not looked at the contracts in detail. We're following the rules of the contracts. We know they need some serious attention. That's what we're going to do later on this late summer, fall, and see what and how can we change them.
So
for rate equity.
as far as this portion of the contract, or as this portion of the rates go, if we agree, and let's say whatever the number is that we agree,
Right.
we're basically agreeing in theory that we're going to come back and look at this, and hopefully in the future, we'll change it when we have the ability to change it.
Or before, we're going to see legally, how can we?
So you're going to,
We need to see what type of, how can we change the contract, even though there may not be a way to easily change it, you know what I mean?
okay, so you're going to look at all avenues of
Yeah,
trying to,
right.
whatever rate we come up with today, trying to make sure that we get that equitable rate
Right.
in place as soon as possible.
It could be, as an example, and Brian Williams, who was here, we have some good partners out there. It could be him, who's the president, CEO of San Pat Water District, and his board. They may say, you know what, let's redo these contracts. We don't know that for sure. We haven't asked them yet. So it could be a willingness on both parties. It could be a clause in the contract. It could be an opening of the contract because they need different water service. So any of those examples could get the contracts renegotiated.
Yeah, and I think part of the reason why I'm going with this extensive questioning is, we went through this public comment period today, and you had a lot of people that, were basically saying, hey, you know what, you guys, shame on you, Peter. This has been like this for 4 years, and this has been going a lot longer in
Like
terms
40,
of.
yeah.
Yeah, so, I'm glad that this council is looking at it and taking the steps to try to right that.
We are too. We applaud this city council. This is another monumental task or policy issue that has been deferred.
Yeah.
And so this city council should be applauded for being willing to take it on. Councilman.
Thank
Roy.
you.
Yes, sir.
And thanks to the other council members for everybody bringing this together and working on this. Councilwoman Sylvia Campos.
Yeah, don't worry,
Thank
they'll
you.
never give us credit for it, so.
Yes, and to echo that, and Peter, and there have been accolades, kind of thrown around, but, the whole situation, it is unfortunate. And we're not, you, Ms. Campos, have been bringing that to light. But as you just mentioned, Peter, it is the 9 people up here who are going to make that change or not.
Right,
And that's
exactly.
extremely important
Yeah.
because, again, all knowing, for example, some of the things like a 28% discount that
Yeah.
equates to over $6 million a year.
A year,
And
yeah.
I mean, it's just, and we don't blame, the people sitting in those positions today. And there are partners, there are partners, they create, there's a job force of 98,000, I think. But we have a responsibility to the people of this city. You have a responsibility to, not just this council, but to the people of the city. Every
Right.
person in this 4,000 person organization has that responsibility. And so today, it is historic. It's unfortunate, but it is historic to fix this.
Right.
And to stand with the people, as was mentioned earlier, because that is our job. And it is, it isn't something that's definitely easy to do, but it is.
Right.
Because what's right is right, and we have to fix that. So, well
Right.
said, Councilman. Sylvia, Ms. Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, everyone, here that has been working this for months. I know. I really do want to just say thank you. I'm emotional because I've lived here all my life, and I've always, we've always known that it's been unfair. And this is, again, like everyone knows, this is just the beginning, but I'm so grateful. Just want to say thank you to the staff. Thank you to you, Peter, for your leadership. And again, yes, thank you to this council that was able, it looks like, we're going to be able to all agree that, enough is enough. And this is a great start. So thank you. Thank you so much.
Councilman Barrera.
Well, I guess somebody has to contradict. You know, it's been obvious that I've been critical of this whole process. You know, I'd like to get the copy of the service rate analysis. I've asked for it 3 times. You know, can I get that commitment today?
Yeah, the what analysis, Councilman?
The service rate analysis that the consultant did.
The service rate analysis?
Something. So whatever, I asked for, basically, I sent an email that said, hey, I'd like to see any documentation that helps determine the rates.
Okay.
What you've already got?
I haven't got anything.
Okay, I'll get you.
I mean, I've got all this stuff. I've got basically the information that basically says this is what it cost, but there's no analysis behind it.
Okay.
So I'd appreciate that. I mean, I was joking around earlier. I said, you know what? I think I'm gonna ask John Weber to ask for it. You know, maybe he can come up during public comment. You know, but for that, I'm disappointed. Now, you know, I told the press yesterday that, maybe it's overly simplistic. It seems that every year we have a surplus, you know? So the argument that it's costing us more to produce than what, it's costing us more to produce than what, or to distribute than what it is to, than what we're taking in is just very hard for me to figure out. You know, we had this I had this exercise with Michael with regard to the health plan, and I said the way we're calculating the needs for the plan is flawed. So I don't know. I don't know. And I don't want you to justify it or anything.
No, I appreciate
Yeah, you don't have to. I don't want to get into another match with you, you know, because I respect you.
Thank you.
What is it? I just, when I get challenged, I feel like I got to lean into it. You know, I've been, I obviously believe in rate equity. I think it's very important, you know. I think it's very important. However, you know, as I said to the press yesterday, then let's make the rates equitable and let's reduce the rate for the residential ratepayer. Simply because we have a surplus every year, and I think we have a healthy fund balance. And our financial advisor came in and said basically we're 15 basis points above the standard. You know, I asked for the revenue by customer with regard to those. I haven't seen that, and you know, and that's okay. You know what? We'll get it later. I'd like to see that.
Yeah, we did send it. It was like 7 o'clock last night, Councilman, and
well, maybe it was sent to my city email.
Oh.
And I just haven't got to that.
Okay, yeah, yes, sir.
Okay.
It was late, we admit, but we did send that.
Okay, so, but, you know, once again, the night before.
I know.
And that's been my challenge too. I think in something, you know, I just praised Gabe Inosa for his work that we did, because I was one of the 6 that supported the stormwater increase. I made the motion, you know? So I felt that was important, and I felt that it's important that we need that and I think part of that is for cash pay, is to ensure cash pay, you know? And I know that we're trying to build up that fund balance. So I'm not opposed to having the political courage to raise fees. I just need to understand. And I might add that as a result of me trying to get the information, the social media tabloids have painted me as a sellout to industry, you know? And I've done that because I believe that we should have spent a whole lot more time on 50% of our customers, and there's only 8 of them, 8 or 9 of them, you know, to sit down, just like we've done with the Home Builders Association, who agreed to the fee increases today. Right? The Home Builders Association came in and said, we agree, this is on schedule, we agree with that, the fees and what we're going to charge. I mean, they came in and spoke. So you have that, once again, those are our partners in the community. Those are our builders, those are the ones that sacrifice their capital and put their risk to be able to provide affordable homes or you know, homes that the community wants. So, you know, that was a one-year process. Impact fees is still going on. It's been going on, what, 3 years maybe now? And, you know, that's the thing. We've got a committee. We had a committee for stormwater. So I think that's flawed. And here, you know, going back to, again, being the accusation that I'm an industry sellout. You know, I got three uncles. I have three uncles that worked in refineries. I probably got a dozen cousins because of my extended family that worked in refineries. No college education. I know one in particular that paid for 3 college kids that they graduated from college. One of my cousins, that was the proudest moment in his life, that he'd been slinging a sledgehammer all day long for, you know, over 30 years. And he put 3 kids through college, you know, and, you know, made a good living, made an honest living. And, you know, how many of those live in my district, you know? So, yeah, I'm a little resentful, and not to you, but I'm just saying, in this picture that we've talked about, rate equity, that they have not been paying their fair share I think it's a little misguided. And like I said, I understand. I believe in rate equity. But if that's the case, because we have a surplus every year, we've got what, we vary on what the 20 versus the 25%. If you're inclusive of the 25% of the difference, we have what, 47 million in fund balance in water? So, you know, with an excellent bond rating. So I really didn't want to get on too big of a high horse, but the only reason I did is because some of the public comments today, some of the accusations that were made, and my biggest challenge, I mean, I'm going to vote no, obviously, but my biggest challenge is that number one, I don't feel like I've gotten the information, you know, and I said that Friday, you know, and if you sent me something today, but it's still, I still haven't, I asked for the documentation back in July. You know, when I said publicly Friday, Corey said, Councilman, I don't remember you sending that to me. I couldn't find that email, and the first request I made was, I'm sorry, Mike, to you, to Peter, to Sony, and that was sometime in July, you know, over a month ago. Okay. And what is it? So, I obviously, this is something that I feel is that we need to be fair on, but I think the process that we handle is wrong. So all I ask is that you go to those 8 customers and the Sampat Water Authority, because they have such a huge economic impact on not just the city of Corpus Christi, on the entire region, And, you know, for all those jobs, you know, you can argue it's 50,000 jobs, you can argue it's 98,000 jobs. It's still a whole bunch of jobs, you know? And I think our role as the city of Corpus Christi is to be the individuals that solve those problems and tie them all together. And man, guys, I just expect more out of you. Instead of arguing with a guy without a college education that basically picked up his management skills flipping hamburgers when he was 19 years old. You guys are way smarter than I am. And I think you're capable of more. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Campos.
Sorry, I had left my light on. So, no, I don't have any more to add.
Okay, Councilman Hunter.
We haven't made an amendment to remove the residential ratepayer increase. Are you going to?
No, we're not at.
It's not.
Right here, it says we are. Do I have an outdated one?
What number? Oh,
So are we still going to increase residential rates by 90 cents?
Yes, Councilman. So right now, the proposal from the staff is to increase the raw water rate this is for all users, from 97 cents per 1,000 gallons to $1.12. So that essentially gives the average residential customer that 90-cent increase.
Right, that's across the board.
That's across the board.
Right,
All
that's-
customers would pay that.
The 90 cents.
Right, and we do recommend if the council was to not raise that rate, that it be across the board for equity reasons and challenges.
And I'm fine with it being across the board, but at the
Yeah.
same time, you could find another way to not raise the residential, ICL,
Right.
residential rate 90 cents.
Can
Are
you,
there any other suggestions to that? Councilman Pusley suggested this. I'm not trying to take any ownership over this, but I think it was a great idea because he usually doesn't come up with great ideas.
thank you very much.
But no, but we had suggested this and we had I thought almost a verbal agreement, but without saying an agreement up here that this is kind of where we wanted to go. So is this not do we not have a solution?
Well, so first of all, it's whether we want to go forward with this or not, and then find, as was mentioned the other day, the fund, the means of which to, in
Right.
which to pay for, if you will, the 90 cents. But I guess to be technical, I can make
Maybe I
it-
can shed a little bit of light on this.
well, no, the light is,
Okay.
it's 90 cents, and really, if we don't want to raise it across the board, then I would make a motion to not raise it across the board.
So-
And then let's talk about what Councilman Pusley,
Right.
so
So
I would
define
make
across
that.
the board, Peter.
Right.
So across so the 90 cents, just so we're clear, comes from that's from the average residential customer using 6,000 gallons. The 90 cents is from the raw water rate, moving from 97 to $1.12.
I understand that.
Right, so if we want to eliminate the 90 cents, we would eliminate the increase in the raw water charge. We'd keep it at 97 cents per 1,000 gallons instead of.
For all users.
Right, so that step one is eliminate it, but we would recommend you do that across the board for all users, residential, commercial, and large volume users, because that would be more justifiable at the PUC. We don't want to set up what we're trying to undo here with
No, but that's not what I wanted to do. What I'm
Okay.
trying to do is help
just the residential.
inside the city limit users of Corpus Christi, who for some number of years now has been subsidizing a number of these other functions. And we have over $40 million in fund balance, plus we have a line item in our water budget for debt service. So you always worry about, you carry a little fund balance in there in case you have a upset or some problem comes along, or you need to cover some of your bonded indebtedness.
Okay.
But we have $61 million total in that fund to cover bonded
Right.
indebtedness and fund balance.
Okay, then another way of doing it, and Reba's gonna have to help on this, is we would adjust the meter charge then, just for the residential customer inside city limits.
Okay.
Right, Reba, if we wanted to do a 90-cent reduction per month, how much would we have to reduce the meter charge for inside city limit users?
Well, the 3/4 inch is $12.92, so
Right.
you could subtract
Just make it
90
12
cents from
bucks.
that.
Yeah.
But
That'd be a good
that
amendment.
would affect the other meter charges too, or not. I mean, you could vote just to change the 3/4 inch.
So we don't need to move, we don't need to vote to eliminate the 90-cent raw water charge, but to.
You could do that.
But to adjust the,
Just the meter. The other way of doing it is the meter charge, like
then
Pusley saying, just do the residential inside city limit meter charge, dropping it from $12.92 to $12.02.
And that gets you your 90 cents.
That gets you 90 cents, so that
well, then I'll
effectively.
change that, because I had thrown that out, and we don't want to do that.
Yeah.
Then we'll change
Okay,
it to,
we
we'll
apply
change it to that,
both.
Peter.
Okay, Reba's saying to keep rate equity, we'd probably do both, well, the outside's a little bit more though, but reduce it by 90 cents as well.
What's that, Peter?
Just to keep rate equity in case of a challenge, we would reduce the $12.92 by 90 cents for inside city limit users. We would also reduce the outside meter size from $19.39 minus 90 cents, so it'd be 18 something, right?
Something.
Yeah.
Now on my calculator.
Well, as long
1930.
as that's what would get us to zero out. right?
It
And
would
so
for
do
the
you think that it's
residential.
Okay.
not equitable to just do the inside?
It would,
Because we've had discussions about how we think that our rates for outside city limits users have been too low anyway.
yeah. Reba, what do you, I mean,
Are you talking about the meter charge or the
yeah,
raw charge?
the meter charge.
Yeah. Well, really, all of them. Yeah.
Well, I think it's more equitable to reduce all the residential customers by the same amount rather than just the inside or the outside.
Okay.
Well, we don't have any other residential except inside and outside, do we?
No, that's all.
Is there a secret one in here I don't know
No,
about?
no, sir.
I'd like to second the amendment
Okay.
that the mayor made, and then
Not that many.
for the passing.
Yeah, so, we're recommending,
Okay with
and
that
possibly you
deal?
can tell us if you want a different recommendation, but we're recommending reducing the meter size for the 5/8 and 3/4 for inside city limits, reducing it by 90 cents.
Okay.
Also doing the same thing for the outside city limit, 5/8 and 3/4 meter, reducing the 1939 currently recommended by 90 cents also.
I'll so move.
Yes, sir.
What about the 2,600 folks that have the 1 inch?
Or second it, whatever I need to
They
do.
have to keep
Motion to
paying that.
approve first, right?
Yeah.
So,
The mayor made a
Keep paying.
motion.
Yeah.
okay, thanks, Mayor.
I'll
So-
remove my second. Mr. Pusley will second.
And that would,
And
just
that's
for the
to approve
record,
it.
for the community, this would mean a no rate increase to the residential customer in the city
Yes.
limits.
Yes.
Right.
That would be a 0 rate. We already recommended a revised 0 rate increase in wastewater.
Right.
This would be a 0 rate, monthly rate increase
water.
in water service.
Okay.
We support that. So,
Okay. Councilman Suckley.
Thanks, Mayor. I don't know at what point in time to make these comments, but I guess now's as good as time as ever. Heading into this discussion today, I kind of prioritized some of the things that I thought were important for us to make sure we talk about today and hopefully have some clarity on them. And number one was achieve water rate equity, and that's what the basis of most of our conversation's been about so far. But secondly is, thank you for the exhibit last night where you provided the kind of the estimated debt service going forward for the next 4 years, both in water and wastewater.
Right.
Because I've been asking for that. I think Councilman Hernandez and others have been asking for it too. But we all just need to be very cognizant of the fact of I'm completely supportive of keeping our residential rates with no increase. But looking at those numbers on the debt service, what it may project out to be in the next 4 years is wastewater debt service, based off the numbers you gave us, is it going to increase 137% in the next 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
Water debt service is going to increase by 37% over the next 4 years. So we all need to be prepared that we may be giving folks a win this year, but there's going to be a piper to be paid in the coming years in terms of the budget. There's no way, based off of the things we have on the dashboard, to hold rates to where they are now.
Yeah.
So my preference would be, and again, I'm supportive of keeping the residential rates the same, but my preference would be with us giving back the stormwater fee this year, people are already going to see most people are going to see a net bottom line decrease of their utility bill already.
Giving back the street fee, you mean?
The street fee,
Yeah,
I'm sorry, the
right.
street fee.
Yeah.
Is they're already going to see a net bottom line decrease.
Right, by $2.12.
95% of the people that look at their bill are going to look at the bottom line. They're not going to look at, oh, well, my water rate didn't go up 90 cents. I'm not saying we need to do it. I think the right thing to do is to try and keep it the same. But again, we all need to be aware of what's coming in the future. So we don't need to bury our heads in the sand and say we got to win this year because it's coming. And then we also need to keep in mind that in the next coming weeks, we're going to have discussion about alternative water sources. We're going to have to figure out how to fund those alternative water sources. And there's going to be more debt service associated with alternative water sources. So just trying to provide some reality here as to where we are on this. And then lastly is whatever budget decisions we make, whether it's using part of the fund balance or not, is we need to make sure that we don't allow the deterioration of our bond rating, as we talked about the other day. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Mayor, can I just
Yes, of
comment?
course.
Yeah, those are great words, Councilman. We appreciate you saying those. On the schedule that we sent out, that Councilman Hernandez and Suckley both asked for, that's where you all could see that last night. That does include the desalinization plant in those numbers already, but if we add another water source like Evangeline plus desal, then you can expect the numbers to go up, obviously. But I think one reason we're a little bit comfortable going along with this for the residential customers, that this council also, in a monumental decision, is okay with doing rate evaluation annually instead of every 2 years. So it's just 12 months from now, we'll be right back here. And so if there's an issue, we're gonna let council know well in advance. But we'll know more next summer about what would be the rate for the next year. So this is just gonna set the rate for 1 year. Next summer, we'll be back to see is there a rate adjustment necessary after we have time to review all this. So
Right.
good. But I do appreciate Councilman Suckley's
Right.
very well balanced points.
Yes, they are. Councilman Hernandez?
I'd like to thank Councilman Suckley for taking all my thunder on that. That's okay. That's okay. I wanted to bring up something else because we got the information last night, had a chance to review it, but the numbers didn't match what we were presented in the presentation we got on August 21st. And I want to say for the debt service, if you look for water, on page 89 of this, I don't know if you have this with you.
Yeah, we do, Councilman.
Okay, if you go to
Page 89.
Page 89, and if you have the memo that was sent to us last night.
Right.
I'll give you a chance to pull that up.
Reba, you have yours? Page 89 from the August 21 presentation. Yeah, we have it.
Okay, if you look at that, and look at the numbers for fiscal year budget 2024 and 2025, and then look at the numbers on the memo for 2024 and 25, they don't match.
Yeah, so, yeah, Reba has the explanation.
The model took into account funding through debt service, the CIP for the following year, for debt service to be starting the year after. And that was their instructions from the very beginning. So they weren't based on how we actually issue our debt.
Right.
And I can't speak to that because I didn't come up with that formula, but that's how the rate model was, that was the assumptions. Those were the assumptions.
It's two different modeling, so there's two different models, yes, sir. So to develop the rates, the rate model that Andy McCartney took what's in the capital budget the prior year, and put that into the, say, 24 year. That's how he does it in all his clients. What we did is looked at a more granular, drill down approach to when do we really issue debt and how much is issued based on the CIP. So our memo that we sent out is a little more refined, probably closer to what's actually going to happen. To determine rates, Andy in his model takes the last year CIP, plugs in the whole thing as the payment due. Right, Rebus?
Correct. And we also have some revenues that we apply towards the debt service, the drought surcharge exemption
right.
fee, and some raw water supply development that wasn't included in the model.
That's a good point. So the cash that we have from the 25-cent drought surcharge fee, which will be $24 million by the end of fiscal year 24, we assume applying some of that cash to the desalinization plant and not borrowing all of the money because we got $24 million that we can use. So again, our model on the memo is a little more, takes into consideration more elements, more facts, and does more closely, more precise modeling. Andy's in the rate model on page 89 is pretty rudimentary.
Okay, either way, it doesn't look
It's two different
good,
methods.
right? I mean,
Yeah.
because I was looking at this last night, and I was like, well, wait a minute, this wasn't what I saw in the budget.
Right.
Okay, well, what are we using? Are we going to use that are we going to use this for the rate model going forward? Are we going to use?
Andy uses, when we talk to him, that's what he does with all his clients or customers. So we can, as we continue to work with him this first year, refine, if he's willing to do so, the elements that we put into his model for debt service. That's something we can talk to him about. We have him for 5 years and under contract.
Okay, so the concern that Councilman Suckley had posed, and we had discussed this many times, about what that looks like going forward and how it's going to affect rates going
Right.
forward. And obviously, the more you borrow, the more you have to pay back, the more debt service you have. But this provided us the information on what debt was gonna be there, but it did not necessarily provide us on how that's gonna, what impact to rates that's going to.
That's
to
correct,
have.
yes, Councilman, and that,
So this has been kind of my thing I've been saying all this whole time, is that we gotta, make sure we have our arms around this.
right,
So we're not borrowing more than what we can spend.
right.
Or we can, take from the ratepayers. The ratio that our bond council was talking about, it doesn't matter where it comes from, whether you reduce your debt or you increase your rates, in order to maintain that ratio.
Right.
Well, there's got to be that balance, and, this doesn't have to be right now, because this is, we're talking about, our current rates and how they're gonna pay for stuff right now,
Right,
right?
yeah,
But, we're cognizant of the fact that there's a lot of debt that you're pushing forward. And I was gonna talk a little bit more about this during our discussion on the CIP, that has to, you're creating a CIP that's almost as much as our operating budget, right? It's $100
I'm
million.
not, just to make it clear, I'm not creating it, it's we're addressing need in the community that's from decades of neglect.
I got you.
Yeah, we're not drumming it up.
I'm not saying that the
Yes,
work
sir.
doesn't need to
Okay,
be
just
done,
wanna- Yeah,
but you gotta be able to pay for it.
right,
Right.
we agree.
All right, and there's two ways, especially, and the majority of that capital improvement plan is utility
water, right.
revenue bonds.
Yes, sir.
Right?
That's right.
That money's gotta come from rates, and if we're not, and to his point, since we're not raising rates today, and I'm okay with that as well, but then we also have to pull back on our spending, and that includes our debt spending too.
Right, that's a choice. So, on the wastewater side, we know that the lawsuit from the federal government is something we'd be tough to get out of. That's from the overflows into the federal waters. We're gonna look closely this next year on the water side to see, do we have to scale back some of the improvements in the CIP or even the operating side? But the good news is we have a one-year rate model now, so we can be more nimble and flexible, and 12 months is gonna go pretty quick. We'll be back here next summer.
Well, I'd also like on that is that there really hasn't been a great explanation as to how our rates are created, right? In terms of cost of service versus what it actually cost us to,
Right.
and then what we're actually charging folks.
Right.
And far be it for me to mention Councilman Barrera in terms of what he was saying in terms of these rates, it's really not well explained. Honestly, I can't sit in front of somebody from industry or residential ratepayer and tell them how their rate is structured. I have no clue. I've been asking for the last several weeks, tell me what our rate is based on in terms of cost, how much of this is set up, and the rates we're charging doesn't match with what our cost of service is.
Right.
Okay, so I don't know if we want to, and I know these rates don't take into effect until January 1, but I'd really like to understand the breakdown here so we can, with a straight face, explain to the people what their water rate is based on.
Right.
Right?
We know you met with the rate modeler twice, we can bring them back for a third, fourth, fifth time.
Rate modelers
Yeah.
is basing it on what the information you gave them.
But,
Right.
Councilman,
It's not based on cost, it's based on cash needs. It's a different model.
Right, what he said and what we talked to Councilman Pusley this morning about at 10 o'clock was that we know we're not at 100% cost recovery because our rate model was way out here. We're trying to gradually bring the two together. So by the time the next rate is set or the next one thereafter, we're gonna get closer and closer for true cost recovery. Right now, even in large volume, we're not there. We're still $1 away. Yes, sir?
I've not seen it in residential either.
Same,
Based
right.
on your cost recovery.
We
But
agree,
we're-
yeah.
We're negative in everywhere, and we're still making money, to Councilman Barrera's point. Now,
Yeah,
I just need to be able to explain it,
we agree.
right? It's not, if we're below cost of service on everything,
Not
right?
everything, because the
what
commercial
are we
account,
not below cost of service on?
the commercial accounts are above cost for service. They're paying more than the way ahead. The
You're
residential,
telling me that the commercial accounts are covering everybody?
yes,
In terms of, the raw water costs, the residential costs, outside, inside city limits, the large user cost, that is 52% of our water, they're covering everybody.
They're subsidizing, if you want to use that word, two other rate classes, yes, the residential.
So Councilman Hernandez, and
Yeah.
pardon my interruption,
Yeah.
but I understand you, and I appreciate it, and I appreciate, Councilman, y'all want to understand this to a degree that is extreme, and I say that respectfully.
Extreme?
Yeah, because you've met with the financial guy who,
The rate
I'm
monitor.
sorry, the Ray,
Yeah.
I'm thinking of Victor.
Yeah, and Victor too, for that matter, but yeah.
With our financial person, and you've met with the consultant, and that is still not enough. And for the rest of us, enough was those same people standing before us saying, you are subsidized, the residents are subsidizing industry. Enough for me. So I get that you want some extreme detail, Councilman, but it's extreme. And I respectfully, because I do appreciate what you bring to this table. You bring a lot to this table. You do a lot of homework, a lot, and I love that. But in this case, Councilman, we are being told by our own professional team, by our city manager, by our financial expert, by our consultant who does this throughout the country, not the state of Texas, the country. And I appreciate you guys wanting extreme detail, but I'm not sure if y'all have met with them. Y'all have met with everybody under the sun, and it's not enough. I'm not sure what to say, but we're kind of belaboring a very good thing today. This item we should have already passed because it's for the people. And so we can continue. You guys can continue to meet with everybody you want to, but I think the majority of this council is ready to vote for the people, and let's move this forward.
Okay, so aside from all that, I'd just be able as just a ratepayer myself, I'd like to understand what I'm paying for. And to
Okay.
that point, the residents, based on what they say cost of services for the residents, it's somewhere in the $7 range per 1,000 gallons. So we're not the residents aren't subsidizing it. He said the commercial accounts are subsidizing it. So as a ratepayer, I want to be able to understand what I'm paying for. And it's a simple thing. It's
I understand.
not- right?
And that should be emailed to all the council, so if they're sitting in front of industry or whomever, or residents, take out your little script and read it. That's what I'm gonna do.
Script?
Well, I
Oh.
mean, if it's emailed, then everyone has the exact same verbiage, the exact same explanation as to what exactly to answer your question, because I agree with you. We need to have that exactly.
I'm sorry, I don't use scripts provided to me by
You
staff.
don't have to use scripts if you don't want to. Clearly, you don't. Okay, let's move on.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, so Peter, I want to clarify something, I don't necessarily agree that we're not raising rates this time, because I just did a simple math here, and on our large volume water users, just them alone,
Right.
we're going to bring in something in the neighborhood of 17 million additional dollars over what we charged that same group last year. And so, where's that money going to go?
That's going to run the business, Councilman. That's the money that the residential ratepayer won't have to pay.
Yeah, so,
Right.
so that's one thing, and as we move forward with our debt, I guess what I've always done, and you can math this to death, but we depend upon our bond counsel to advise us as to whether or not we are extending ourselves too far on debt. Do we or do we not do that?
Our financial advisor, Victor, who was there, we
Yeah.
rely on him. He helps us run the model. We have a financial performer.
Okay.
And he
And
helps.
has he expressed any concern about what we're doing with respect to our future debt? And I'm asking that sincerely.
Not yet.
Okay.
He doesn't know about the 90-cent thing, but yeah, not yet, Councilman. But Victor's been an extremely great partner with us, and so we'll be he's listening now, I'm sure, and we'll be working with him. Yeah.
Okay, but he's not our bond counsel.
No, so our bond counsel helps us sell bonds and issue debt.
Well, I know they do that, but the bond counsel I've always worked with also come in and advise you as to when you're getting overextended or not.
I don't know if, does that, no, yeah, our financial advisor does that, Councilman. Yeah, so Victor.
I guess I used a different bond counsel.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know.
Our bond counsel helps us legally issue debt, and get the best rate when we're out there
Yeah.
issuing debt. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
But I just think it's important for this community to know that our sum total collections on water is gonna be significantly more than it was last year.
They're going up because of rate equity, Councilman, and the good news to point out is that have we not equalized these rates, the residential customer
Would
and
take it in
commercial
the
customer
shorts.
would be paying the $12 million
Exactly.
themselves. Right.
So I went up this
So-
morning and met with Peter and Mike, and thank you very much for that time, because I kept looking at the same thing Councilman Hernandez is talking about is, what is it, what is our cost of service?
Right.
And what you explained to me, I think is correct. It's gonna take us at least 2 years,
Right.
at least 2 years, to get to that, cost of service level in our rates. We can't do it in 1 year, because if we do, we'll probably end up in court,
Right.
because we've overextended ourselves to one group or another.
Right.
So this is gonna take multiple years for us to accomplish what we need to do.
Exactly.
And that's what I kept struggling with. I kept saying, okay, our cost of service looks higher than what
Yeah.
we're,
And you're right, it is higher.
it is
This
higher.
is another example of it takes time to write something as significant as this.
Yes.
It doesn't get done overnight. We again applaud this council for willing to take it on,
Yeah.
but it's gonna take a little bit of time. It doesn't get done in one
No.
budget cycle.
No,
After 30
and-
years of neglect, it doesn't change in 3 days, so it takes
And I
time.
sincerely appreciate all the work y'all have done.
Yes,
I
sir.
mean, I've got, I think I can apply for a PhD in water now. But it's been very educational. But this all started with Councilman Hernandez and I several months ago sending emails saying, okay, we have to figure out how we establish rate equity across the board for all of our water use. This has not been a secret. We've all known this had to be done.
Right.
So,
Mayor, I call the
Thank you.
vote.
Okay, well, we do. Do you have a quick set? Councilman?
Yeah, I'm not, I don't want to consider myself extreme, but I, like some others. But I still don't feel like I've gotten what I actually would like to see going forward for future budgeting processes. So if possible, I would like to recommend that myself and whoever, Mr. Extreme, if he wants to participate, to work with staff over the next 90 days.
Sure.
To come up with what we expect that document to look like going forward at future budget cycles.
Right.
And then also back to the debt service, projected debt service over the coming years. Those numbers, 137% on wastewater, are impactful. And we should have, as a part of that projection, we should have a representation of how that particular debt service affects our rates going forward also.
Right. Well,
So
yeah.
that should all be part of what we see
Right,
going into the budgeting process.
I agree.
Yeah.
And so, Peter, you're taking.
I was just gonna say, Councilman, we got the debt figured out yesterday. Now it's turned over to Andy, who will take some time to rate model it out and see what's the impact. So that's coming. We agree. This needs to be a standard part of running this business. Without these basic models in place, this is a great example of this physical activity to run the city, but there's also strategic planning and analysis. And well-run organizations have had this for years. We don't. So we're creating it right now for the first time. And it's embarrassing to say it, but that's the truth. So once we have this established, a well-run organization just kind of updates it annually, not figures it out from scratch minutes before you take a vote. But that's where we're at. So now that we have modeling, we refine the modeling, we constantly use it over and over again.
Great. That's
Yes, sir.
great to hear.
Yeah, thank you.
So
Thank
we'll
you.
get all that, absolutely, moving forward. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed?
Wait, we haven't, so who made so Mayor, I had you and Councilmember Pusley making a motion to approve the ordinance. Then we had an amendment on the floor. Mr. Zanoni proposed that amendment for the three-quarter
Right,
inch,
No,
right?
yeah.
So is there somebody who's
Well, I
gonna,
thought that was the amendment. I thought we did.
well, the proper
Ours was-
procedure is to approve
Okay.
it first.
Okay, so.
Yeah, so that's what I,
You
so
make the amendment?
now I just need someone to make the
Make the
motion to
amendment?
amend.
You gonna make
so
a
I'll
motion to
I'll
amend?
make a motion to amend
Okay.
that the meter rate for
Right.
inside and outside the city limits, residential customers will be reduced by 90 cents.
Yeah, Councilman Pusley, I would say it's the 5/8 and the 3/4.
5/8 and 3/4
inch meter.
inch meter users,
Right.
which means I personally will see a rate increase because I have a 1-inch line.
Right, we
right
thank
now,
you
so-
for that. Yes, sir.
Yeah, you're very welcome.
I'll second that motion.
And then Councilman Pusley, that's for inside and outside city.
Yes, I said inside and
Outside,
outside
yes.
residential users.
Yes, sir.
Will, the 5/8 to 3/4 inch
Michael had said something else.
users will have a reduction in their meter rate by 90 cents.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
That was the one we amended, because remember when I brought it up, it was not in stone. You guys were changing it around, so
So I'll
I
second.
don't want to approve. So what did we approve? What was the first one?
So the first one was just to approve the ordinance.
Yeah, that's the
Is
main,
that- that's the
that's
first
the main
step?
motion.
So we need to vote
Oh, you're
on
going to
the
vote no on the
ordinance.
ordinance? Okay.
Well, we need to vote on the ordinance.
Well, as amended.
Got to vote on the amendment
amended.
first.
Yeah, right now, we're just doing the amendment.
So I want to vote yes on that.
Okay, great. All right, so we have a motion and a second, as stated by Councilmember Pesley and as stated by Mr. Zanoni. So can we have a vote on that amendment?
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no.
And that's,
The
okay, we
motion.
said yes, right? Okay, so all aye.
The
There's
motion
also a
carries.
floor amendment that staff had. If you recall, when Mr. Murphy was making his presentation, it was to section 5.
Right, it's two sections in the actual ordinance document. One is to delete that legacy customer class that we don't have, and the other one is on the screen. It's to replace the period with a comma, so it'll be $24,202. Initially, in the material that went out Friday, it had $24, it had 24.20.
Motion to approve those two changes in the
Thank you.
ordinance.
Right.
Second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no.
Okay.
The
and
motion
then
carries.
Now the
final
main
step
motion.
is to approve it as amended.
So
Mhm.
okay, so
And we haven't had public comment. That's the other thing I wanted to bring up.
Oh,
here. I didn't
Okay.
know if you wanted to do that before we
Yes.
voted on the whole thing. I don't know if anybody's here to speak, but
yes, so I'd like to, we'll go ahead and open public hearing on item number 8. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make any public comment on item number 8? Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, she spoke on the water rates, I believe. Right, Ms.
Oh.
Saldana? Previously? You're allowed to speak. Well, you can, right. That's fine.
Yeah. Miles? Oh.
Yeah, on the
Oh,
topic.
okay, I
So she
thought you
spoke
were
on water
waiting.
rates.
Yeah, so you,
Previously.
okay.
Okay, so that means no. You spoke already on water rates, ma'am. So those are the rules. During the public comment at noon, so on this subject. Yes, ma'am.
Talk about wastewater.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay,
Anyone else?
so we're going to close public comment. I'm sorry, close public hearing. All in
comment.
favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no.
Okay.
The motion carries. And now we'll move to approve as amended. Is that correct, Rebecca?
No, we just did, yeah.
Just did.
That was the last one. Okay,
Mhm.
so we're done now. Okay. Oh, okay, number 9, item number 9 is an ordinance amending ordinance 17150 by increasing the exemption for ad valorem taxes for all qualified resident homesteads from 10% to 15% of the assessed value commencing tax year 2024, and from 15% to 20% of the assessed value commencing tax year 2025, and increasing the exemption for ad valorem taxes for persons residents who are disabled or 65 years of age or older from $50,000, as approved by the citizens of Corpus Christi on April the 4th, 1987, to $62,500 commencing tax year 2024. Okay.
I'm sorry, Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve that main motion, but I'm going to offer an amendment and see if I get a backing on it.
Okay, and I'll second that.
Okay, and my amendment would be, what we have now is the 62,500 will be a part of this year's budget, the 23-24 budget, correct? We were able to put that in this year, to this budget we're doing right now.
No, sir, it's the following year.
Well, it's the 2024 budget.
It's the tax year 2024.
Okay, all right. Okay.
Sorry, yes.
2024. Okay, so the first 5% would come up in tax year 2025.
Yes,
Second 5% would come up in the year 2026.
yes, sir.
My amendment would be to make the entire 10% come up in the 2025 budget year.
Second.
I just seconded his.
That was my amendment.
Yeah.
She already said.
Yeah.
Thank you. Do you, I meant to second to his amendment. Yes. Can you ask?
Yeah, just so people are clear, Councilman Pusley's motion is, instead of doing the homestead exemption at 5% in 25, 5% in 26 fiscal year, do 10% in fiscal year 25, Councilman
All at
Pusley.
once.
Yeah. It'd go to 10%, it'd go to
From 10 to 20% instead of 10 to 15 and then 15 to 20.
Correct.
Yes, correct.
That's the amendment to the main motion.
From 10 to 20, right, and you skipped.
In
the
1 year,
interim,
instead of
the
doing
15.
10 to 15 1 year and then 15 to 20 the following year.
Right.
Right.
All right. You want to vote on that, Mayor? Is there discussion?
Councilman Suckley.
And what was the financial impact of that on the 5%? We can double it now for what this amendment will be.
Oh, that's in one of the, oh, yeah. That was on the previous, workshop.
Like 3 million?
It was like
3.7.
4.8 million. Yes, 4.8 million.
It's about 5 million per 5%.
Yes,
Okay, so this will be about 10 million.
over,
Okay,
it's going to be now over 1 year.
okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Okay, I will go ahead and open public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to comment on item number 9? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public hearing. We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
Okay,
Thank
then
you.
Yes,
Approve it
ma'am,
as
thank you.
amended, ma'am.
Now we need the main motion.
Oh, yes,
Approve it as amended.
right. Now we're going to,
So we just need
And
a
I
vote.
move to approve, Gil had seconded.
okay. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Alrighty, so item number 10.
Hey, Mayor, I'm sorry, but
Yes.
that was an important one that this council just approved, so it's important to point out for the listening public. The city has a general homestead exemption that takes value off the appraised value of your home before the city applies the tax rate. So with Councilman Pusley's policy recommendation, the next budget, it's going to go from 10% to 20%. That's reduced off the general homestead value, and then the property tax rates applied. So that motion and approval that this council just did provides more property tax relief for the city taxpayer than what we have today. That's all, Mayor. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Okay, item number 10 is a public hearing and first reading ordinance adopting the City of Corpus Christi operating budget for the fiscal year 2023-2024, beginning October 1 of 2023, adopting the fiscal year 2024 through 2028 infrastructure management plan. This is number 10.
We need a public
Let
hearing.
me, right.
When you get a moment.
Ms. Campos, go ahead.
Oh, well, I wanted to add an amendment, but I guess we have to vote on the, or how do we do that first, right? Okay.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and open public hearing on item number 10. If there's anyone here that would like to make a comment on item number 10, please come forth. Okay, there being no one, we will close public hearing. Okay, so
So is there a second to his motion to approve, Councilmember Pesley's motion to
Right,
approve
we
the
have
budget?
right.
Was there a second?
We need a second. Okay, any further discussion?
Okay, I think we have an amendment, though. Did
Right.
you want to make an amendment?
Yes, I do. Okay, so I would like to make an amendment to include the tree canopy, the air monitoring equipment, and also include the cooling services, which totals $225,000 to the budget.
I will second that.
Can we go into, for example, the tree canopy, and there was some comment made, just to give us a little bit more detail as to what it includes, those initiatives?
Right, so we had $50,000 recommended in the city manager's proposed budget to do a tree canopy study. That was going to be in partnership with an agency to include the Texas Tree Foundation. And what it would have done is assess where are the areas in the city where there's least or no trees, so that when we do plant trees through budgeting and other processes, we'd have a better idea about where to plant them. We know there's a lot of gaps in the entire city, so we have talked to the Texas Foundation in the last couple of days, and they have said they may be able to help us with some grant funding. But that was the essence of it. The 50,000 would be enough to provide some type of a study.
Okay.
If it doesn't get approved, then we can look to see if there's some grant funding or
Yeah.
some foundation money,
Okay,
or we just plant trees where there's none, like we do today.
right. Okay, that's what I was wondering about. Okay, so is that your light? Yeah, Mr. Hernandez.
I'd also like to make a second amendment to add back in the marshals.
Oh, to add back in the marshals.
I'm gonna second that. We have to do the two.
Well, we have two. Rebecca, why
So
don't you?
we're going to have to do if there's a second to Councilmember Hunter, did you make the motion to include the marshals? You did, I'm sorry. So we'll vote on his first, and then we'll go back to Councilmember Campos's, if we're going to do two separate. Or we could just vote. So is there a second to Councilmember Hernandez's? There was. So we can vote on the marshals first, get that out of the way,
Why
and then go
wouldn't
back
we?
to Councilmember Campos's.
But hers was first.
It's a ladder. You go to the one that's the most recently made, and then you move down. That's how it works. I don't think they
Hey,
do.
Mayor,
but-
I'm sorry.
Yeah, hold
So
on a
just
second.
on, how much? Okay, so each of these amendments, we would have to come up with financial resources to pay for them. So,
I'm sorry, Peter, each of the amendments, what now?
okay, each of the amendment motions that are on the floor, one was to restore 225,000 in sustainability type initiatives.
Right.
We would have to come up with more revenue or cut the budget somewhere to pay for that. Same thing, especially with the marshals, the 495 is all recurring, so we would need recurring reductions to pay for the marshals, a substitution.
Right.
The the sustainability initiatives, two of them could be, well, all three of them are kind of one-time in nature.
Right.
So it's less of a financial issue. The marshals is a recurring issue. We would need $500,000 in cuts somewhere to be able to fund that. It'd have to be a parallel
So
motion.
$500,000 per year reoccurring?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay,
Okay.
Councilman Barrera.
Yeah, I know there's been a lot of passionate debate on that. I would agree that there's been some, well, first off, I think there are some management issues, which I've been vocal about with regard to municipal court. And I think we've come a long way. I think because of some adjustments that we've made here just this last year, we're $1 million over in net revenue. I think we'd look at it from a perspective of that, what's the value that these city marshals bring, particularly when there's confidence that if they're good employees, they'll find work elsewhere. I don't look at it as defunding the police, because I do agree, and I think Councilman Hernandez, you did meet with the presiding judge with regard to the amount of warrants that were and correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, the amount of warrants that were processed by PD versus those that when we travel to their home. It's just a matter of, I don't know, the thing I like to say in my business is time versus money turnover, you know? And it's like, what's the value that they bring? I mean, yeah, do we want to be compassionate to ensure that they have, that they continue their work? To the fact that maybe we had some management issues, decades of neglect or decades of oversight, you know, where we just seem to feel that, okay, this is status quo, we're trying to check the box. You know, it's been difficult to, you know, my middle name is Guerra, to hear that name come up every week, and, you know, because I have, I guess, an emotional attachment to that. And so I just think that, once again, we're going to make an emotional decision that's going to have an impact of about $500,000 in expenses when those resources could be spent elsewhere. And yeah, it's a difficult decision, you know. It's a difficult decision, but, you know, that's the whole thing. Is the investment of the $500,000, you know, what value does it truly bring? So, and once again, like I said, I'll reiterate, when we have employees that are working for us, we know if they come in early, we know if they come in late, we know if they we know if they stay late, we know if they're the first one to come in, the last one to leave, and what their commitment level is. And those people are going to find a job somewhere within the 4,000 positions that we have in about our 15% vacancy rate.
Right, and as
So-
Human Resources told us recently, 2 of the 6 were going to retire, 3 of the 4 were already working towards getting another job in the city. We have a reduction in force policy where we help these employees get placed in similar jobs, and there's quite a few similar to what they did today.
Yeah, so I just you know, confide in the council that
Right.
basically this wasn't did something that was haphazard. I mean, we were just conscientious about it.
Right.
So anyway.
Councilman Hernandez.
Yes, I just wanted to kind of give some context to the amendment. You're correct, I met with the presiding judge on Friday to get some better clarity, and it was also to get clarity on the amount of dismissed cases and that kind of stuff, per my question when we had the court administrator present his budget. It was based on that conversation that I don't think the marshals were necessarily held to what they were supposed to do as per our ordinance, requiring them to go out and serve warrants and actually arrest people. Apparently, the comment that I got from the presiding judge is that, and I'm guessing she got it secondhand, is that there was too much liability in arresting people, which I didn't understand since these are TCLO certified officers. It didn't seem to make any sense to me. It doesn't prevent our police officers from arresting anybody. Or am I wrong, Chief Markle? No?
Chief is there, he can come up and talk about it.
So
Yeah.
I wanted to, because of that, I think maybe some, if they were held to the job that they were supposed to do, as opposed to what the restrictions they were under, I think it would have been a better situation. And we're eliminating these positions without actually trying to look at what the processes were beforehand. Now, if we looked at the processes beforehand and what they were doing, and said, okay, well, this isn't working, we need to go back to what they were doing or what they should be doing. I think we put the cart before the horse here in eliminating the positions before holding them accountable to do what they're supposed to. And, you know, and compare 6 marshals to an entire police department. I didn't think that was a fair comparison. And you know, the numbers, and I couldn't get a really good grasp on whether the numbers were accurate or not. So as opposed to eliminate these jobs and the position as in accordance to our ordinances of what they're supposed to do, I think we need to reevaluate that. And that's why I added them back in. Thank you.
Mayor, if I may, would you be opposed to us reevaluating them from the purpose of that we start from the ground up? It's just that right now you're looking at cutting $500,000. You know what? It's starting to get scarier and scarier that we're agreeing with each other a lot. But I would agree. It seems like we keep talking about these management issues, and I think there are management problems. I just think for the effect that it's gonna have on the budget, and to try and look at it from a perspective that we need to, what is the best process for us to involve? Are we gonna expend $500,000 to try and figure that out? Or are we gonna go back and review it and say what, because candidly, I know we're gonna meet again. Rebecca, when is the municipal court committee meet again?
I think it's September 14th, if I recall.
Yeah, so we're last year we met twice, you know, and now we're meeting much more often to try and improve on the processes. I guess that's the whole thing. I look at it from a perspective that to try and fix it from the inside out and spend $500,000 to do it, it might actually probably spend more. I agree, there's a better way, there's probably a better way to manage it, so.
We have, and Councilman Barrera, you know this as well as I do, that with technology advancements, these marshals were created, from what I understand, about 10 years ago with the promise that they would collect a lot of revenue, and that never materialized. And since that time, technology provides a lot of awareness to people that owe and have outstanding either warrants or citations. So the text messaging, the automatic text messaging service is an example, warrant roundups, and then the comparative analysis we did to the 7 other cities above us. Really only one other city uses marshals. Most cities, all the cities above us with the exception of one, and even the ones is kind of half and half. They've eliminated them many years ago. And we weren't trying to compare them necessarily to the whole police department. We were just saying that the police as a function does a lot of arresting when people have warrants, which is saving taxpayer money by not spending the $500,000 that we do today.
Call the question.
Councilman Presley.
Well, the reason I seconded this is I wanted to have this exact discussion, because we've kind of just passed over it real quickly, and I sincerely appreciate Councilman Barrera's perspective. He's been on this municipal court committee for a long time, and in retrospect, I wish we would have done this in like a 2-year process and said, okay, we're going to look at eliminating these positions and, you know, allowed those people to transition over that period of time. But I've talked to our folks in HR, and they've assured me that we're looking for equitable positions for those people in this city.
Right.
And you know, 2 of them have elected to retire, and if they want a job, all they got to do is go across the street to the county building, and they'll hire them almost overnight.
Right. Yeah,
but you know, I think it's a very emotional issue, and I support our police forces on all levels, and I just want to make sure we're doing the right thing. But I think our best thing to do is bite the bullet and move on down. I think your comments, Peter, are probably very appropriate. The revenue generated by the marshals, and of course, police departments are not revenue generating institutions by nature, but we need to move on down the road with better technology and better ways to do these things, and I'm sure we can figure out how to do that.
Right. I mean,
and it'll be important for us to do that in the future, and the municipal court committee and the chief judge and all the people involved in that are going to be challenged with making that happen. So with that, I'm going to withdraw my second.
Councilman Roy.
You know, again, I hate to keep bringing this back up, but contrary to public comment, it seems like this council's pretty compassionate. And I know this is a tough decision. And I really do believe, and listening to Councilmember Barrera, and, you know, could the process have been improved to get to where we're at now? Probably, maybe. You know, some of the input from management, we know that there's some challenges there. But the other thing I have to believe in is that Chief Markle, I believe that if he saw anything else, I think that he would voice that and have a conversation about it. And because he's a law enforcement officer, and whether that law enforcement officer works for the city or works for another organization, they're still brothers and sisters in law enforcement. And so, you know, it's a tough decision, but I think at this point in time where we're at, it's the right decision. The other thing is that if HR has already done the job, you know, sometimes when life things come up, you have to evaluate, okay, is it time for me to throw in the towel and retire? We've got two people that retired, that said they're going to retire. We have a possibility of, you said 2 others that have found placement?
3 others are looking at placement.
3 others,
Yeah.
placement.
Right.
You know, again, it just goes back to reaffirm that I think at the end of the day, we're doing the right thing. So that's my 2 cents.
Okay, thank you, Councilman. Okay, so we are,
So the second was, Councilmember Pesley withdrew his second for the motion about adding back the marshals.
okay,
So
we have
that
one
motion
amendment.
dies for lack of a second. So now we do have the original, the first motion to amend made by Councilmember Campos, which was to put back into the budget the tree canopy, air quality, and the heating and cooling items. It's a total of $225,000. It was the tree canopy, I'm just using shorthand, tree canopy item, air quality, and the heating and cooling centers.
Improvements to the.
Improvements,
the
right.
enhancements
Service
to that.
enhancements.
Thank you.
Yeah, service.
And then the air quality is the coastal bend air quality group.
The air quality, right, could go to them, the coastal bend air quality. I'm not sure I'm still there.
25.
25,000. What was that, Councilman? That's what we try to do with this budget, yes, sir. Right.
So take it out. No, I'm just kidding.
We could put it
Well,
in
you
for one
could.
more year and assess it. This is the first year the city has contributed to the agency, just so we're clear. Councilman Suckley and I were talking about it. Yes, sir.
Yes?
The fiscal year '23, the current fiscal year, yeah.
Okay, Councilman Pesley, you have a comment?
I just want to say again, as we've talked about earlier today, with respect to the heating and cooling centers, we're not taking anything away.
No, sir.
And,
Right.
and these are issues that we can address with our partners here in the city, I think, and cover them very well. The tree canopy issue, we need to go find some organization, like you said, Peter, that will help us do that and provide grants to do that. And, you know, to me, the math is pretty easy. Where do you need trees? Well, where you don't have any trees. So it's not rocket science. So I don't see, and you know, you start off with these things, you say, well, it's only 25,000, and the next thing you say, it's only 50,000. Well, let's go ahead and we'll hire 6 more people. And the next thing you know, you've created a department that's costing the city taxpayers millions of dollars. But I've worked with the air quality group for a long time. We've made some great accomplishments. You know, it was very interesting when we first started that organization. The industry on the port came in and offered to pay for all the air monitoring systems. We had it all worked out. And then a group of people came forward and said, well, you can't do that because we won't believe the results because the industry's paying for it. So we had to go out and find you know, grants from universities and other grants and whatnot to pay for the monitoring systems. And then TCEQ stepped in and helped with a lot of that. They have money, they have people, they have the expertise to do this. And we shouldn't be in the government regulation business. That's not what we do. This should be something that's left up to people who are more qualified to do it. Thank you.
Councilman Suckley.
Thanks, Mayor. With respect to the heating and cooling centers, I'm completely supportive of what we've been doing. In order to expand it, sounds like we're already looking at an enhancement currently without the $150,000. So
Right.
in order to justify the 150, I'd prefer to see some analytical data as to the number of people that are participating per session. I know you had a big number of the number of people, that, including duplicates,
Right.
that had gone through the door.
Right.
But in order to justify it, I'd like to see better analytical data going forward to justify that type of expenditure. But as for the other two, I'm supportive of the air monitor based off the conversation I had with Bob Paulson and Peter a little while ago. So I'm supportive of that part. Thanks.
Okay. Councilwoman Campos.
I'm going to say, just call the question. If we can go ahead and.
Does anybody else,
Yeah, we have to hear
make
from
sure.
everybody.
Yeah, you can't.
Can't
If
cut
somebody else
anyone
wants to
off.
talk, it takes
That's right.
2/3 vote of everyone before we can do that. So let's,
Okay, so we don't have any other lights on. So I'm going to go ahead and open public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number
I showed that you did, Mayor.
10?
Open it.
Did I already do that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so then we have we have a motion. And we
There was a motion by Ms. Campos and a second
And a
by
second.
Councilmember Klein.
Okay, all in, let's see, roll call? Is that correct?
Well, this is for the amendment, so we can do the amendment
Okay,
as
all in
voice.
favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say no.
No.
Okay, so just Campos and Klein, aye, correct, for the record? Okay, and everybody else knows. So that motion to amend fails.
Okay.
Yes, so we go back, that's correct. We go back to the main motion, which is approving the budget as presented by staff. Yes, you did. Yes, sir. Okay, so now I have Roy, Councilmember Pusley, and Councilmember made the motion. Councilmember Roy seconded to approve the budget as presented, the original one. The main motion, I'm sorry.
Change my question. This is based off of the 2-cent tax rate decrease, which is a 2.5% increase in property taxes.
8.3.
It's 8.3?
8.3.
You sure?
Yes, sir. It's written right there.
Sorry, my computer's broken. Unfortunately, it's making the sound of a diesel engine, so I can't even look at it. And it's been doing that for the last 3 weeks, so. Yes, 8.3. No, that's correct.
Okay.
Okay.
That's correct.
I'm ready
Do
to
you have a
vote.
light on?
Well, I do. And can one make another amendment, just
swap.
asking for at least a tree canopy? Do we have support for that? Is that possible? Can I make an amendment
Just that
to
one?
the?
So, yes, I mean, I think it's a different one. She would like to, just for the tree canopy?
Just for the tree
not the-
canopy, can we, I'm asking for an amendment and a,
I'll second that.
thank you.
So in the amount of 50,000.
Okay, Councilman Hernandez.
Sorry, it wasn't on the amendment. I'll hold off until we go through this amendment.
Okay. Councilman Hunter.
And the amendment for the tree canopy study, we can utilize a local organization rather than having to go out of town and utilize this for that funding? Or would we have to use that specific group for the tree canopy study?
No, the Texas Tree Foundation is the one that, they.
That's out of
help-
town.
Right, we just know of them because they helped plant trees with the TXU recently over there in Ennis Jocelyn, but this.
Yeah, I know. They took away my basketball court opportunities. That makes me really happy.
Right, there may be other consultants that can help us, in-town consultants that can help us with it.
Okay, but.
If we use that $50,000,
Right.
this is the question I had with y'all. If we use that $50,000 for that, that means we wouldn't be using the $50,000 to plant trees.
No, this would be an additional 50,000. I guess you could take it, we had recommended
What I'm
250,000.
saying is
The trees.
Yeah, you could take
what
50,000.
I was told
Okay.
is that 50,000 could also be used just to plant the trees in the first place.
It could. You could plant $50,000 worth of trees.
And that's what I'm
We have
looking at.
250,000 in the budget right now.
We could just add that 50,000, just,
You could
and
do
then
that.
when we
that'd give you-
start running out of canopy space, or,
I'll
Right.
take it.
yeah,
We could do we're doing 250, so we could do 300 in
just do
total.
that.
Right.
And look for grants. to
We
get
have
to-
plenty of needed shaded areas.
We agree.
Okay, so we have an amendment. We have a second.
I make an amendment to the amendment, that,
Okay.
unless you rescind your amendment.
Yeah.
I need to rescind my
If you
amendment?
rescind yours, then.
You don't
then
need
it
to.
stands.
You don't need to.
Well, as long as we can use it, we're not going to use it for the study, if we're actually going to use it for planting of trees.
Right.
All right, I'll take it. I'll rescind my amendment to the amendment.
And then do you want to make an amendment? Sorry, it's confusing, but that's kind of the.
Okay, so now I need to go ahead and make the amendment to include tree, instead of tree study, to include tree plantings with the, for the 50,000.
Add another 50,000 to add up to 300,000 total.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, fellow
Who
councilmen.
seconded this?
I'll second it.
Thank
Okay.
you.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries.
Okay.
And now,
Okay. So now we need to vote on the budget as amended.
Okay.
And this is a roll call vote, Mayor.
okay, who wants to make the motion?
Well, it's okay. We already have the
Oh, we already-
main motion, so we're
Madam
fine. We just
Mayor.
need a vote now.
Yes,
Well,
sir.
I would ask to make one additional amendment to
Yes, sir.
re-include the $25,000 for air quality study for the CBA QP.
I'll second that.
Okay. So, Peter, if we do not include this, where do we get our monitoring from?
That agency would still provide information, and we would get monitoring from TAMUCC as well as TCEQ, as well as we have a position in the health department that provides air monitoring or air quality information to us.
So we would not be risking, we've been in attainment since 1995.
Right.
So we would not be risking our air quality, you know,
I don't believe we would be, Mayor.
status or
Right. I
attainment.
don't believe we would be.
Jim?
Just as a point of clarification, if this 25,000 is not included in the budget, would the city then drop out of the Coastal Bend Air Quality Partnership? Is that
I
what
wouldn't
we're
recommend
saying?
that. I think we should still serve on the board.
Okay.
Yeah.
Without any funding?
Right. That's how it was before. Councilman Pusley was on it.
Were you?
Yeah. Forever, he said.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know what their, I don't know how their organization, how it works in sense of who's, you know, I think everyone on it provides some sort of level of sponsorship, but I don't know, I'm not part of that.
Pusley sat on it before for 10 years. How long, Councilman Pusley?
Yeah, I started serving on it when I was still on the Toloso Midway School Board and continued that service through my days as county commissioner. And we did a lot of good things. I mean, we closely monitored our attainment, and if we saw that there was a problem, we would ask for monitors to be added, and we normally would get those added by somebody. Industry was always willing to do it, but as I said in the beginning, there were people who said, well, if industry is providing the money for the monitors, we won't believe the results. So we kind of got over that hump a little bit, but it worked very well, and our goal was to maintain our air attainment here in this community, and to, you know, we had concerns about areas that were showing high benzene levels, so we put monitors in that tested nothing but benzene levels, and so our participation on that is important. So, you know, we need to have somebody there, and if we have an employee that's, you know, versed in that, that's probably who we ought to have on there, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I've.
The mayor point.
I
Councilman
did my term.
Is who goes for me.
Or, yeah, or whoever you appoint, Mayor, I mean,
He goes for me.
it's well worth that.
Hope they don't kick us off.
Again, just for clarification, if we don't approve the funding, then the city's going to need to find a new representative for the CBA QP.
You see, he's gonna what?
Going to need to find a new representative for the CBA QP.
You won't. No. Okay. No, he's saying he won't do it anymore. Yes.
So,
Okay,
let me
well,
clarify something, Mary. Is this 25,000, Peter, this is brand new that we're going to contribute to the committee?
It would be the second year. We're contributing 25,000 today.
Okay,
So
and what does that pay for?
I'm not sure.
We just give it to them and they spend it on whatever?
Right.
Okay. And so that's kind of my problem is, what is that money going for, and what is it going to be used for? And I mean,
if I'm going to jump in here, because I think we need to see, Councilman Klein, I think some of the concern is this duplicative? And maybe we need to see, we've talked about this, what is the $25,000 going towards?
Right.
Specifically. And okay, is it the same as if we did, we relied on, excuse me, the TCEQ, and we still get are we gonna get the same thing by not being a part of the group?
Right.
Because we certainly don't want to jeopardize our good air quality attainment. And we want to be a team player, but I think that's what's in question. But if we don't have those answers today as to what are we getting for $25,000? What is that? How is that helping us,
Right.
move forward? And I'm sure there are answers to that precisely, but I don't know that we have them here today.
So we have to do a second reading of this, right?
Next week, yes, sir, next Tuesday.
So do you think by then you could get us some information?
Right. We can have that information
Yeah, I
between the
think we
time.
can.
Let me-
If we get some definitive information about what this is gonna be used for, I don't mind supporting it.
Okay.
But if we're just throwing money up against the wall and saying, here, spend this however you want to, that's my problem.
Yeah.
Okay.
Councilman Hernandez?
Again, that was not for the amendment.
Oh. Sorry. Okay, Councilwoman Campos.
Okay. Again, just for clarification, I mean, we contribute to EEOC, and do we know like exactly how much what they do with every dollar that we contribute to them or to our visit Corpus Christi? I mean, we work with other entities right all the time. So I mean, I do agree that it would be nice to have more information on the 25,000, but it's nothing new. I mean, we donate or we contribute to other organizations that we support, and I think this shows, the community that we support, clean air. This is a start, or water. So, I hope that eventually that maybe in the second reading we'll have a little bit more information, but just to add to the conversation that we donate or contribute to these organizations. And we've been doing, and, I'm gonna also say downtown, our investment for downtown. So again, this is just showing that we support our air quality partners. And look at me, I am, supposedly the environmentalist, but I am willing to work with industry, and hopefully they know that we also want a seat at the table, but we also need to show some financial support, I believe.
Okay, Ms. Campos. Well, I will say, and I think Peter would agree, we do. As you see, the Downtown Management District, they come before us, and we know exactly where they're spending their money. It's approved here. The Visit Corpus Christi, Peter and I are there, and we're on top of, exactly, even though that's the funding is a little bit different than the downtown, we're very much on point over there. But I see your point, and I think, I speak for most, I don't think anyone's necessarily against it. I think we just need to see a more specific outline of exactly what the services are.
Okay,
right,
and you know
coming
what?
back.
Maybe we do need for Sharon Murphy to
Right.
come here and let us know what,
Right.
how the money is being spent, and yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so then, okay, Rebecca.
So are you withdrawing your motion? Or?
No, we already did the, I think we had a motion, wait a
Because she
second.
had a motion forward to put back the air quality, and that's what we're discussing? I'm sorry. Yes, you're right. So I'm asking, in light of this discussion,
Call for the vote, or do
are we voting?
wanna-
Did you wish to withdraw your motion, or you want to keep going forward? Councilmember Klein?
No, I wish to proceed forward.
All right. Okay, so there's a motion.
And before we vote, Councilman, let's be clear that no one is necessarily against it at this point. if they are, it's because we want, more specified information delineated as to making certain that we are not duplicating services, that we are not able to get the same thing, the other way without going with the $25,000 investment to the group versus doing it.
Sure,
That's-
I would just say that we should then, in the interest of equity, insist upon that same level of specificity for every other $25,000 that the city spends in every other agency.
I would hope that we do.
Do we?
But if there is one, I think then y'all need to ask your city manager whether the specifics of whatever investment. I just told this councilwoman, downtown management, we absolutely do, and you're part of those
Hope
meetings.
House and Salvation Army, we do not. We
Okay.
give them $237,000 a year, and we don't know what happens to it.
Well, I don't, city manager, that's you to answer, but. No, I hear what you're saying, because I know part of those conversations, I was the one that was at the head going, we got this. But we do need to, right, we do, and that's one we need to address, and we do need to address it,
Salvation
Peter.
Army?
Well, remember the monies that came down that they were gonna expand by
We
so
didn't
many
give them the
beds.
money. They
We
said-
didn't give the money,
No, we
right,
didn't give them the money. They couldn't
Okay.
do what they were
Right.
supposed to do, so we took the money back.
right, okay.
Yeah.
That's a separate issue. The city still, this past year, gave $100,000 to Salvation Army and $137,000 to Hope House to provide services for the homeless population.
Right.
And I've seen no reports on how that money was spent.
Okay.
Well, we'll get you those.
Then we need to
Those
get
are
those,
yeah, we
because
have
those are monies that are,
Those are
we don't
those are-
give.
Those
Yeah.
are federal dollars.
Federal
where
dollars.
We have staff monitoring that left and right.
Well, yeah, we don't have a
We'll get you
choice,
those. Yeah, we'll be sued by the federal government if we don't spend that right.
or they have to give it back.
Right.
But, okay, so do you want it, would you like to continue? Okay, Rebecca.
We have a motion and a second on the floor to include the air quality, motion to amend the budget. So is there, do you want me to do a roll call or just do a,
Just do regular.
I'm sorry?
All
just
in
do-
fa- yes,
all
call
in
for the
favor Of that motion to amend?
Aye.
Say
Okay, all
All
again,
opposed, say
anybody
no.
against? I mean,
Okay, if anyone opposed, say no.
so you had 2 for aye.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
we're wanting more information coming back, so the motion fails.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so,
Okay, so we're back to the main motion, which is to approve the budget as presented.
We are.
Yeah, you can bring
Yeah.
it back next
We're going to
time.
bring back more information to the council on what our agency does today for the 25,000. So if the council wants to reconsider it next week, that's possible. Mm.
Bring it back. I mean,
Yeah.
the problem is that we should be doing that for. And if.
okay, where are
Okay, so now we're going to vote on the budget
Right.
as
Okay.
presented.
we already did public comment. Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Oh, we need to do a roll call. I'm sorry, Mayor. We do need to do a roll call.
Mr. Now you're ready.
Nah,
Okay,
I have one.
okay,
Enough of the amendments, right?
go ahead.
Okay, this is probably one of the few times I'm gonna vote on this budget. And a lot of it has to do with the changing out of the street user fee into, back into the general fund and funding it through the general fund. There is a tax increase associated with this, but it was kind of a trading out of the tax increase associated and then reducing the utility bill from the street user fee. So, however, a good portion of this, of the increase is due to use of certificates of obligation, and I'll talk about that later, but I just wanted to mention that. Thank you.
Okay,
Okay, Mayor. So if there's no more discussion, we would vote on the budget. We're
Okay.
going to vote on approving the operating budget. It does require a roll call vote.
okay,
All right, you ready?
we'll
Okay.
start over here.
So there's a list I use, Mayor.
Oh.
If you don't mind, just it's cleaner. I'm sorry. Just use that list. So for passage of the ordinance number 10, Councilmember Roy, do you vote aye or nay?
Aye.
Suckley?
Aye.
Barrera?
No.
Campos?
Aye.
Hernandez?
Aye.
Hunter?
No.
Klein?
No.
Pesley? Mayor Wahardo?
Aye,
Okay, the ordinance passes.
Okay. Item number 12 is a public hearing and first reading ordinance setting a property tax rate.
11, Mayor, item 11.
11, yeah.
Capital
Mine
budget.
says 12.
It's 703
It's
operating
11.
Okay, well, do you want
For the capital budget?
Right, mine says 12.
Okay, I'm sorry, it's item 11.
Okay,
My
should we get
apologies.
me another?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Public hearing and first reading ordinance setting a property tax rate of .599774 per $100 valuation, which is effectively an 8.3% increase.
Mayor, 11,
11. I thought we did this. Public hearing and first
the
reading.
capital
Where
budget.
am I?
The 10 is the upper, is the capital.
Yeah, we're doing capital budget, Mayor. Okay,
I was on the wrong one, I'm sorry.
no worries.
Okay. I put a check, that's why. Okay, public hearing and first reading ordinance adopting the Corpus Christi fiscal year 2023-2024 capital budget in the amount of $703,026,800 and what? 703,026,801. Okay, as amended by the schedule of adjustments beginning October 1 of 2023. Okay. So, Mr. Houlihan.
We need a public hearing too. Want to do the public hearing?
Right, okay, but do you have anything, you don't have anything?
Yeah, Eddie Houlihan with the Office of Management and Budget. Item 11 is, like you said, is an ordinance, the first reading, adopting the City of Corpus Christi capital budget for the fiscal year 23-24, which begins October 1. I have a couple of slides. We have one amendment that was for Ranowski Park, is the only amendment in the capital budget. Same amendment that we had last week. It was $111,000.
Okay.
I have a couple of slides here to go through. Can you pull up number 11? All right. So the capital budget's a 10-year plan. First year of the capital budget, the projects are approved by council, and also funding is identified. And years 2 and 3 of the short range also has a funding source identified. The long-range CIP, years 4 through 10, the projects need to be realistic, but there's no funding source identified for the long-range projects. And there's just a quick snapshot of the CIP plan. You can see that water and wastewater comprise 50% of the $702.9 million capital budget. And there's the $702.9 million proposed, and then the $111,000 amendment addition for the Ranowski Park improvements for the total amended proposed capital budget of $703,026,801. I'll stand by if you have any questions.
Okay, Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you. Let me turn this off so I don't forget. The only amendment was Ranowski Park. I thought we had an amendment for Bill Witt with the perimeter of.
Councilman, the engineering for the perimeter and the
Because it just says
fencing-
perimeter fence, not,
Right, so that's going to be, that'll be done with the park dedication fees.
well, yeah, but you still have, I mean, it's still a capital project, right?
Okay, just a second, let me look at that one. We wanted to increase the scope, is that what we're saying?
Right. I mean,
Yeah.
if you only have it in there as a perimeter fence, I mean,
Okay.
it just,
So it's perimeter, okay, that's a good point. So there would be, you would make a motion for perimeter fencing and circular, well,
it should be, it shouldn't even mention perimeter fencing. It should mention the, improvements in accordance with the master plan for the infrastructure within the park.
okay, but specifically the road work, you and I had talked about.
We talked about the road work,
Yeah,
the.
parking lots.
The parking lots,
Right.
the path around the walking path.
Right.
That was what that was supposed to be for, but it was for the design first, right?
Exactly,
So
yes, sir.
now, I asked, I think, Heather for the updated sheet, but I never got it.
Oh, yeah, Heather? Okay. The sheet on the,
The updated, when we talked about this beforehand, when Parks was doing their presentation, we were supposed to update it and provide that as one of the amendments.
Well, I'm gonna.
On the,
to me, that's something.
the park dedication.
We're gonna have to find. Then we're gonna funding $13 million in projects between the two.
Can provide that for you in here, then tomorrow we can provide that for you.
Okay.
Yeah, and then we
Okay.
can,
Yeah,
Okay,
Councilman,
so-
we can amend the CIP.
Yeah, specifically, there is a project in the CIP called Park Development Improvements, FY '24. In the description, it says Bill Witt perimeter fencing. So the
That's
amendment, right. The amendment would be to delete the fencing and say perimeter driveways, the walking trail, parking lots consistent with the
Right.
master
I
plan.
don't even know if you need to say perimeter, but consistent with the
Okay.
Bill
Yes,
Witt
sir.
master plan.
Okay, no problem. So that would be an amendment that.
That would be an amendment.
Yes, sir.
I'll tell you what, we have 2 readings on this. You
Yeah.
can bring it back on the second reading.
Okay.
The other side of this is 700 and, just shy of $703 million.
Yeah, yeah.
And
This is the no ribbon
I've,
rate.
I've talked about this before in terms of how much debt we're obligating ourselves, mainly in utilities, in the enterprise funds. It was articulated better than I did by Councilman Suckley in what we have to concern ourselves with, and it's very hard pressed for me to vote for any of this size of a capital improvement plan without really understanding how it's going to affect everything going forward.
We can.
Right?
But we'll
So I know we can make amendments to this, but I mean, it just $703 million. This is the largest capital improvement plan we've ever presented. And, and it's 95% debt funded.
Right.
Okay, so I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay.
But it's subject.
We need to open the public hearing. We do need to conduct that, and then if there's no amendments, we can vote on the budget.
Yes, Councilman Klein.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is quite late to bring this up, but this conversation has to start somewhere. The city of Corpus Christi has to get serious about addressing the homeless population. And providing money for private agencies that may or may not provide services for the homeless population does not appear to be sufficient. I think we need to take a serious look at providing funding for a city-run, low-barrier homeless shelter in the city. If not this year, then certainly in next year's CIP budget. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Klein.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve the capital budget.
Okay, let me open public hearing. So is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 11? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public hearing. We have a motion. Do we have a second? Okay, any further comment? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Can
Any
we do
opposed?
a record vote for this one also,
Oh,
Mayor?
a
If you
roll
don't
call?
mind? Yes,
Okay,
ma'am. Okay.
sorry.
Roll call vote. So for passage of ordinance number 11 on first reading, Councilmember Roy?
Aye.
Suckley?
Aye.
Barrera?
Aye.
Campos?
I'm gonna still vote no
Aye.
on the taxes.
Hernandez?
No.
Hunter?
Aye.
Klein?
Aye.
Pesley? Mayor Wahardo?
Aye.
Okay, the ordinance passes. Mayor, before we move on, just going back to item number 10, the operating budget.
Yes.
That was passed as amended. My apologies. There was one amendment that did pass, and that was the one Councilmember Campos made to reallocate $50,000 into the tree planting instead of the tree canopy study. Okay, so just for the record, I said it passed it did pass with an amendment. So that was passed as amended. That was the one amendment that was approved.
Okay, okay, thank you. Okay, so that takes us to item number 12. And item number 12 is a public hearing and first reading ordinance setting a property tax rate of .599774 per $100 valuation, which is effectively an 8.3% increase over the no new revenue tax rate, and improving the tax roll as calculated.
Hello, Alma Casas, Interim Director in Finance. I'm waiting for this, there we go. Okay, so we've got, what we are proposing is the FY 2024 tax rate of .599774. .599774 is the voter approval rate. And that is 2 cents less than our current tax rate at .620261. Moving on to our next slide, we have our property tax dollar. So of the different portions that we take out for M&O and INS, the M&O rate, the amount of revenue generated would be 93 million, which is approximately 64.5%. We will have residential streets. In addition to that, we will add 11 million that will be transferred to residential streets. And then the INS revenue that will be generated is 57 million. Next slide, please. Property tax relief. So our current tax rate is the .620261. If we go to the .599774, we will realize annual savings of $49 with the new tax rate based on our homestead exemption and the assessed home value of $265,923. Next. Next steps. So that would be next week, September 5th, second reading and adoption of the fiscal year 2024 property tax rate. So our recommendation is to approve the .599774 voter approval rate. Any questions?
Councilman Barrera.
Here, could you go back a slide?
Yes, there.
So that's assuming none of our homes appreciated in value.
Right.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
And one thing to make clear, you know, we've talked about the certified values and how they all increased, and yes, for the most part they have. But you do have the occasional citizen that may have a decrease in their property value, and they will realize a decrease in their property tax.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. But I think for the most part, most of us,
Yes, we'll realize an increase.
yeah, will realize an increase. And I've been vocal that I wasn't going to support this, and I believe in the no new revenue rate. I tell you what, this budget has probably been the most enlightening for me. I'm finally starting to figure it out. What is it? And I think now that we look at it, you know, we've got some healthy fund balances, and I think within the budget that we have, I think that we just really need to really review that. I don't see that I'll be successful, which that's not my point. I think we just need to prove the point that somebody like me, who's usually very, 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 very supportive of staff, is just needs to make a point that there's some things that we need to review. Thank you, Mayor.
Sure thing. Councilman, Mr. Zanoni.
Can I just, Councilman, so just to remind us, by eliminating the street user fee, 9 months of that revenue is $9 million, and that's coming out of the general fund balance, $9 million. So we are using it. That still gives our financial reserves at 22%, which is much less than the 28% we have this year. 20% is the city council approved limit. Financial reserves at 20% in the general fund. So by using that $9 million, we are using fund balance, and we're just above the council's 20% policy goal.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. And I wanted to kind of reiterate the whole issue with some of this tax increase, it being debt service, right?
Yes, sir.
INS. How much of the tax increase is debt service?
That's The 8.3,
minus 3.5,
yeah,
right?
the difference, yes.
Right, so over 4%
Yes,
is
sir.
is being caused by the fact that we borrowed money that we didn't account for, right?
Right. So every year we have some debt that drops off, and then we have debt that comes on. And we've just gotten more debt this year that did not drop off, and more came on, and that difference is what is that 5 or 4%.
Right. So the half of this increase is not for operations, which were limited by the state to
It's for the debt.
3.5%, is for debt service, which goes back to my
Yes.
my concern with the capital budget and how much we're borrowing, which includes, 48 million in certificates of obligation in the
Yes.
CIP?
Yes,
Okay, so that has to be paid for somewhere. This is where it comes from.
yes.
So I wanted to make sure we pointed out that, a lot of the reasons why we're having this tax increase is because we have we have increase in debt service. Thank you.
Councilman Pusley.
So, Peter, would we have been better off leaving the street user fee where it's at and reducing the tax rate?
No, I don't think so, because from my perspective anyway, the tax rate would be a recurring revenue loss. The street user fee,
That's a one-time
we
deal.
made a commitment to be able to fund it this 1 year. Next year, we're gonna have to reassess how can we fund it. So it could be we don't fund it, but we're gonna look to see how can we fund it, that level of 12 million in total for a year.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, and I think Councilman Suckley was one that mentioned this last meeting. It'd be really nice, and maybe you can do this for us next week, to have a one-page score sheet of what we've done now with respect to benefits for the taxpayers of this community.
I think it'd be on a couple pages, Councilman, but yeah, we can get
Yeah,
you
I
that.
mean, whatever it takes, legal size or whatever you need,
Right,
but.
too big legal size.
uh, But
There's
we've
been a lot of wins for the community in
It's
this
been a
budget.
win-win situation for the
Right.
community, and we need to be able to show that to them
Mhm.
so that they don't have to read this book.
Right, I
or
agree.
the other
Okay,
9
we'll get
books
you
we
that for
have.
next week.
I just think it's important for the community to know that besides the tax rate going
Right.
down 2 cents, we've done a number of other things that are gonna have
Yeah.
a significant impact on their bottom line.
Absolutely.
And we have to be cognizant of the fact that these numbers we work with are based on the average homeowner price, and that scale's wide.
Yes.
It can go from $50,000 homes to $1 million homes. And
Right.
so the appraised values of some of those homes went up significantly. So we need to be able to show that we're doing other things to try to offset that.
Right.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Suckley.
In line with Councilman Pusley's comment, the document that Constance helped me with, which was similar to your property tax comparison there,
Yes.
if we could do that to, and again, we need to make sure we've got our own house in order in terms of our property tax rate, but I think for our community, it's good for them to be able to see that document to understand with the state property tax relief and how that's going to affect their school district portion,
Okay.
what that's going to look like on an overall basis.
Yep.
Again, we need to worry about our own stuff, but I
Yeah.
think that's another piece that
Okay.
folks can see how it'll impact them bottom line. So
Sure. Thank you.
if we could include that next week.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that's all the questions. So we'll go ahead and open public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 12? Okay, there being no one, we will close public hearing, and I'll entertain a motion to
Mayor,
approve the...
there's a statement,
Oh, the statement, yes, I'm so sorry.
Mayor, that you need to
Councilman.
make. You need to make a statement before Councilmember Roy does.
The one that says first item.
I don't have that.
Okay, that's right.
Okay, sure. Okay. During today's city council meeting, the city council will vote on the first reading of the proposed property tax rate of .599774 per $100 valuation for fiscal year 2024. And the September 5th, 2023 City Council meeting, or at the September 5th, 2023 City Council meeting beginning at 11:30 a.m. at City Hall, the City Council will vote on the second reading of the proposed property tax rate of .599774 per $100 valuation.
Excellent. All right, thank you, Mayor. And then we would entertain a motion at this time.
Okay, so I'll entertain a motion.
Okay, with that, we are required by the state of Texas to read specific language when we set the property tax rate. Before doing so, I would like to remind citizens that what you actually pay in taxes will be based on what your evaluation is. And so if your evaluation did not increase, then you will actually see a decrease in the amount of property tax that you will pay. If your valuation increased, you may be paying more in property tax. Setting the property tax is complicated, but this is easy to remember. No valuation increase, your taxes are going down. If your valuation increase, then you will probably be paying more. With that, I'd like to make a motion that I move that the property tax rate be increased by the adoption of a tax rate of 0.599774 per $100 valuation, which is effectively an 8.3 increase in the tax rate.
Okay, is there a second?
Okay, do we have a second? Do we have a second on the 599? We don't have a second? Okay. This is a roll call?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay, go ahead, Rebecca.
So for passage of ordinance number 12 on its first reading, Councilmember Roy?
Aye.
Suckley?
Aye.
Barrera?
No.
Campos?
No.
Hernandez? And just a reminder, it takes 6 votes for this to pass by state law. Councilmember Hernandez? Okay, so you're no? Oh, you're going to vote no? Yes, she did. She voted no. Yes.
No.
Hunter?
No.
Klein?
Yes.
Pesley? Guajardo?
Aye.
Okay, so it fails. State law requires 6 votes to set a tax rate. Because I have Barrera, Campos, Hernandez, and Hunter voting no. Barrera, Campos, Hernandez, and Hunter voting no.
What is that? Okay, what were you going to say, Peter?
Well, I'm trying to confer here with Miles and
Yeah.
Constance, but if we didn't approve this tax rate, then the tax rate in place today is what? 0.62? 0.62 cents. It defaults to the 5.5? That's what state law says? Yeah, but does it default to the 5.5 cents? Okay, so based on this limited conversation that we just had with Miles and the Chief Financial Officer, the tax rate then that would be in place is the lesser, the 55 cents, which means if that's what gets approved next week, we'll have to cut 12 million out of the budget. Recurring, 12 million in recurring expenses.
Right.
Yeah, so.
12 million.
I'd like to change my vote.
Okay.
Okay, so if we. Yeah, she's changing her vote. So how do we handle that?
Motion to reconsider.
Okay, I'll make a motion to reconsider.
Okay.
Is there a
I'll
second?
Okay.
We have a second.
Okay, so we need 6 votes to pass that. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say no.
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 Okay, for the reconsideration, okay,
We had 3.
but it's still passed.
Hunter, Barrera, and Hernandez voted against.
Okay, but now,
We have
so we've reconsidered it, so now we're going to vote on it anew, basically. As it was, right.
As it
initially.
was, okay.
So now, we're going back to the motion made by Councilmember Roy, which was, I move that the property tax rate be increased by the adoption of a tax rate of .599774 per $100 valuation, which is effectively an 8.3% increase in the tax rate. So for passage of Councilmember Roy's motion, right, so Councilmember Roy and Pesley, you're still good with that motion, correct? Okay, so for passage of that motion, Councilmember Roy?
Aye. Aye.
Suckley?
Aye.
Barrera?
No.
Campos?
Aye.
Hernandez?
No.
Hunter?
No.
Klein?
Aye.
Pesley? Guajardo?
Aye.
Okay, so it passes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Huerta. Let's see, item number 13 is an ordinance ratifying the property tax rate. I'm sorry, ratifying the property tax increase reflected in the fiscal year 23-24 operating budget that will require raising more revenue from property taxes than in the fiscal year 22-23 operating budget in the amount of $13,499,855.
Eddie Houlihan with the Office of Management and Budget. Item 13 is a ratification of the property tax increase. State law requires that if we pass a budget that raises more property tax than the previous year, that we have to take a separate vote ratifying that, separate from the vote approving the tax rate and separate from the vote approving the budget. So this is what this item is. State law requires, yes.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and ask for public comment. Okay. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 13? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment. Councilman Pesley.
Okay, Peter, considering the last motion for the tax rate and this motion which approves the 13 million.
Right.
If we didn't approve that, explain to us where those cuts would have to come from. It'd have to come out of the general
Right, it'd come out of
fund because it has to be reoccurring, right?
Right, the property tax is a recurring revenue as opposed to fund balance, which is one time.
Okay.
So we would have to look at some recurring reductions. Just to put some of that in perspective, the entire health department budget is $5 million. So we'd have to, this is just an example, we'd have to eliminate the whole health department, the library, $6 million. So those two departments would cover barely cover the 12 million. So you're talking about some substantial cuts in service at 12 million because of the recurring nature of the revenue.
Now, when you say the health department, that's their operating budget?
Right, that's a general fund operating
So we
budget.
just do away with the health department?
Right, or you could do away with animal care, that's 5 million. You know, the operating budget for animal care is 5 million.
Yes.
The mayor's giving me that same look my wife gives me when she doesn't agree with me.
I thought that would work.
You started with animal care.
Man, you can feel the lightning bolts all the way over here.
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm just, I think it's important for us to talk about what the examples are.
They
So
are.
we'd have to look at what we
Right.
added to police and fire, right?
Right. You'd have to eliminate, we would probably start as a recommendation, reducing all the added police officer positions, firefighter positions, the animal care, the library additions. And
Our
then
athletic-
we'd still have to go deeper into the budgets, into the recurring budgets, and make choices to eliminate. We wouldn't want to eliminate police officers beyond the 9 added. But we'd have to look at some of our quality of life departments first, library, parks, health
Like
department.
not adding the marshals back to the budget?
Marshals,
Right.
right.
Or
municipal court.
the athletic fields.
The athletic field.
The athletics field, that's $1 million,
The
$1 million,
basketball court, yeah.
3 parks in District 3.
Yeah, so it's a
Yeah.
recurring revenue source, Councilman Pusley, as we talked about, and we would have to make those types of reductions.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
all right.
Swimming pools, right, like the.
Now, he got that in on a
$1
bond.
pools.
He slipped that one in on a bond. I'm sorry, I'm gonna, well, I think it's important for us to think about that.
Right.
Well, yeah.
Yes, sir.
And
We do too.
it's the council's decision, so,
Right.
anyway, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Thanks, Councilman.
Councilman Suckley.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I agree with Councilman Pusley. It's important we kind of look at that and see if we can sharpen our pencil maybe in some areas. But with respect, Eddie, with respect to that number that was just up on the screen, the 13 million, that's, if I recall, one of the presentations we had maybe last week showed approximately what the inflationary stress that our budget was under. Wasn't that around 15 million? So that's not even really covering what the
Yes.
inflation
correct.
itself. Okay, thank you.
And quite a bit more of that was in the utility area, chemicals and, right.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Hernandez.
I had mentioned that the majority of this was an increase to debt service, right? But the 3.5% is what I'm referring to. What is the amount for the 3.5%? What is that dollar amount?
The 3.5% in the state law that allows us to
Right.
increase that revenue by.
So the INS we got to pay, right?
Right, right. Yeah, the
Otherwise-
INS rate stayed the same. The 4 cents for the
Right.
residential
So
street
for
stayed
all
the same,
those
and the
certificates of
M&O
obligation that
decreased.
we approved during the year and the years past where the payment is coming due, this is necessitating a tax increase to pay for that increased debt, right?
Right,
Okay.
right.
That's why you can get it to 8.7% as opposed to just the 3.5. Right?
That's correct.
Otherwise, we would
That's
just be
correct.
talking 3.5. So let's just say we leave that debt service there because some people voted on increasing our debt and voted for the capital improvement budget with that increased debt in it. I won't mention any names. But what would just be the amount for the 3.5%? What is that dollar amount?
I think it was around 6 million, but I need to look at my.
It's 9.5 million.
Is it 9.5?
Yeah.
Okay.
9.5.
Okay, so I'll back up a little bit. The 3.5% is what we're allowed by state law to increase our operations and maintenance. Okay, we're increasing it more than that because we had additional debt service. And that's how we're allowed to increase it to the 8.7% as opposed to just the 3.5% because because we had an increase in debt service, which according to my discussions with the finance team, it was mainly the certificates of obligation and the tax notes, right? Unless it was something different. No, it is. So
Yes, in addition, we have we had 570 million of new growth also, in addition to the 3.5. The 3.5 doesn't include the new growth. So that
right,
account.
it doesn't. I'm not including the new. I mean, this doesn't include the new growth. This is just what we're talking about in terms of the no new tax revenue rate and what we can increase from that. Right.
Right.
Okay, so I'm not talking about the new growth. I'm talking about just what we're having to address. And we wouldn't be asking for 8.7% if that didn't include INS. So let's leave that alone. Let's talk about the 3.5%. It seems to me that'd be a little bit more. I thought it was every penny was 2.73 million, right?
Right, in total, yeah. Both.
So it can't be 9 million. I mean, the total increase is 13 million, right? 13.8. If you're looking at 5 cents,
Right, yeah,
that's
based on that, right.
Right.
13.8. So there's no way that 3.5%, could be 9 million.
Using our debt service fund schedule, Constance? No. The debt service payment's going up by about 4 million. So it's not the 9, it's about 4 million. is what increased debt service payments going up.
Okay, so that's the amount above the 3.5%. So there's, so how is it that you can have a higher number for your debt service?
Excuse me. So the 3.5% is just on your general fund, your M&O side of your debt rate. So that's where the 3.5% comes. So if you look at the ordinance in your book, that it says 8.3 at the top, and then the middle part has 5.2, because we have 0.006 cents carried over from a prior year. So it's, the 3.5 is just on your M&O side.
And that dollar amount is what?
What do you mean?
I mean, what does that equate to? What is a dollar amount that 3.5% represents?
Is it the 9.5? Yeah, 9.5 million.
So we're not talking about reducing by 12 million, we're talking about reducing by 9 million.
Well, that's only if you do the 3.5%. If you're going to reduce it all the way down to 8.3%,
No.
that would be the 12
We
million.
voted, we as a council voted for that debt.
Yes, sir.
We
Right,
need to pay
right,
for it.
right.
And that, that should stay there,
Yes, sir.
right? So, I mean, when we're talking about that, I would not recommend doing the whole 12 million. I'd do the 3.5% increase. If it was my choice. Thank you.
Councilman Hunter.
Thank you. Mr. Zanoni, which district has the most capital improvement dollars going to it?
I'm not too, I don't know off the top of my head. I know we have
I think a lot of us could guess.
right. I know we have a $12 million aquatic center.
The operating budget
One area.
hasn't changed that much on its purpose for 20 years. We've expanded on it.
Right.
We've done some good things with the public safety, but really, it's not really focusing on the future like your capital improvements are. We've been threatened of suit, or we are being sued. I'm not sure. It changes every time we go into executive session with the EPA, but the number's $1 billion plus. We gonna fix that on our operating budget?
No.
No, we're not. Gosh, I'm really, really upset about this because we're campaigning over a tax rate and I'm the only one who's not running. But I'm not going to go out to the public and say, hey, you've been subsidizing industry for the last 30 years, but I'm going to vote for your tax increase today. You go put that on Facebook because that's the truth, 8.3%.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So, where are we, Rebecca?
Okay, so now if there's no further discussion, we've had public comment, so we can, there's a motion, we need a motion and a second, to entertain a motion and a second to approve the item.
Okay. I closed, okay, yeah, I
Yeah, you
closed
closed
that.
it.
Okay, so well, I'll entertain a motion. Well, no, didn't we have one?
No, ma'am.
We did not?
We're on item 13.
I don't show one.
13.
We're on item 13?
No. Yes, we are on item 13, yes, sir.
Yeah.
Correct.
You're right.
So is there a motion?
Okay.
Mayor's entertaining a
Yeah.
motion to approve.
Motion to approve, right. Is there a motion to approve?
Already approved the 8.3. Jeez.
We have to do another, it's another action required.
It's the same thing then.
It's the same. So moved.
It's the same thing,
Okay.
yeah.
Councilmember Klein?
Do we have a second? Let's just move.
Second.
So we have a second.
Who seconded?
Councilman Roy and
Okay.
Sylvia.
Okay.
Okay, all in favor, Mr.
Klein and
Suckley?
Roy.
Again, this is coming back for a second reading next week. So if we do end up revising it, then we'll be approached with that next
We're
week.
able to, exactly.
Okay.
Councilman Pusley?
I just want to defend myself a little bit here. I wasn't here 20 years ago when they were subsidizing whoever and whatever they were subsidizing. And there's several of us that weren't here.
Yeah.
We're trying to fix that problem.
Yes.
And this is a new council, and pretty much everybody on this council agrees that we need to fix the problem, and we are. But I didn't break this problem. You know, none of us sitting at this dais now created the problem of water rates. And so it's, I guess, Peter, you've been here 4 years, and in that short period of time, you've had a mountain of things to try to overcome that were broken for a very long time, mainly streets. And when I started running for this position, that was all I heard. I didn't hear anything about water. All I heard was, why can't you fix the streets? And I sent you a joke the other day of the two guys sitting beside the road fishing out of the pothole.
Right.
So, you know, we need to let people know that, you know, we're working to fix this. So,
Right.
Councilman Hunter, I just had to defend myself a little bit.
Yeah. Right. Councilman Roy.
You know, I wanted to kind of reiterate what Councilmember Pusley said. You know, it's funny because I listened to, again, I'm going to bring up public comment again. There's people that come up and speak at public comment that actually ran in the past for the positions that we're sitting in right now. And guess what? I never heard them talk at all about water. And so it's interesting that, yeah, we can sit here and we can talk about all the things that didn't happen and all the things that didn't happen right. But the job that we have right now, whether you're going to be on this council for 4 weeks or 6 months or a year, is to do the best job that we can do and fix the things that we're able to fix.
That's right.
And that's what we're here for. And it doesn't really matter if I'm going to be reelected or not reelected. I'm here to do the job today, as all of us are. So we're doing a great job with the help of staff, with the help of the city manager. A lot of these things we're trying to fix. But we can't fix this overnight, and the public need to understand that.
Yeah.
Because it took us longer than overnight to have this problem. We didn't sit here and ask for $68 million worth of maintenance requirements at American Bank Center, and it didn't just happen in the last year and a half or 2 years. It happened over a long period, more than 9 years. And so now we're paying for the sins of the father. And so we got to remember that. We got to remember that. Because you know what? This is a hard job that we have to do. We have to get up here and make these decisions, and everybody here, their livelihood, their career, and their future is dependent upon us and the people of this city to keep this city moving forward. Right. So that's what this council member comes to work for. I can't worry about, you know, we're doing some great things. That 1 year, one of the smartest things we're doing is looking at water every year. Whoever came up with that was brilliant, and I can't take credit for it. But we need to get off of this idea of, you know,
Yeah.
of where we're at right now.
Yeah. Thank you, Councilman. Great comments. Councilman Roy, Hunter.
Thank you. And the ABC, that's being paid for by the state with $100 million because we did not take care of it. 8.3% increase. What was last year's increase? What was the year before's increase? And the year before that? And the year before that? Every single year there has been an increase. We don't need to fix things overnight. Our names don't need to be posted on every single project. We just need to set a good direction for the future.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Barrera.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, I wasn't going to say anything because I do believe. I mean, I've obviously, you know, I voted for the COs for the police academy, for the water improvements. I voted here recently. You know, I mean, I've been in support. I think the last time I voted for the tax increase that we had, even though I argued with Councilman Hunter, that I said it's an appreciation in value. You've accumulated more wealth. And I think if you look at the tax increase that we have versus the tax that you've had to pay, that you would have to pay, then if you put the money into a CD, then, you know, you'd welcome the appreciation in value over what it normally costs if you were investing the money. However, my challenge here is that I've just been frustrated with how we manage our departments. I've expressed obviously, Michael has heard me complain about, for the last 5 years of our consultants on the health plan. Basically, it's argumentative whether or not we require stop loss. I think if we didn't have stop loss, we look back, we probably have another $5 million in the bank that we could increase, we could either enrich our employee benefits or give them raises. I think I've expressed my frustration with how we manage development services, you know, and I think there's times that I've said, you know, it's like the comments I say, okay, yeah, we review plans within 3 days, but how many of those are denied? I still haven't got that information. And, you know, and that's okay to a degree, but the thing is that how much ad valorem do we lose because we don't look at it from that perspective? How much revenue do we lose? You know, I've talked about this. I have a friend who at one time it took him 9 months to get a warehouse open, where basically this was pre-Zanoni, all right? But I just use that as an example, and I use that as an example, but unfortunately it still goes on today. And we didn't recognize that, hey, the guy needs help. Instead, we just deny. So that's all those months of lost ad valorem, all those months of lost payroll taxes for the federal government, all those because the type of company, all those losses of sales taxes. I don't think that we look at it from the right perspective. I've been, you know, frustrated with, Parks and Recreation. You know, here, you know, I spend a lot of time downtown, and we've got a great band that plays every Saturday, every weekend, to no spectators. You know, and for whatever reason, we decide that we're going to continue to spend that money when we could be spending it on a tree study, because I argue that's what we spent, you know. I mean, those are the things that's my thing. I've been frustrated, and we have these conversations, and I think you're frustrated too. And this is my message, that I think as much as our budget has inflated, you know what? I'll make another example. Municipal court, I'm just saying, one person with a different management perspective increased net revenues by $1 million. 1 million, that one person that had that drive and that focus, and that's what we're gonna do. Instead of, like I said, getting stuck playing whack-a-mole. This water deal, I'm sorry, I just think, you know, whack-a-mole costs money. So that's my real, you know me, I'm a Democrat that understands that we need to raise revenue, but I just think that the revenue that we're spending is displaced. So that's why I voted no, and that's why I'm gonna vote no today.
Councilman Suckling.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll keep it quick. I wholeheartedly support Councilmember Roy's comments about, you know, none of us expected to be where we're at. Been serving for 7 months now, and certainly it's not ideal, the situation we're in. But all we can do is roll up our sleeves and help point the ship in the right direction going forward. And whether we're here, you know, individually 6 months from now or 6 years from now, all we can do is do our best right now with what we've gotten. I understand Councilman Hunter's passion, but we've got some stuff that wastewater, consent decree, other things that we were dealt with that we have to move forward with. So anyways, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, I had voted no earlier because I didn't want to go on record to say that I'm increasing, you know, the taxes, right, on our residents. But it also showed how that one vote really does matter and what you stand for, right? When it comes to the perspective, like once you start hearing what happens if you don't have this money, in this case it was what, 13 million, and what we have to cut. These votes are important, and I take that wholeheartedly. But I also, you know, when I ran on, yes, water rates, inequality, and tax. I don't know if y'all know that, but on taxes, that's the other elephant in the room, and that's why this is another step that we're gonna have to tackle. We're gonna have to really flex our muscles, hopefully towards the end of the year when we're gonna be looking at those IDAs. The money, you know, it has to come from somewhere. And this is the point that I'm trying to make is if we don't get it fairly from our partners, you know, we're doing it, you know, we're getting it from the residents, and we have been for decades. So that's the, you know, the point that I wanted to make, to come across is that we're trying to fix decades of neglect. And you're right, you know, councilman, about it being, you know, the streets, that's all we heard at the very years and years. And finally, we're on a path, and now we're actually, you know, at a point where we're gonna make that move of removing the residential street fee. But next year, we'll have to look at it again and see if we're gonna be able to continue, you know, the residents, because at the end of the day, those are the ones that use those streets, that, you know, drink the water, that breathe the air, and it's not the corporations, it's the people. So just make sure that we keep the people's heart and interest in the forefront. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Campos. Okay, I think that's all the comments. So we're done with 13.
There's a motion and a second on the floor, Mayor.
Okay, we haven't voted on that. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say no.
No.
Okay. Can we do a roll call, Mayor? I can't appreciate it.
So this,
Okay,
again,
so-
though, this is the same as 13 is really the same as 12. I mean, we're,
Yes, although this one doesn't require a 6-vote threshold. This one is just 5 to pass. For
So-
pass. I'm
right,
sorry.
so 12 passed,
Yes, it did. Yes, it did.
with the exception of Barrera, Gill, and Hunter.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, Hernandez.
Yes, Barrera, Hernandez, and Hunter. That's right. So this is for passage of ordinance number 13 on first reading. So for passage of that ordinance, Councilmember Roy?
Aye.
Suckley?
Aye.
Barrera?
No.
Campos?
Aye.
Hernandez? Hunter?
No.
Klein?
Aye.
Pusley? No. Guajardo?
Aye.
Okay, the ordinance passes.
Okay. Alrighty, and so we've done the consent agenda. And that puts us over, you know, we're going to take a 5-minute recess, maybe 8-minute, and we'll be right back.
Mayor?
Okay, we're going to go ahead and reconvene our meeting and pick up where we left off before the quick recess, and that would be section L, public hearings. So we'll start with item number 27, and that is an ordinance amending the city code to amend the building code to provide an exemption for certain government, industrial, and agricultural facilities from permits, to amend the plumbing and residential construction codes to incorporate Texas Commission on Environmental Quality regulations for the testing of backflow assemblies, and clarify backflow device requirements for carbonated beverage dispensers, to expand authority, the disconnection of services for failure to install, test, or maintain a required backflow device.
Thank you, Mayor. This is one time that I didn't prepare a presentation because I thought this was just an ordinance amendment that I could simply talk to you about. Al Raymond, Director of Development Services. I'm here with my team from CCW. If there are questions, the experts at CCW can answer them. So I'm going to stay very high level. Of course, if you want to dive down into the details, of course, we can get granular if you like to. However, this ordinance, as you said, is to amend the city code for water, building, plumbing, and residential construction codes to do 4 things: provide an exemption for certain government, industrial, and agricultural facilities from building permits; 2, to incorporate the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality TCEQ regulations for the testing of backflow assemblies; 3, expand authority for disconnection of services for failure to install, test, or maintain required backflow devices; and 4, finally, to clarify backflow device requirements for carbonated beverage dispensers. And that's the whole and long and short of this ordinance amendment. And we stand by for questions, we being Al Raymond and CCW.
You have a question? Councilman Banana. Pardon?
Move for approval.
Oh, you have move for approval. We do have one question. Mr. Hernandez.
Okay, this is something that was near and dear to my heart, and because we had, carbonated beverage dispensers is a nice way of saying soda machines, and there was a requirement from TCEQ, or a recommended requirement from TCEQ, to have a backflow prevention device, a reverse pressure backflow prevention device on every fountain machine. However, in their own documentation, they listed it as a vending machine as a non-health hazard. Well, the requirement for non-health hazards was not to have one of these devices. So in the discussion with them, I said, unless they were willing to change their documentation to make this a health hazard, there's no reason for us to require restaurants and convenience stores to have a backflow prevention device if there's no health hazard. The only opportunity for any kind of hazard is if you have copper pipes, which when carbonated water and copper pipes come together, it creates something called carbonic acid. Now, carbonic acid won't kill you, but it can cause you to throw up. Okay, but I had this discussion with our water department. Copper pipes haven't really been utilized for like the last 30 years in construction, so you're probably going to not see a lot of these. However, we made the exception where you would not need this device in the facility if you don't have copper pipes in the facility. So, this was a lot of work on my part, and thanks to Nick Winkleman and his group of people on listening to me complain about this, and even bringing the TCEQ attorney on the phone and having the discussion with him. And it was really great for me when I stumped him and he couldn't say I was wrong. So it was great. So thank you, and I really appreciate the work and effort on this. Thank you.
Mr. Klein.
No, I was just saying how great this ordinance is. So if he's withdrawing, I'll make a motion to approve.
Mr. Klein.
Hi, I just had a quick comment and kind of a question, kind of piggybacking on what Councilman Hernandez has talked about. This is required by TCEQ. You guys would know this a lot better than I. If the TCEQ is mandating something that we think is maybe not a very good idea, what's the mechanism? Is there a formal mechanism by which we respond or file a complaint with the TCEQ? I would guess that if they get complaints from lots of different municipalities, they might reconsider some of these practices or policies.
That's a great question. Nick?
Good evening. Nick Winkleman, Interim Assistant Director, CCW. So in this case, I mean, we contact TCEQ, we open up a discussion, and we review it with them.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and they'll provide input, we'll provide input, and we work through it.
Uh-huh. So would you involve the local businesses, I guess, in that? Because that's where the complaint's coming from, I take it. People who are having to install these backflow preventers, they don't think that they're necessary, that they see them as burdensome, I guess.
Well, you know, please remember, I mean, TCEQ is our governing entity, right? They're looking at all aspects of our water and wastewater system, right? So we're relying on their input. The dialogue's open. We can certainly question and discuss, but we follow up with them, and then we also contact other municipalities.
All right,
as
so
well.
there's a dialogue, kind of a back and forth then.
Yes, there was significant dialogue on in this case as well. I mean, multiple meetings, multiple discussions.
All right,
Yep.
thank you.
Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, I have a little experience with TCEQ with respect to tires on a park out here on Hazel Bazemore. So we did exactly that. When we got to the point where we thought we had done all we needed to do, we hired an environmental engineer to write up basically a document to TCEQ that said we disagree with having to do further cleanup, and we sent it to them. They review it. It goes kind of back and forth, but you can do that. I mean, and we did, and they finally ruled, okay, we agree with you. So you can kind of look at TCEQ as a building full of lawyers. That's what it really comes down to.
Thank you, Councilman. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and open public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 27? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment, and I'll entertain a motion to approve the ordinance.
We have a motion and a second on the floor.
Oh, great. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. Item number 28 is an ordinance authorizing the city manager to execute a lease agreement with AR Inc. Incorporated for space on the ground floor of the Corpus Christi International Airport Terminal Building for a 5-year term with the option to renew for 2 additional 5-year terms.
Mayor, motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, great. I'll go ahead and open public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to comment on item number 28? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Motion carries. Section M, individual consideration items, numbers 29 through 31. Item number 29 is a resolution authorizing an interlocal cooperation agreement with the Port of Corpus Christi Authority to reimburse $7,117,722.95 to the city for related engineering and construction costs associated with the removal of 2 16-inch water lines and the installation of a new 24-inch water line crossing the Corpus Christi Ship Channel. Councilman Klein.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Jeff, I asked you this yesterday, so I'm just going to ask you in the public because I'm trying to kind of provide some reassurance, I guess, to the public. What department, I guess, at the city is mapping and then archiving location of gas lines for future reference? Because I'm thinking about, you know, the tragic events we had happen in the Ship Channel 4.5 years ago, thereabouts, when 4 people were killed when a natural gas line was ruptured that they didn't realize was there.
Correct. Well, so on all of the projects we do, as-built drawings are a part of the requirements for the contractors to deliver those to us, and those are turned over to the IT department, and they're put into our geographic information system. So we should have drawings that are available with accurate locations on anything that's being recently constructed.
All right, good, thank you. I would move to approve.
Second.
Okay, great. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Item number 30 is an ordinance appropriating $1,700,000 of anticipated hotel occupancy tax or hot revenues in the number 1030 hot fund for a contractual payment to Visit Corpus Christi and for an emergency declaration for a transformer failure at American Bank Center, appropriating $330,000 from the unreserved fund balance in the hot fund for professional consulting services related to the convention center expansion project. Mr. Houlihan.
Good afternoon. The $1.2 million of the $1.7 million is a Visit Corpus Christi payment, which we have a contractual agreement with Visit Corpus Christi, and they get paid 44% of the 7% local hot taxes. So this is
Motion to approve.
kind of a good problem that we had more revenues than what we
It's a
budgeted.
good problem to have. We have a motion. Do we have a second? Councilman Suckley.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Eddie, on the 330 to Hunden, is that a turnkey contract? Like that'll be all of it, or are there additional payments? Or Heather, sorry.
That's okay. I'm Heather Hurlbert, Assistant City Manager. The $330,000 is for continuing efforts for the convention center expansion, along with the hotel, the headquarters hotel and stuff. So this gets us through anticipated services through December. And then at that point, and this is a not to exceed, so they give us an estimate of how much effort they think will need to go into it. And then depending on the results of the election in November, then we'll then see what those next steps are. So this is just for the next kind of phase right now.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Councilman Hernandez.
Yeah, I'd mentioned this to you, Heather, but this should have been two separate items because I was okay with one and not with the other. So now I'm going to have to vote against both of them. So in the future, if you have money going to two different organizations, they should really be two different things to vote on. Because, you're kind of conflating two completely different things.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Pusley.
Sorry, Heather. Thank you, Mayor. So the $330,000, have they given us a detailed list of what that's going to include?
Yes, they do. So we'll be bringing that contract amendment for council consideration on the 12th.
Okay.
And so it has a range of tasks. I can send that over to you.
Okay.
But this is just to get the budget amendment, and then we'll bring the contract amendment to council for consideration.
Okay, so this is a negotiated price that we've agreed already in principle with them?
This is a not to exceed. So this
Not
is
to exceed.
Exactly. So this is their estimate for anticipated efforts through December. That depends on, some of it is continuing with the financial analysis, some of it is looking at phasing, some of it's looking at design. So it just depends on how much effort is put in and how far we get through that time period, and they'll bill us on actual a task accomplished.
Okay. Okay, well, I've never seen an engineering firm not reach the not to exceed price, but I just want to say I was okay with the presentations they made and some of the diagrams they offered, and they were very diagrammatic. For $330,000, I want to see something more specific and more detailed when they come back to us.
And of that 330, there's about $30,000 in there that's specifically to the architectural firm to help come forward with more of those true architectural renderings versus
Yes.
just concept drawings.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very
Sure.
much.
Okay, thank you, Councilman. Okay, we had a motion and a second, correct? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no.
No.
The motion carries. Item number 31 is an ordinance authorizing the approval of change order number 1 with Fulton Coast Con General Contractors of Corpus Christi, Texas, in an amount of $298,444.04 for a total amount not to exceed $21,453,050.04 for the Police Training Academy. And I believe Councilman Barrera is recusing?
Yes, ma'am, that's right.
Recusing himself. Okay, go ahead.
Good evening, Jeff Edmonds, Director of Engineering Services. We are bringing 4 items together that are change orders it's bundled into one change order for the Police Training Academy. One is a owner requested change to put a movable partition in between classrooms where the bid documents required a normal partition wall. And then there are 3 other items that are engineering-related issues that it's work that was not included in the bid. It probably should have been, but nonetheless, we've got to execute change orders to get that work scoped back in. So the total is about 1.4% of contract value, which is still not too bad. And from this point forward, we think it should be more clear sailing. So I think we try to target being under 3% of contract value. I think we're on track to be well below that. I stand ready for any questions.
Councilman Hernandez.
Yeah, fortunately, I got a phone call from the designer, Turner Ramirez Architecture, and some of these things really should have been caught much earlier. Can you kind of talk to that?
Well, 3 of these items, we feel like they are errors and omissions, and we've met with the architect, and he agrees with us on that. He was going to get with his subs. One of his subs was involved with this, and they were going to come back with a proposal to remunerate the city for some of our cost on this.
I noticed you didn't mention the name of the sub.
Sub was Urban Engineering.
Okay. The last one was a request on the partition, and there's motorized and there's also manual, and he provided me an estimate for the manual one of being $86,860.20, and and then you have a motorized one here for $119,893. Would there be an issue doing a manual one as opposed to a motorized one? I mean, we have plenty of cadets
I'm going to
here.
defer to the chief on that one. My information is that it's about a $33,000 deduct to go to the manual version.
I'm just saying, there'd be plenty of cadets there to be the muscle behind moving that partition.
Yeah, my fear would be they'd put a little bit too much muscle into it, and then you might have it broken. But
that's actually a legitimate fear. No kicking and screaming for me. Yeah, I do want the partition. I think it adds value to the large classroom we have. It adds expandability, contraction. We can do different things. It's a need. Do we need a motorized one?
It's a nice to have.
Better than not having one. But we asked for the motorized one for a reason. I'd rather not have it yanked off the hinges by overzealous cadets, personally. But
Well, the reason I asked that of the designer, because he said that there's nobody locally that would be able to maintain these. It would have to come out of somewhere out of San Antonio or somewhere else. And, you know, it's just one of those things where you add cost to not only the construction of it, but also where do you get people to service it, right? I mean,
it's not new technology, though. Motorized partitions have been around for 50, 60, 70 years, I'm guessing, but it's a long time. I'm sure they're pretty hardy at this point.
I know you're making your case here, right?
Well,
but I mean, this building is already, what, 36% over budget? Jeff?
I don't have that exact figure over what we originally.
Well, this is what was originally, when we had the additional cost on the construction, it was already 36% over budget. So, and based on what you had mentioned.
Okay, well, I'm not going to dispute your number on that, but I'd go back to the number I'm working with. Is what we entered into a contract for, and this, including this addition, it takes you up to 1.4% in terms of change order value.
Very nice way to say it. Very nice. Appreciate it. Well, I'll make a motion to change out the motorized to a manual one to save some at least $32,000. The difference.
33 is what I had, but.
And if I'll see if I have.
Yeah, if that's council's preference, it's no problem. We'll just amend this document to be that.
Well, just to, the no problem meaning we'll do what council says, but the chief said there could be a problem in the.
Correct.
in the maintenance.
I'm just saying
Right,
that,
and the maintenance of the manual one, it could be, penny,
Right.
what is that saying? Penny wise, pound foolish type thing.
Right,
Because that, once those things yank off the track,
right.
not to mention they're gonna get dirty with people grabbing them all the time.
Right.
and It's just, this is a real nice facility. We want to
Right.
keep it looking nice.
And we do have, we have some comments, but at the end, your recommendation,
Yeah.
we'll hear the recommendation and then go from there.
Right.
Councilman Pusley.
So, it's my understanding there was 2 motorized versions, and this, what you're recommending is the lesser expensive of those 2 motorized.
yeah, what my staff said, there were three levels. One is manual, and there were 2 that were automatic motorized.
There's
And this was
motorized and
kind
like
of the
super
mid-level.
motorized,
Yes,
yeah.
Correct.
Okay. So but you're recommending the lesser of the 2 motorized versions?
Correct. This is the
Okay.
mid-level
Right,
version.
okay.
Okay, yeah, I tend to, I've worked with those manual and petitions before, and there's a lot of maintenance issues with those things, so, okay, let's see what else we have to say.
Councilman Suckley.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I spoke to Turner Ramirez as well and discussed this issue, and he mentioned that the manual, his experience, professional experience of having worked with these in other projects, as he said that the manual ones end up becoming less functional for folks and become kind of a pain in the rear, so people don't end up using them in some cases. So with all that being said and us going with the lesser of the 2, I'm in support of staying with the mechanized one.
Yeah. Okay, I think that's all the questions, and I think we are building a top-notch facility. And so, that's right. We're not paying for it, the taxpayers are paying for it, which is us. But that said, more reason, we need to do this right. And the recommendation is to have the better motorized one, which is obviously gonna be
We had good, better,
longer-lasting.
best. We were going with the
Longer
better.
lasting, right, right. You can just send us the warranty on all of that, so Gil can go through that paperwork for us. Okay,
And make sure it's in Maximo.
right, make sure that partition is in Maximo. Okay, thank you, Mr. Edmonds. Oh, Councilman Roy.
I just wanted to add one thing. When I first came in the military, I was as a private PFC. We broke things all the time, and not on purpose, but we did it. And I'm gonna tell you, I know a couple of cadets that are going to be in the upcoming class. Not that they're going to be in the new building, but they're going to break things.
Right. Okay, all righty. So I will entertain a motion to approve item number 31.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no.
No.
Oh, my Lord. Voting against the police officers.
And
Okay.
Councilmember Barretta abstains, Mayor.
And Councilmember Barretta abstained.
In District 5, too.
In District 5, he voted no and
Hey,
voted no against police.
I voted no because I wanted the manual partition. We could have saved $32,000 of taxpayer dollars.
That is your
Too many
district.
capital improvement projects.
Chief Markle recommended this one. Okay, the motion carries. All right, my gosh, we're done. Wow, I feel like it's 9 PM. Okay, well, we're done. Yeah, that's it. Okay, there being no further business, this meeting is adjourned. And until next week, right? So
Right, next Tuesday.
So next week, we typically, it is Labor Day, we're off on Monday, but typically we would be off, but we're gonna finish our
Right,
business.
we're going to finish because to get the tax rate into the
Final,
tax. Yes,
right?
Yes.
Okay. No, nothing else. Meeting adjourned.